and RG decently combining. In this case, RG, while it did come with a C, there is at least one 7-letter word that is available in this rack. There are surely some 8s as well, but ergodic comes to mind as a 7. For those who are into the slaughter of kings, there is at least one 8. Regicide, that is in there. For those who like getting a little bit Greek, there is cresized. There's a few options.
You know, I gotta say, I really, really like aggressized. I feel like it's a little bit more defensive than regicide or receding, mostly because the G, you know, it only takes the A or the U as a front hook. So you can make AG or UG. But with the R being in that spot, I think, you know, that's going to give back ER, you know, it's going to give back AR or OR. And bingos can really easily end in ER or like E, the letter E. So here, maybe aggressized would be just a little bit more defensive.
Yeah, I can see the immediate inclination to limit options on the bottom. The G in receding, of course, is not easily usable for a triple on the bottom lane. But yeah, as you mentioned, that R at the top there, there's lots of opportunity to score really easily with a triple word score. So yeah, I think something like Gressize is slightly preferable.
And it also makes the turn for Cameron really easy now, because before, you know, he may have had to struggle a little bit with finding something that ended in an A, so he could take advantage of the triple letter, or like playing through the D of Gressized. Now Wadge is going to come down for a bajillion points. It's going to be a very easy move for Cameron. And, you know, when I'm playing my opponent, I just want to try and make it as difficult for them to score next turn as possible, or at least make their decision a little harder.
Yeah, this case is pretty straightforward. You know, we've talked, for those of you who've been watching over the last day and some already, 30 points, give or take, is what we expect at this level for people to get as an average at minimum. And a play, you know, like receding, it just gives the chance to score at least 30 very easily, if not a whole lot more. So when there are options, you know, when you have the time to find more options, it is preferable to take one that's, I would say, a bit less giving away these points easily, but you know, it's a minor thing. In this case, straightforward play for Cameron. And now, not looking so easy on Ben Schonbrun's side of the board. He's got along with a Y. I mean, it's not the ooh woo. it's ooh ooh yeah.
Don't like that.
Yeah, certainly not fun. Not a form of Uguya that can actually play here.
Really useful word. I'm really happy that you mentioned that.
There's no O for Uguya, and even if there were, that G is in the wrong spot and receding. So unfortunately, it's not looking easy to deal with the early awkwardness of this rack.
Right.
Having said that, he does have a lead. So, you know, it's not the worst time to have to deal with this, as unideal as it is.
I have to say that when I'm in a situation like this, I am thinking of, you know, I have these two U's. I really want to get rid of them at the same time. Since I can't do that, can I get rid of at least one? And I think Ben is going to come to the same conclusion. He's going ahead. He's playing his best move here with PIEU. Pew. It looks really like a very small play, but actually it's going to score him 29 points. It's exactly what he needs to be doing here. He needs to score consistently. He needs to stay competitive, and he needs to make it really difficult for Cameron to catch up. So 29 points instead of exchanging or trying to get UU off somewhere. This is really, really good.
Yeah, well done there for sure. I like that. I like that Ben spreads his letters out, because after playing PIU, of course, there's actually 4 letters on his rack. We're just seeing the 3 visible. So he's kind of got this like spreading out of letters on his rack. One just dangling off elsewhere out of view for us.
So instead of talking out loud, he's whispering out loud.
He's whispering in this case. Or, you know, like some people, when they leave letters left over, like to separate it by like, okay, here's a word that my leftover letters make, or at least some of them, and then the rest are just leftover. We've talked about people thinking out loud. Or whispering in this case, as it were, for Benji. All right, back to Mr. Farlow.
Oh man, this is a tough situation to be in. You've got the J, you've got the H, and there's really not a lot of great plays here. I mean, I don't even think there's anything that's worth doing that's not exchanging. Maybe you play something like PIRL Pearl and you keep J, H and RS, which is, it's decently synergistic together. But look at those tiles on the board. The E doesn't give anything. The UT you can't really play through. You have to exchange, and he exchanges down to SJ, which
it's a very interesting choice.
Yeah.
I do wonder about this because this is, to me, when you do something like this, you have to think about the board and what makes it worth doing an exchange that isn't typical, right? So there are exchanges that would be just straight up as far as what combinations of letters work well when looking just at what's on my rack and not considering the board at all. If you hold a J in this situation, because it wouldn't be the ideal combination of letters left over in your rack, period. Is there somewhere on the board or multiple places on the board that make it worth keeping this letter? And when I look at this board, I don't see that. I don't see anything obvious where you can really cash in on something involving the J in this case.
Exactly.
And keeping in mind that we expect an average of 30 points per turn in general, regardless of what you have, just given the skill these players have. It just seems like unnecessarily limiting options where you want to get above 30 in most cases. And that's usually by playing something like a bingo, or if you have a hotspot that involves one of these high counting letters, but there isn't one in this case. So I think it would have been better personally just to go with a more standard exchange in this case. Exchange is good. I think he ultimately made the right choice to exchange. I think I'm not agreeing with the letters that were exchanged. As it is, based on the play that Ben Schoenbrunn is making, the J is quite likely to come down on this next turn for an okay score, and we'll get him back to being somewhat more balanced.
Absolutely. I mean, I feel like sometimes with players, whether new or, experienced, we have a tendency to look at high scoring tiles like the Q, like the J, the X, the Z, and we think, oh my God, this will score so much. I should hang on to this. And I'm guilty of hanging on to the J for too long. But, the tiles like the X and the Z are a little bit more flexible, but the J and the Q are not so. So again, I do agree with Jesse here. That the J probably should have gone back into the bag. Now, Cameron does have a capacity to play something like jog as he's about to do. Yop has gone down for 23 points. I think it's a great play by Ben Schoenbrunn to get the Y and the U off his rack, keeping ITE really, really nice. But for Cameron now, it's a tougher situation. I mean, he's going to have to hang on to 2 Ds.
Yeah, I don't really see a viable alternative. I think that J definitely has to go on this rack, and jog, the highest scoring version of jog, is 29 points. That's basically right on the average that we would expect without the J. So it's not really capitalizing much on having such a nice letter. I mean, yes, you're going to keep up your average. There were more opportunities to perhaps draw into 7 or 8 letter words, just keeping more synergistic tiles. So, but it's not necessarily something that we're being nitpicky sometimes with things because again, I just want to emphasize just how good these players are. Just to talk a little bit about Cameron. Cameron won the 2019 Australian Scrabble Championship when it was held in Hobart that year. So Cameron's an exceptional player. He lives in Queensland in Australia, and he won the Queensland Championship in 2023. So he's won several events in Australia, including an Australian National Championship. So Cameron's a really good player. And I say this just because when we're nitpicky sometimes with certain people, it's just because they're so good. And the standard for them that they have for themselves too is quite high. So it's, I would say, a higher level kind of error where you can justify keeping a J on an exchange if the board calls for it. It just, in this case, we don't believe it did.
And now, Cameron's struggling with that J again. He's looking at jog. It's going to go above, making jut and OP. It's going to make jog. It will be 29 points, but now look at him. He's been considering between dog and jog forever. Dog to the side of Pew will score 28 points. Now, he's really, really considering keeping the J back again, because nobody likes having duplicate tiles. Nobody wants to keep, 2 Ds. And there he goes playing dog. I don't know if this is the correct move. I don't agree with this, because I do think that J is, the spots for the J are going to basically vanish. And already the J didn't have that great of a spot. So for dog to come down for 28, you're deduplicating the tiles. But I think that the J needs to leave this rack. It really needs to go.
Yeah, so we'll wait to see how that comes about when we revisit his rack on the next turn. In the meantime, with Ben Schonbrunn,
Oh, look at that.
he's going to play a very nice high probability bonus here.
Let's see, what is he going to go? Oh, he goes to Saltar. That's beautiful. That's a really great find. That's really lovely. Sticking the S on the QI. 76 points for Ben. Really good find.
Yeah, no complaints here at all. That's it's always nice to see a rack like that, you know, when you're competing at a really tough tournament and you're getting annotated, especially. It's like a sigh of relief, where you just get to play something. It's like, yeah, we're good, getting comfortable here. So Ben now has a very comfortable lead. He's 150 points up, and yeah, at this point, the J on Cameron's rack really has to go, because he's going to need to score to even have a remote chance of winning this game. He's going to have to score multiple bingos, ideally ones that score high. And the longer you hold on to the J, the less likely you are to play a bingo in general. Right. I mean, a J bingo would be nice, but at this point, really just scoring has to be done.
Exactly.
So again, in that same spot above Ut, playing Jut and something like Jot, he's got to consider something like this to really give himself a remote chance of coming back in this game.
I agree. I mean, it's looking a little dire. Jot is only going to score 23 points. Luckily, he does hold an S. He does not know what Ben has. Ben has just drawn 7 random tiles. So his rack is either average or slightly worse than average. Cameron just really, really needs to go down with Jot right now. He needs to save this time for the end game. It will, he's going to require that brain power for the later parts of the game. I think Jot is the move here. He might be considering JO or JOR, Jor. Those are also possibilities here, but I really think that Jot is, it's where he needs to go. Where do you think that Cameron is considering placing Jot? So there are a few places that he could do that. He could make TYE in Jot. He could make OYE and TAS, which is what he's doing right now. He could do JUT and OP in Jot. What would you prefer?
So if I'm thinking about mounting a comeback of some kind, so a Saltier, of course, takes an S at the end. There is currently a double-double line open. I'm not sure how long it will stay open, depending on how Benji decides to play here. But giving yourself a hypothetical chance of coming back in a game that's as lopsided as this one is currently would involve getting something like a double-double in the most ideal of worlds. So if you play Jot by making Jut and Op at the same time, you don't completely take away the double-double. You could do Jota and something else, but it makes it really hard to double-double. So playing off the left leaves himself at least a hypothetical chance of double-doubling in an absolutely perfect world, which is already quite tough to do, but it's giving himself at least a shot at having that. So I can see the placement to the left, considering the board here. I understand the rationale as to why he would place it there.
I like this. I agree with this. No space for, so miss and roll does not fit. Miss and roll would be the word that Ben would be able to play. The tile that we cannot see is an L. So his rack is MORLINS. Do you know if there's a 7 in this rack?
Off the top of my head, nothing is coming to mind.
Right. It seems like he would need letters, any floating letter like an E or a G or a B or, well, yeah, I guess those are the only ones, would allow Ben to bingo here. Since he can't, he's got these really nice, friendly bingo tiles. So you can imagine why he's spending this time thinking through his move. Cameron took a lot of time with his play. So Ben was able to use that time to think his own moves through, but he's now, in this position where he might consider, okay, what do I do with this board? What do I keep? What are the best tiles here? I don't know. I mean, definitely, I feel like you have to keep the S back. You have to keep that on your rack, and you still want to score decently. Maybe you put, this would be interesting. What if you did something like Questor? So Quest is on the board, and you could do Quest OR, Questor.
So the rationale behind Questor, because I would say in a lot of cases, the leave is kind of gross. But I think the reason why something like Questor works really well, and I would suspect that if it went through a machine, it would probably do really well when simulated. I think it's because it really it doesn't completely destroy, but it almost completely destroys the double opportunity, which is really what Cameron needs to come back. So I imagine that would do really well. The other point of argument is if you are in the camp of someone who enjoys turnover for their tiles.
Right.
So a play that I am quite certain would do well is Warmill. And it looks like that has actually come down because
Lovely.
Warmill goes for the turnover. It keeps SN, which is quite balanced. It continues to score.
Right.
And yes, the worst case scenario of a double could happen. But besides that, even if they bingo, you're still very comfortably ahead and using more tiles, and you have a chance to pull the other blank possibly. So I think it depends on your school of thought. I'm not sure if going entirely defensive is the thing to do here. I think continuing to score with Wormill is completely reasonable.
I agree. I really like Wormill. I think, you can't get too honed in on trying to get your bingo down because you're ahead. If you start making fishy plays, if you play only 2 or 3 tiles, your opponent could catch up with something like Darkens, and at that point you would be even. But Wormill continuing to score and keeping NS, which is a pretty good leave, I think is a really great idea. Darkens coming down for 82 points, really well done by Cameron here, keeping the game moving. I think that's exactly what he needs to do, given he has only 14 minutes to Ben's about 20, I believe.
Yeah, so this is going to be a relief for Cameron that he's gotten to play a bingo here to keep himself at least within some kind of range of coming back here. So he's now still a bingo down and almost a turn down along with that. So it's still a bit of work to be done, but he's gotten himself back into the game here. Ben, in the meantime, he's got an unusual combination of letters here.
Absolutely. 2 N's, a W, a V, and I don't know what I would want to do with that. We have one more tile left to be seen. Hopefully we'll be able to grab a look at it soon. But if it's, I believe it's unlikely to bingo. Any extra tile is unlikely to bingo.
It's another N, is what I am seeing. So.
Oh, wow.
Very clunky.
Or is it the case that there's 2 V's?
There are 2 V's and 2 N's.
Gross. Nobody likes that. So for Ben now, I mean, is he to play something just like VAV, VAV, through the A of Darkens? That doesn't score very much. Can you do something like are you likely to use your S now because you can get more points? Something like Vends, VENDS, through the D of Darkens. Is that better? You get rid of the V. And yes, you use the S, but you score decently well. You score 26 points.
It's really hard to turn that down, especially because you think about this board. So when you save an S, I mean, a lot of people like to save S's, and understandably so. There's so much that you can do with an S in a game of Scrabble in general. But you save it because it gives you some benefit on the board.
Exactly.
When you look at this board, is there really anywhere you can hook an S onto something that helps you if you are Ben with a lead? He's not behind, so he doesn't necessarily need to create some kind of opening that hooks onto an S after. If anything, he needs to control this board to some degree while scoring, like not necessarily sacrificing points to block, but keeping this board under control.
Right.
If anything, making a play like Vens through the D and Darkens, it scores more, and it helps to control the board here to some degree. Interestingly, it looks like Ben is actually going for opening the board, playing quite fearlessly. He's scoring using that S, and yeah, giving himself opportunity. It's brave. It's very brave. It's not something where, this is we can talk about this a little bit, right? So there are different schools of thought for what you do. Like, is it enough of a lead? For some people who like to play more controlled and maybe not entirely closed, but controlled. For some people to think, is this the time to be starting to lock portions of the board down and controlling openings from here? Or do I just keep on scoring and expect that I'll draw decently well and keep up my scoring? So Ben is kind of in the latter camp here with playing evens. He clearly would have seen Vens. It's not something he'd miss. So this is an intentional choice as far as he's quite okay with keeping the board open and leaving himself, but also his opponent, opportunity to score well. And to be fair, this is not the worst time to open the board. His opponent has a random rack. His opponent has just played all 7 letters. So if they have bingo bango, then yeah, so be it.
Looked out, right?
So it is it's actually making a play that's going with the odds. Because if you don't have a bingo, you're going to have to play at least 5 letters to or from the E to score somewhat well, and it's 6 letters to or from the N to score somewhat well.
Right.
It's not the easiest to do. If anything, the hot spot on the board is the D and darkens going up, or down from the I and saltires if you have the right letters. It's not so likely that you've given a hotspot other than if you have an 8 that ends in an S or starts with an S.
And I will say, I do appreciate your analysis for why he may have gone with evens, but my understanding here is that he's up 70 before he makes the play of evens. He's up 70 points. And now what he's done is he's made it relatively easy for his opponent to come back with, you draw 7 random tiles, but if your opponent has drawn a bingo, they're very easily placing it on this board. Like right now, before evens, it's very difficult to put a bingo on the board unless you have multiple overlaps above a wormill. And I'm really unsure of this play because I just don't know if you want to make it that easy for your opponent. Maybe you could do something silly, like you could maybe make a setup, right? Like maybe if you did VEND vend and then you kept the S back, maybe you hit the S there later, right? Like maybe you do something like NAVU, NAVEW through the A of darkens. I feel like that's also defensible because you're kind of setting up your S, you're getting rid of these gross tiles. But I mean, evens, it just makes me fear a little bit for Ben because he doesn't know what Cameron could have drawn. It is random, so it is an average rack, could be worse than average. I don't know. I mean, I guess perhaps this is coming from my school of philosophy, which is just I don't necessarily want to make it too easy for my opponent to score next turn.
Yeah, I think I personally wouldn't have played evens. I totally understand the school of thought behind why you would. I'm with you in the sense I probably wouldn't have myself. I would have played something like Vens, as hard as it is to give up the S, just because it doesn't lock down the board, but it controls it reasonably well. And Cameron, I think, understands here with his rack that even with that opening Ben has just created, it's not highly likely to stay there for super long. So
Right.
Doff is really giving himself an alternative spot to play. Ben has no way of knowing that Cameron's rack was dreadful
Right.
with what he left over. But from Ben's point of view, there's now 2 major spots to bingo on this board. So he's going to start to think about what to do. In the meantime, for him, there are scoring options on the side of darkens. There are choices like Navu, as mentioned before. There's Haven. There's several choices that go. There's also shorter plays, depending on what you are hoping to do with your rack. If you play a few more letters, you make it less clunky with what's left over. If you play fewer letters, you can score slightly more. There's different ways to think about it. I think, me personally, this is my playing style. I think I would be going for turnover here. I would prefer to play more letters, especially if it scores a lot more.
Oh.
Because in this case, it does.
So you would play something like Haven to the side of darkens, making DE and AN.
I personally would, because I am thinking at this point, okay, I wouldn't have played even.
Hello, everyone. If you can hear us, please let us know in the chat. And I was just going to say that I was pushing back against Jesse's suggestion for what he would play, just because my playing style differs a bit more. And Ben has gone ahead and played what I would have played in this situation, which is HAH. And the only reason why I would have done that is because I consider this board to be open in just one location, and that would be through the E, N, or S of evens. Because I don't find the lane underneath F to be as dangerous. Of course, there are people who would disagree. There is a reason why Scrabble is an imperfect game. It's not solved. So, for this move, I do agree with what Ben has done here. Thanks so much, everyone, for sticking around. Let's see what Cameron has played.
So it looks like Bronk has come down through the R in Wormill right after Ha. And a couple of quick plays that are coming up here. Inwove is the next play that's coming down from Ben Schoenburn. So a couple of fast plays here.
Ooh, wow, that is a really quick find. I like that.
So the geometry of the board has changed slightly in the last few turns here. So the bottom right quadrant, I would say, is the most active area with potential on this board at this point in time. There is the D and darkens that you could play through, or the A and darkens to make 8-letter words. So technically possible.
That's true. You're right.
But I would say the most likely at this point would be at the bottom. So just a few points to consider overall when looking at the merits of plays for each player. Ben, with Inwove, I think one of the reasons why he played it so fast is it just scores so well.
Right.
He knows that while the board is not entirely shut down, it does take away the easy sevens, even if they don't score, off of the F and DOF, and keeps him scoring and keeps him ahead. Cameron has to have multiple bingos, as we mentioned before, just because of the deficit. And Benji doesn't really need to fish at all. He just really needs to continue to score and manage his rack to some degree. So Inwove is a pretty simple choice in that sense. It accomplishes all those things.
Cameron now has drawn a blank and he has no bingo to go with it. I mean, look at this board. We think of it as having blown wide open because of Inwove. There's an E to play through. There's a V to play through. Overwords can play. There's the O that can be played through. And as you'd mentioned, the D and the A, they're still technically playable through. But look at Cameron's rack. He has one too many vowels. He's just not going to be able to play anything here. And Ben has stopped the bingos from coming down to the S in the nick of time.
Yeah, at this point, if you're Cameron, you have to wonder what you're going to do. There's not really even, well, there is technically, there is one play.
Yes,
there is one bingo play. It's just whether it's worth it at this point in time. I mean, either way, this is a really tough game to come back and win. So there is 1-8 that can be played. It's just really what can be pulled after this to possibly win. So if you take out the spot on the bottom with this 8, Von Toos, I'm not sure how I pronounce it, but let's just call it that. Von Toos. If you play this, then what do you pull after as Cameron to win this game? Because if you're still trying to win this game, where are you likely going to play next? It's going to be through the only hotspot left, which is through the D or the A and darkens, or if you pull some kind of bingo through using the W and Inwove afterwards, which is a pretty tall order. So you have to think about those things, or perhaps some kind of 9 with SH at the end of it. You know, these are all hypothetically possible, but all exceptionally difficult. So I think if we start to look at computer analysis on this turn, I think it will be suggesting other things that create these improbable but not impossible opportunities that are extremely high scoring. We have to keep in mind the Z is in the bag. So part of what any sort of engine is going to look at is what kind of miraculous comeback win is possible here. It probably involves some massive score with the Z. So if you don't bingo, then what are you going to play that facilitates something like that? It's almost certainly going to involve the SH. But yeah, there's also, there's your note.
Okay. You know, I actually don't mind this at all. I mean, Ventos would have scored more, but like the reason why I think the machinist might suggest something like a 2-tile play is because they're expecting that Ben will, the machine usually has Ben opening up the board a little bit, right? Like it has it playing to the side of darkens. It has him opening some space on the board. That's actually probably not going to happen unless Ben is bingoing. You know, he's probably going to keep this tight because he's up. He has no reason to create space for Cameron to play through. In fact, I think he might even take up the space that Cameron would have hoped to play through with his turns. Now, we know that Cameron has gone ahead, played this bingo, and Ben is going to have to deal with his opponent catching up quickly.
So what you're thinking about here, if you're Ben, he does not have the Z. You know, what he's going to be thinking about is the Z is key to any kind of comeback here. Cameron is down 73 points in this case, which is a bingo, basically. But it also is mostly closed as far as a gap if you have a massive Z play. So where are these possible right now, putting any bingos aside? The E and Euro note at the end actually leaves a double word score where Zay and something else is possible, where you
Right.
can get really easy points using a Z. You can overlap on the O and Euro note with Zo and some other play, depending on what you pull out of the bag. There are plays alongside darkens using that D,
Right.
where the Z is double lettered and then double word scores. There's a few places where it can score really highly. So if you're Ben, you're thinking about what's the most probable. It's going to be probably the O or the E or both in Euro notes. So you're playing something that takes those out for the
Right.
most part. Having said that, Ben's play does leave Zell plays in response.
Ooh.
So he's gone for Belon in this case. Whereas I might have done something that would have put an R underneath the E in
Right.
Euro note because that would remove the Z plays. So while Belon scores quite well, it offers Z plays back. I think that's just being like really precise on our end as far as what we do. I think Belon still does overall what he has to do, which is score, and make it, even if my opponent has a Z play here, makes it impossible or close to it to come back.
Right.
So I think just to be precise, something with an R as the
Right.
letter there would be the best. But
That's-
Belon still does what he needs to do in general, and that's score a lot.
That's a really, really great point. Yeah, you're absolutely right. What we're looking at this point in the tournament is you're playing the most experienced, the best players in the world. This is the toughest tournament that you're going to play. And you want to make sure that you're playing as accurately as possible. And your point about playing Belon versus something like Borel is like well taken, because you have to keep an eye out for what's in the bag. How does my opponent come back? How do I lose this game? You're absolutely right. I'm completely, on board with you with this. So what is Cameron going to do? Is he going to use up that spot immediately? Because is he going to worry that if he doesn't use it right now, then his opponent will? Or are there enough spaces for the Z where he can score that he doesn't have to worry about that right now?
I have a chaos play that I would suggest here.
Ooh, tell me.
I would suspect that the machine would actually like Ada a lot through the D and darkens, and there's a few reasons for that. So Zell, we talked about, is available at the bottom, but Zeta is massive if you draw the right thing. But something like,
Right.
I think Ritz is available in the pool. That's just one example.
Also, Oyas. You keep OYZ. You just have to draw an E for Oyas.
So I think the chaos play in me, and I'm thinking, well, I've mostly lost this game otherwise, is Ada. I think it's likely that spot will get taken,
Right.
but it still leaves you a chance to score really big at the bottom with a Zell play. It buys you a bit of time because this game is, with given Cameron's rack at this point, the game is more or less lost otherwise. You have to try something insane. So I think on the insanity and the chaos side, Ada is the play, but that's just me.
Love it. I love it. That's beautiful. Maybe, I don't know how often it gets blocked, right? Like Ada screams like you have a lot of vowels on your rack. Is Ben going to sniff out the Z setup? And if he does, that still leaves a Zell spot. So those are two unblockable spots for the Z to go down. Lovely. I love that. I really love that.
Let's just see what he decides to do. Keeping in mind, Cameron has just under 3.5 minutes left. So this is exceptionally tough to come up with something this creative, when you have so little time. He's got, is he doing it? No, he's playing, I think he's playing Zadie, which scores, immediately. And I have to say, when you're playing Zadie at this point in time, you are conceding the game.
Yes.
Even though it's scoring well, you are conceding that the game is done.
Right.
Because the last thing you can really do here realistically is like a whopping Z score to bring you back. This is still big,
Right.
It's still a big score, but an even bigger one is possible in some situations.
And you're giving back, place for the Z. So, Amir does not fit for Ben Schonbrun right now, but he can just play Maze, Maize, and he knows that it's going to be, 48 points, and Cameron's just not going to be able to keep up. He can't catch up. There's just really not much for Cameron to do at this point. So Ben now, I think he's going through his tracking, making sure he's dotted his I's, crossed his T's, making sure that his opponent's not going to be able to do anything incredibly great with the tiles that he has left. A, O, I, L, R, not very promising. All Ben needs to do is continue to score, and he's not losing this game.
And yeah, as you mentioned, Maze is really the one of the straightforward plays here. Trez also scores well and does the same thing. I think, yeah, anything involving the Z really at this point. Maze, Matza, Amaze.
There's yeah, that would
There's
also
lots
work,
of
yeah.
choices.
Maze, yeah.
I was like, pick your favorite. Ooh,
Yeah.
what do we think Ben's gonna do? What's he
What
gonna do?
do we think Ben's gonna do? I mean, he's taking his time. He's thinking through this. I mean, I wonder what he's considering. Is he making sure his tracking is correct? His opponent only has 6 tiles, so you don't have to worry about your opponent bingoing. You just have to make sure that you're playing enough tiles, you're scoring well enough. And I think, you know, Ben is good to go home free.
What you gonna do when Sean Room comes for you? He's got the goods. A nice balanced, high probability bingo on his rack that isn't gonna go down, of course. But what you gonna do when Ben Schonbrun comes for you?
Yeah,
he's brought the goods. He's pulled the goods. Yep.
Yeah, he certainly has. I mean, so let's see. If Maze or Matza or Mirza or whatever they go down, is it the case that Cameron is going to play underneath Elon? Is he going to do something like Liar, making ELLOI and A? Because he's got that on his rack. So I imagine that's where he's looking for his high scoring play. Ben now just has to make sure that he's, you know, he's got the correct tiles on his tile tracking sheet. He's making sure he knows where Cameron is going to play next. What is his highest score? Where can Ben score the most while giving the least back to his opponent? Oh,
he's going the
interesting.
bottom. Interesting. I mean, there are plays that involve Elm that score really well also. And it might be, it's interesting here. It might be that Ben is thinking he's going to score enough at the bottom and also extremely limit his opponent's choices. In the process, it's interesting. He's left himself Trez as a possibility at the top after making this play at the bottom. It's really, really interesting. He's going for a play that is not necessarily intuitive right away. It's showing a degree of thought. What it really does is takes away the highest scoring option for Cameron, and still leaves himself Trez. And when you're thinking like Cameron, who's low on time, are you really going to play Riza, for example? I'm not sure.
I mean, yeah, that's a good point. I feel like at this point, Cameron is just looking for his highest scoring move, right? And by that, it would have to be an overlap, just given the fact that he's 1-point tiles. So I'm looking at where on this board can I make the most overlaps? And maybe something like, you know, Bowler, BOLAR works. It also stops Trez. So maybe, you know, like a 16-point play there would be fine. But what has happened now with Ben giving Cameron this opportunity, if Cameron plays his perfect endgame, and that is playing BOLAR, Ben actually ends up winning by 85 as opposed to winning by 108 as he would have with Maze. This is also a relatively good play. Itas and Zio. Yeah. I
just gotta relax my jaw for that one because IO or EO, it just sounds so weird to me.
So let's see. Has Ben found his best outplay? I mean, there is Inert for 16 points available through the N of receding. That is a really insane find. It makes Doge. He has instead played one spot over. He's made FEE and UT and Ret. So still, you know, a really good game by both of these players. 1 point less for Ben with RET, but still really, really, really well done. Great game here, Jesse.
Yeah, really nicely played by Ben. The main point of discussion on his end, really, that we covered earlier in the game was just perhaps a slight preference for Gress size, for example, over reseeding, but that was just a really minor nitpicky thing overall. Really strong play from Ben. I think on Cameron's side of things, we spent a fair bit of time talking about holding on to that J.
Right.
And I think that, yeah, did not help Cameron's cause as far as trying to come back here. I'm not sure, given the way that flow went, you know, with Ben's side of the board, how much of a difference it would make. But, you know, it's hard to say because an exchange happened here. Anything is possible when you exchange and draw the right things after an exchange. So I think that's really the point of discussion we covered on Cameron's end. Was just, it was hard to come back after that because the J really never not capitalized, but let's just see if they're talking anything over the board with the audio there.
We got this one. Yeah, thank you. Let me just take a picture before we swear. What's your ID? Point. Thank you, Cameron.
All right, I think that's the end of it there. What a gentleman. You heard Ben Sean saying, "Thank you, Cameron." Oh, what a gent. It was funny to me. Ben has had an exceptional turnaround to the start of his tournament. He went 0-3 for his first 3 games, and he had posted online about 2028 being his year. It was a little bit trolly on his part, to be fair, when he was posting online. But there were a few people who were like, okay, just decide that, if this does indeed suck, just have a good time regardless and enjoy yourself. So people have argued that he basically did, because he's more or less won all of his games, give or take 1 or 2 maybe, since going 0-3. Actually, yeah, he was 7-3 on the board here. So he hasn't lost. He's won 8 in a row.
Oh, wow. I mean, that is quite a streak. Love me some of that.
So the good mojo continues for Ben Schoenbrunn. He might actually jump up to a table above us at this rate, just given how well he's doing.
Oh, wow, good for him.
He just might. We'll have to see who we have playing on board 3 next year. But in the meantime, we'll just very quickly sign off for a break here in Bangkok. Coming back to you in a few minutes, this is Jesse Matthews alongside
Nits Chukti. See you guys.
See you in a few.
ฟ้านะ
Can I get all of you to go to the outside to look for the draw for the next round? Round 12. So remember, to submit your result is the paper result, it's not paperless, so please do not ask questions about QR code. Please go and find the pairing for the next round. We need to start the next game within 5 minutes. Ryan, please look for your next opponent. No discussion, please. Please move on to your next opponent. Gilbert, Sandra, Nada. Can I get everybody come in? The clock is about to start in 3 minutes. Please come back to the room. Players, please come back to the room. I'm going to start the clock in 3 minutes. please press the clock.
Oh, you heard the man.
Yeah, I heard the man is demanding. The man has a show to run.
So anyone behind who doesn't have a border, please put your hands up. Press the clock.
We're good to go back on whenever you're ready. All right, welcome back to the 2026 Causeway Challenge in Bangkok, Thailand. This is Jesse Matthews alongside.
And it's Shakti. Hey, everyone.
We are ready to go here, even without coffee. Well, you have some kind of.
I do have a latte, yes.
You got some kind of something delicious
You
there.
got something.
Something delicious.
I think there's something more delicious just waiting for us, and it's going to be a
Yes.
great game. I'm so excited for this. I actually haven't seen Ricky play before, but Jesse, have you?
Yes, I've actually gotten to play Ricky on a handful of occasions. Way back when, just casually in Singapore with some of the Singaporean Scrabble players. And to that point, Ricky Pernomo, yes, he is playing for Singapore here. And then, of course, we saw Ben last round.
Yes, we did.
He is back here at board 3 representing Merca.
Yes,
I
he
can't
is.
say that word that I want to say after. Fudge, yeah. So here we go.
Ricky here drawing way too many E's to go with that E and the S that he had. Oh my gosh, I kind of wish that feetsies was a word, you know, like the cat feetsies. But no, he doesn't have anything here except for just fee that he's already identified.
So I guess footsies in the plural could be feetsies.
Oh yeah, that.
Let's have some feetsies.
I mean, I'm a cat person. I don't know about you guys.
I'm a dog person.
Okay.
Oh, we're gonna have to have a discussion about that.
Oh, well, you know, it's like opposites have to work together. I feel like, you know.
And our producer behind the scenes happens to know Ricky, so he's mentioned that Ricky might try something like feetsies. And that's fair. Ricky does have a number of stories. He likes to tell some of these stories on social media sometimes of some of the highly unusual situations he finds himself in games, and they can often involve these outlandish phonies, often ones that he has played.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah, it's not impossible in a game with Ricky that a play like feetsies would come up, but he does go for something that's actually valid here.
I like
He goes
that.
for feet, F-E-T-E.
I thought it was pronounced fate, you know, like
Is it-
to.
Well, if I'm thinking French, it's fête.
Ah,
Bon
okay.
fête.
Yeah,
That would be
okay.
like, literally it means happy festival, but it's how you say happy birthday in French to people. Bon fête.
That makes sense to me. Now for Ben here to respond to fate or fete or feet, however.
If you want to say
you pronounce
Quebecois, fight. But yeah, that's
Or
why
fight.
I just have fun with the pronunciation. Whatever way you want to say it. A feet, fête.
He-
That word.
He's got himself, let's see, an A and oh no, whoa. Let's see, he's got the D. He's gonna do Doblon. I believe that's a coin. Is that the case?
I believe so as well.
That's a really, really great find by him. I mean, blood was also another option, keeping AN, but Doblon also really great here. 27 points for him. I really like this play. Ricky to respond though. He's got the J, and we know what an albatross it can be. Let's see if he's going to play it off immediately. He's got Jilt off to the side. I hope he's looking to play it and get some good points.
Yeah, it's really pretty straightforward in that sense. It just scores a lot. We can consider other plays, however, that don't seem intuitive at first, you know, that would use up the E. It's in a situation like this, when you choose between E and I on its own, E is going to be the more flexible of the vowels to keep. However, there is always the balancing back and forth of score and leave and some mix of the two when you're considering things. So jilt, yep, certainly. There's Geel, using the last E and feted, fetid.
Yes.
Fet is not a verb to me when I think in French, so I have no idea to pronounce it. But anyways, Geel through that last E.
Which is just spotted. I love that.
Yeah. There's choices here, you know, and that one is 5 more points than the best spot that I can see for Jilt. So it's a question of which one you feel is more worth it in this case.
I really like getting the 29 points that comes with Jilt. You know, he had seen Jilt that was coming from the O, coming down from the O of Doblon, making J-O and I-N. that was opening a triple, didn't score as much. So Gio, I think, is a perfect play here. Really well done. I like that he took his time and he evaluated his options, looked at the board thoroughly to figure out what needed to be done, and he's come across what I think is the best play.
Yeah, and then on Ben's side of the board, he's got one lone vowel to go with that X and then a whole bunch of consonants. He does have the ability to get a degree of scoring here. It's really a question of, do you get greedy and go for points unapologetically? Do you even play the X at all? It's really, there's a couple of schools of thought here. You could just simply do something that balances and scores okay and trust that your X will score next turn.
Right.
This is board dependent, situation dependent. Just to, without referring too much to last game, we talked about holding onto the J for too long, but that was dependent on the position of that board following
Right.
exchange. This is not an exchange, you know,
Right.
and this is the start of a game where there isn't already a massive swing in score. So you can argue for keeping an X in this case as a possible
Absolutely.
high candidate play. So let's talk about some of these plays.
Well, I mean, that's a really good point, right? Like the X is not as terrible as the J is. It's a little bit more flexible. So if Ben was to play something like Vox, he gets rid of the V and the X immediately. He's looking at that through the O of Doblon. But the other option could be something like Gavot, Gavot. And the reason why that's so nice is because look at where the A of Gavot would be. It would set up his X quite nicely. He has an A, or like he's going to be using it for Gavot, but as long as he draws a vowel, he's going to be in a pretty good spot to be able to use that, I think.
Gavot is, I would say, the strongest of the plays that don't involve the X here. So it's certainly quite considerable. It takes care of really everything that's awkward. You know, the G and the V on their own are already somewhat contentious depending on what you have with them. But then with so few vowels, getting rid of both on a play like Gavot really takes care of the problem. The letters that are left, they're so flexible in what you can do with them in the future. And the X, of course, goes without saying, and scores really, really well in a number of situations. So Gavot's really strong here. I think all you can really do if you don't play Gavot is a play like Vox or Vax underneath of Feated. You can see arguments for all of them. At this point, it looks like Vox has come down, and I can understand.
I like it.
You know, I understand why, because it is using the X to score somewhat. It keeps the only vowel that you have. And when you think about positioning on this board, if you don't get to play something, you can underlap Feated or you can play Jaw and something else. So I understand the logic.
Right. And now Ricky's going to open up this board for Ben. Like Pectize is coming down immediately. Look at that. That's beautiful. Love that.
We love to see it.
Really well done. 74 points for this placement. He could have done Pectizes with the first E playing through Fetid or Feated, and that would have scored 81 points. So I'm unsure of Ricky's reasoning for this. Perhaps he just didn't see or didn't count through the placement, but he's giving up 7 points with this placement.
Yeah, it is a lot to give up here. I think if you're doing something like this, seeing both spots, one point of logic might be that no matter what you play, the S is usable to make an 8-letter word.
Right.
It is slightly more difficult to use because it must end in an E or an A in this case, or a Y. But Ricky also likes boards to be as open as possible. So in this case, the E is open on the top.
Right.
The S, you could argue on the other hand, the S at the bottom keeps the bottom quadrant open and you can score more easily with 8-letter words ending in S. But this does open up the top of the board. The top of the board wasn't really open at all. So this does give him more things to play through.
More floaters, I agree, yes. I mean, I think I'm a little bit more scared. Again, like I'm a person who does not want to make it easy for my opponent to be able to score. So personally, I would prefer taking the 7 points and maybe only giving the S back to play through. But I can understand why Ricky may have gone with this. It's hard to give up those 7 points, right? Like it's hard to do that in a game where you're playing an expert player, where you know that they're coming at this with their strongest word knowledge. They're so good at this level. This is the premier division of the 2026 Causeway Challenge. These are the best players in the world. I mean, you're really just kind of, when you're losing a game, it's not because you've made an egregious mistake, because those are unlikely to come about. You're losing because of the tiny 2-point or 0.2 point mistakes. And that's really, I think, the differentiating factor at a level like this. It's so tough. Ben now dealing with something that does not bingo. He's playing through the C. He's going to go ahead and play something like Cadges, I believe. That will give him 20 points, keeping ST. I think that's a pretty good lead, but I also don't mind keeping something like ESST if I play just DAG or GAD somewhere. I don't mind that at all.
It may be that playing off one of the S's, he's okay with it, because we've talked before about S is great, but not necessarily required to hold on to all of them, depending on the nature of this board. Keeping in mind the S in Pectizes is available to use to some degree. As long as he keeps at least one S, he has the ability to hook Doblon to do something at the bottom. So from his point of view, it's not necessarily required to hold on to both S's. So I can see why, you know, Cadges would come down, just keeping in mind this specific board and how it looks right now.
Right. I also feel like when you play Cadges and you put that S on for only 2 extra points, you're kind of giving away information to your opponent that you have an S in reserve. So Cadge itself would have doubled the word. You don't actually need to put the S on there. So now you're, you know, telegraphing to your opponent that you have an S in reserve. And that information, I think, also has some amount of value to it. You're giving your opponent some insight into what you have. And now they're able to adjust their play on the basis of that knowledge. So I think, you know, maybe I don't want to do Cadges. Maybe I'm okay with keeping SST or ESST back because, you know, if you look at just the static value of an S, you know, people think about an S as increasing your score by 9 points, right? So an S is worth 9 points. But if you have 2 S's, that's also around 9 points. It's not like it's dramatically decreasing the value of each S. It's about the same. It stays pretty neutral. Ricky now with 1 point tiles that he would love to bingo with, and he's unable to.
And if you're Ricky, you just mentioned the inferences that have to be made with this rack. You can very safely infer your opponent has an S. So if Ricky were to do something that's very fishy here, he can consider playing 1 tile or maybe 2. But you have to think, if you're Ricky, you don't have an S, your opponent does. It's 1 of only 2 that are left, plus the blanks. You are in a somewhat lead, you know, but not indefensible. You expect your opponent to do something with an S, if not the next turn, within a few turns. So you're looking to maintain your lead. So you're not looking to make a really dangerous fish, in my opinion. So I can see something statically doing well, like Vow, VAU, but I don't think if I'm Ricky, I'm playing this at this point in time. Because yes, Vow does take a T. Bot is a hook that he would have playing it himself, but your opponent has an S, and I would say that you're, in a worst case scenario, giving up a bingo, but you could be saying technically that you're forcing your opponent to play their S at this point in time, you know, but it's just giving really easy points in this case, you know, and you're not really helping yourself at all. Plus there's all the T's, as mentioned, that can be hooked even without using the S. So I wouldn't play something like that.
I love this play. I love Aura. I also would have really liked RAI, AURAI. I completely agree with you with the Vow play not being perfect here. Ricky had seen RAI. He had it lined up on his rack. I would have really liked that. 22 points. Aura, though, 20 points, also defensible here.
And I think this is literally the #1 when talking about the most highly probable 7-letter word. I think this is #1, is it not?
I think so. Or it may be close to it.
Maybe people out there who have studied by probability for the extremely high prop, I believe it may be #1.
Oh, I believe for 7s, it's Notaire and Odorine.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yes, yeah.
There you go. I'm giving away that Collins is not my native dictionary, although it's my preferred one now, because yeah, at Tony's once upon a time it was for NWL at least the most high probability. There you go. It's in the top 5 anyway, for sure.
So there are only 2 8s available to this S, and only 1 that plays. So Stoney's great find. The other one being Asiento does not fit. Really well done by Bento. Found this. That A out in space, really scary, but he has to do it.
I mean, the alternative besides this is Doblons and Atonis, which is in its own way extremely dangerous. So you know, there's there's arguments for both. I think if it's me, when I think about what's dangerous, I like 2 triple word score options being available. So I'd prefer this, I guess this is chaos. Remember, we talked about
Yeah.
the chaos theory side of me. I think I like Atonis and Doblons at the bottom a bit more, just because there's at least two places. Like, okay, you have one, I'll have one. That's kind of how I think about it. But
You know what? You've convinced me. I actually really like Atney's more too. The other reason why I like it is because it scores more. So if you think about it, it's 5 more points to play Atney's, and Estonia's is 66. Atney's also does not give back a triple. So your opponent, could very easily triple through this. You don't really know. They have probably 1-point tiles after they played AURA Aura, but I don't know. I agree with you. I think I like Atney's or Atoni's here better.
as it is, Ricky's going to have Hake immediately as an option to score a crap ton of points in response here. Yeah, he's going to be able to comfortably keep up and I believe take the lead to some degree here.
Yeah, 78 points for Hake. Great find. It's going to be, oh my gosh, look at this game. After Ben plays Estoni's, he's got 139 points. Ricky is at 137. And Hake, if he sees it, is going to score 78. So he's going to shoot up. He's going to be up a bingo. And Ben's going to have 7 random tiles. Is he going to draw a bingo? And if he does, where does it go on this board? Maybe to the E of Pectizes. Maybe to the T of Pectizes. Is he going to find a high-scoring bingo coming out of the bag? I don't know. It could just be all clunk. And this is where the commentator curse comes in. Look at that. Look at that draw. Okay, he's very close to a bingo. What is that last tile? Oh, the suspense is going to kill us.
Yes. Is it an E?
So Ricky now taking his time. He's looking at teak. He does not have Hake on his rack yet. I believe that Ricky's one of those players who tells us what he's thinking. He talks out loud by shifting his tiles around on the board a little bit. And I think, if he sees Hake, he'll put it on his rack before he puts it on the board. So teak coming down. This is 60 points as opposed to the 78 points that would have been Hake. Maybe he just didn't see the word Hake.
Yeah, I'm thinking he didn't see it. Hake, I think he's going to play it if he sees it because
Right.
Hake as a 4 goes along with haika and haiku, as other words that are related to it with hooks. So it just seems, especially at this level, less probable that he doesn't know it. He probably just missed it.
Ben has inwards.
Oh.
He has inward
to
Doblon.
Doblon. Okay, well, this worked out just nicely for him.
Exactly what he wanted. He needed to be able to come back. Unless there's a 9. That would be really cool. But I believe inwards is the only available bingo. And I think he's going to find that. I think he's going to look to the T. I think he's going to look to the E. And he's going to look through the N of Estonians to see if he can make TEAKS. So I think another reason why I would have liked TEEK above TAK, like if Ricky was going to play that and he wasn't going to play the H, is that TEEK does not take an S. TEEK is a Hindi word that means good or fine. So it does not take an S. Hake obviously would have been better, but for the variations of teak that were available here, I think this still allows double doubles. On to Ben now, putting inwards on the board quickly, hopefully. There we go. Nice. Lovely.
Exactly what was needed to pull 2 bingos in a row here.
And keep the game even. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Ricky, however, drawing into way too many I's, way too many vowels, not something conducive to bingoing. What is he to do? How can he get rid of the most of these I's and vowels?
I've got a board vision suggestion. It's so counterintuitive, but it just scores so nicely.
Tell me.
Heine through the N and Doblons. It's really a beautiful fit. And it's just so counterintuitive because inwards has just given 2 hotspots, so 2 triple word scores, but you're not using either of them with Heine. It just beautifully balances, scores really well, and it still leaves 2 hotspots where you get 1, your opponent gets 1.
I love that. Oh, that's such a hard find. When you see inwards coming down on the board, it's so difficult not to tunnel vision on those triple spots, right? Like one of the things that Scrabble players will often remind each other is when you're looking at a board, just look at where you might score the most, right? Like when you're considering possible plays, just look at the board, look at the geometry, look at like how it's developing, where do you score the most? And that's where you direct your most attention, right? Heine, as you said, so counterintuitive because you're needling through these tiles. You're just like filtering between them. We can hope that Ricky had seen Heine before inwards came down, but he wouldn't have because VI is not a word. So it's likely that he's going to have to adjust the way that he's thinking. I mean, I really hope he sees it, but this is, I feel like, a Nigel level play.
It is a higher level play. Even if you don't see Heine right away when looking for just words in general, I think when you have that many eyes in your rack, you know that XI is a word. So you're probably already looking with at least one eye. You can then see, if you look just for a few more seconds, that vid is a word. So you'd look for something like Inia, and then you would look and see, okay, I don't have Inia. Is there something else that's similar? And perhaps through that sort of deductive logic, you might arrive at Heine if you don't see it. So I see it as possible, that you'll still find it, even if it's not at InstaSpot, just because of the logic of looking at hotspots, something that we know expert players are good at doing. It does require that focus, though. And it could be tempting if you just quickly look at the top to play something like Hep or Hip underneath Cadges, because that does score a fair bit.
Oh, this is interesting. EH coming down, or HE coming down. Not one single eye used in this place. 3 eyes on his rack, and many more to come. 3 eyes in the bag. I don't know why Ricky did this.
Yeah, this is I'm not sure how to rationalize this one, to be honest, just because after this turn the chances of exchanging are just so high. As you think about what's left after this, you don't really have anywhere good to use that P on the next turn to score with it. You've taken out one hotspot, your opponent's going to get another one. They're going to be up by maybe a tempo, or close to it. And then you have absolutely nothing, and they'll be up by 2, once they've taken their turn. It's, I can't defend this move, unfortunately.
I agree. I feel like Ricky's just thinking a little too short term in this and not enough about, what is possible on this board. I feel like even Hip, as you mentioned, above, like on the top right quadrant of the board, making UGH, UG, and ASP Hip there would also would have been a better version. So Ben now also struggling with a board vision move. I believe these moves could be considered, or at least Ricky's move previous turn could have been considered one of the puzzles that you can play on Woogles. Woogles.io, of course, one of the greatest websites that we have. It is what we're using to annotate the top 10 boards of this tournament. You get to play games against Scrabblers and solve puzzles. So that, I think, the previous turn would be something that I consider a puzzle. Here, Ben also has something of a puzzle where he has to find the top move, requires a lot of board vision here. He's looking at the FME combination. He has to look at the top right quadrant of the board, right? And this is a really beautiful fit. It's going to require 4 overlaps. It's a common English word, and it's 53 points. See if you guys can find it. And he sees it. Oh my God, look at that. That is beautiful.
Beautiful play of Perfume
Beautiful.
from Benji. Excellent, excellent board vision here.
This is, wow. Okay. Cream of the crop. This is the best of the best. This is why you guys are watching 2026 Causeway Challenge. This is what you're here for. Like, fantastic board vision. That was beautiful.
Yeah, nicely played by Ben Schoenbrunn here. Yeah, it's nice to see this, like 2 turns in a row. There's 2 really tough board vision oriented moves, and really happy to see we've got one that comes down here. It's just a massive score, and it's a testament to Ben's skill.
Right.
He's an exceptional player. He's worked quite hard, at getting as good as he is. It's not just word study though, as we know. It's one thing to have the words on your rack, finding the spot on the board is another. It's just well done.
Yeah, I am really, really impressed by his board vision. really lovely. I mean, it's so complicated to play that it's taking both of them to count it, making sure that they have the right score for this. Really, I mean, I'm really impressed by this. Ricky now dealing with those three eyes. He's got Payek on his rack set off to the side. I believe he may have seen a spot making PRE. I think that is what he was thinking, Payek over there. But that is no longer, oh, sorry. He would have been looking at Yad and Pug and Ire and Cass, and that is perfumey. Is that a word?
I am not liking this, and I'm thinking Ben probably won't either.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably challenge this, at least at this level.
Ricky hasn't drawn, so I'm guessing there's a hold. There we go. And Ben has
Nice.
neutralized for a challenge.
This will be challenged off. Ricky will lose his turn, and he will spend another turn with 3 eyes on his rack. Again, we don't like the eyes. They just don't help us, you know? So when you have an eye, you got to be careful. You don't want it to duplicate, and you especially don't want it to triplicate.
So they're checking on Ulu.
Thanks to Seth Lipkin for that.
There we go. And of course, the red X, our greatest fear when we play something and we're challenged, like, oh, noes.
Yeah, never like that.
Did you ever get to play when we used to have a word judge come by the table with the book and look through the book, and they did it the verbal way where they're like, the play is not acceptable, or the play is acceptable. I played just when that was not at its peak necessarily, but it was still a regular occurrence, you know, when I started playing. And then it went away within a few years after Ziziva became a thing, and then other word judging tools became a thing after that. So I remember that era, and now it's just like I just love that we have these devices that help us check so quickly, but there was still something nostalgic, you know, about something coming by, just flipping through the book ever so methodically and just being like, the play is acceptable.
I remember being 12 years old at my first tournament, and Charles Pinero, who's one of the premier level players at this division, being the word judge for us. I remember that. All right, so Iota, I believe, coming down no, sorry, not Iota. It may have been Loot.
It is Loot.
Loot scoring 28 points, keeping AIA. Iota a better fit there, keeping ALO, but because he knows that Ricky has 3 eyes, I guess he doesn't have to be as fearful of the eyes right now. Still, I probably would have liked to see. I would have probably liked to see Iota a little bit, but Loot is still fine. Ricky again with the rack of 3 eyes. Really, really tough.
Yeah, now, goodness, what do you even do when you're looking at this board? The main hotspot at the bottom, in the bottom left quadrant, has an eye, somewhat ironically, you know, with all the eyes that he already has. So that's not really going to help him at all, given his consonants are a P, a Y, and a C. So when you're looking at the board, what do you do here? Ben is up by a bingo now. Ricky is going to need one very quickly, regardless of whether he changes or plays for this rack. So, man, what do you even do to keep yourself in this game and with the board sufficiently open? You really have to create space for yourself, because let's just look at this board. The bottom left quadrant really is this, there's scoring opportunities there, but not really bingo opportunities. There's not really anywhere except for the E in packtizes and the T and the I if something ended in I. Those are really the only spots to play a bingo on this board, unless you play 9s through anything in Estonies and teak, you know, but that's getting really difficult when you get up there. So creating space, you know, other than what's in the top left quadrant becomes essential. But then what do you do with this rack to do that? If you play something like Piety, for example, which is one of those equity plays in the sense that it balances well enough on this rack and scores well enough, but for the shape of the board and what it does for you, it's quite short term in terms of what it does for your causes and trying to win this game.
Right. I feel like the reason why Piety might be useful for Ricky is if he sees that spot between Vox and inverts. So that is the best place for him to drop his eyes, right? Like vid is a word, xi is a word. If he plays Piety right now, keeping 2 eyes, the best he'll be able to score next time, and where he should usually look next time, is making vid and xi. So he'd have to have a word that goes there. He'd have to have the board vision to realize where do the eyes go on this board, and is he able to score well enough? So piety would score, I believe, 25 points, and vid and xi plays, so like Inia or maybe something longer there would be would keep him within range. But it's getting tough.
It's getting very tough. I mean, the singular inyan is also technically possible
Oh.
there, where you could hook an S on there after if you were to draw one of the two blanks. But this is starting to get very like hypothetical because
Right.
of how challenging this position is ultimately.
Or I guess you could hope to play ES bingos. So you could hope to play a 9-letter word. So, you know, like IES words would still work through the ES of teak and the S of Estonians. That could probably work. Maybe you're usually expecting your opponent to go play to the triple underneath inwards, right? Like usually they're gonna play there. And if they don't, then you get that spot. But sometimes you can play above the I of inwards. There's really not a lot of places left on this board to bingo. So you're really going to have to look at places where you can score. And there's a few tiles out there that would still let you do that, like the B, the G, the Q, the W, the Y. Like they're not good bingo tiles, but if you have, you know, if you draw the right combination of vowels with them, you can still score relatively okay. You just need Ben to have not drawn the blank.
Which he has.
Right.
So that's going to be challenging. Also, just to point out, there is another lane for 8s that I failed to mention before. Perfumer is a word.
Nice.
So TR 8-letter words are quite possible here. There are 3 R's in the bag, unseen to both players. That's a board vision thing, you know, where you're looking to see, oh, actually that spot is usable.
Right.
And this is not impossible for them to see, given that perfumey was attempted with a Y at the
Right.
end. So subconsciously, there is some attention being paid to that spot.
Right, right. Absolutely. I really like that. I mean, perfume is a 7-letter word, which, you know, a lot of these players will have studied all the way through. So when you're studying the 7-letter words, when you're studying 8-letter words, this word would have come across, perfumer would have come across, perfumes would have come across, perfumed. You know, these are words that maybe they would have paid attention to as hooks or as, you know, plays that they've actually studied. So I do hold out some hope that that is a line that they're looking towards. And oh, of course, did we mention the first E of pectizes? Because that is also important. That can also be played
Yes.
too. Yes.
Yeah, so the top left quadrant, we spent some time discussing as far as bingos, but there is technically, yeah, the TR possibilities. And it would be very interesting to see the decision making from both players here, assuming both have actually seen it. It does justify piety a little bit more, even just because it doesn't take away both of the opportunities for bingos in the following turns. After piety, you can fairly simply place something on top of the P if you have the right letters and take out that E line, and then make it challenging where you do have to have something TR
Right.
as an 8-letter word. So it still is quite difficult, you know, but you can justify piety to some degree where it
Right.
buys you one more turn.
Right, exactly. I mean, other than that, you could just exchange down to CE, right? Like you're going 2 turns with a score of 0, but maybe, you know, you're scoring well enough next time, right? Maybe you draw something better. Maybe there's 2 blanks unseen. There's about 32 tiles unseen. So there's not that many tiles left. There's only 25 tiles in the bag. You can hope that of those, you know, like tiles in the bag, you can draw a blank or draw both the blanks. Obviously, you want to draw one blank and then you want to draw another blank later so you can bingo twice, but that is still possible. I mean, I do think that you might bingo more if you exchange down to something like CE.
Yeah, it looks like a somewhat appealing option when you think about it more and more, just given this particular board.
Oh, sorry.
There's not really anything that's a short play that's justified to me. But interesting. He's playing on inwards. That looks like
Yip, I believe.
Okay.
Maybe yipe would be better here.
Perhaps, you know, just given the vowel situation. As it stands, there's a very easy spot, to put down cot, that has just been created. There was already a spot for cot in teak. So there's a few places to play the Q at minimum for Ben on the next turn, although he can start to think about other options that are higher scoring.
I believe he's gone ahead and he showed the blank. I think he was just about to burn that, no? I believe he had just put down something like quag.
Which does score more. I do wonder if it's justified at this point in time.
I mean, he's already flashed the blank. There, as you'd mentioned yesterday, there's a bit of a psychological component to this. Like when you flash a tile, you usually want to go ahead and play it so that your opponent, doesn't have knowledge of the other tiles on your back. But I wonder if Ben is going to reconsider if he's going to come back and play QAT instead, because he's going to realize that's better. Now, I really hope that he doesn't feel stuck in the situation that he has to play quag. There we go. Cat, love that. I think that's a much better play. The blank is really valuable on this board still. It's not like the board is completely dead.
I think cot's fine. And actually, if anything, obviously it's not ideal to flash your blank. I think we can agree on that. But if you're not playing it and your opponent has the agony of knowing that you have it, it can influence the way they play because they're going to be acutely aware that you have this letter that will eventually harm them in some way, or it at the very least harms you because you're not going to draw that one.
Right.
There's two unseen to him, but one that's literally seen to him on his opponent's rack. So it removes some options. As far as things that can be played on Ricky's side, he's still got those eyes, one less, but still got those eyes. And CB, it's a bit clunky. What you can do, but to me, this really it's a good game, thank you, is you can play Incubate, which scores a lot, but you have just basically destroyed everything at this point except for the TR lane that we would hope that they both have seen. But Incubate really kills everything that's immediately obvious while it scores in one turn. Other options to consider, you can play Bunts at the bottom and Pie, which is the highest scoring, and that technically leaves two eyes again, horrifically, but it leaves all of the lanes for the 8s that exist on this board.
Right.
So it's more points and gives you, hypothetically, a chance to still do something.
Right.
So it's probably, especially when you're in Ricky's position, down 80 points, it's hard to turn down 40.
I agree. I mean, I feel like with Bunts, it's the safest option, right? Like you need to believe that you're still going to draw a blank out of the bag. You need to believe that you're still going to be able to bingo on this board. Yes, you're keeping eye, but you can hope that your opponent has drawn the rest of the eyes. You can hope that you won't be saddled with them for the rest of forever. That there's of the 3 eyes that are left in the bag, maybe you're still going to draw the blank. Maybe you're going to draw an R. Maybe you're going to draw an E and a D or something like that. Something that will still let you have a bingo through the to the ES or something to the T or something to the E of pectizes. It's still possible. Or making perfumer, as you said, TR bingos. I feel like the 41 points, you have to remain within striking distance. You can't just do, short plays, and you can't take away your best options with something like Incubate. Because where else would you go? You have to see perfumer. I feel like the only way you do Incubate is if you see perfumer, and you hope that your opponent doesn't, I guess.
Either play, I can see great justification for either play. I'm a little bit more on the side of Bunts in this particular case, but yeah, Incubate, I'd be fine with it if that came down as well, as much as that severely limits the options. Incubate, just thinking out loud here, if you play that, yes, you take out all the spots for 8s, but you buy yourself one turn, I think, assuming you've seen Perfumer at TR, because the likelihood of your opponent playing in the hot spot in the bottom left is extremely high after playing Incubate. So you have one more turn to use one spot instead of one or maybe 2 more turns to use several spots if you don't play Incubate. So what has come down here? It looks like Nib.
Oh, sorry, Nib, yes.
So it's a Hail Mary, basically, as far as like creating a spot on the other side of the board where you're hoping for a blank or an S in this case, if either were to exist for you. As it turns out, Ben will have a variety of choices as far as what he's going to do with his lovely bingo-prone rack on the next turn. It's really a matter of preference here.
Let's see. He's going down with...
And somewhat ironically, there's at least one play here that I am very familiar with because my older brother lives in South America. And there's a currency word here that's a 9, but I don't think that's going to be played.
Oh. So figurant, I believe, coming down, blank F, which does make it difficult for Ricky. I mean, the bingo going there was already going to be really difficult. What was the currency word that you were thinking?
So Guarani is both a currency and a language that is spoken in Paraguay. My older brother happens to live in Asunción, the capital city of Paraguay.
Oh, wow.
And Guarani is the currency, but also the indigenous language spoken in that country along with Spanish. So Guarani pluralizes in several ways, just with an S at the end, but also with ES at the end. So Guaranis through the ES was an option that was available as well.
That's incredible. I mean, wow. So Ricky now drawing into the blank that he really needed. He's got queuings, but when you play it with nibs, it only plays for 66 points. Is there value in passing up the bingo? I don't know. I feel like you can only pass up that bingo if you know that there's another spot on this board to play a bingo. That is the T of loot making perfumer. Otherwise, I feel like the way that you look at this board is like there's only the E of pectize available. You already have an E. I don't know. I mean, ooh, is there let's see what this is.
I'm thinking maybe Genic.
Interesting. I don't understand why Genic would be the play here because I probably don't want to hang on to that U. Interesting. Okay. I feel like I don't bingo as much with Genic. Maybe he has seen the perfumer spot, and maybe that's why.
And Ben is playing pretty quickly on the bottom in response, which absolutely makes sense, just given the nature of this board. Midway is a beautiful play. Lots and lots of points.
That's a great
All the
find.
points.
67 points just for that. That's beautiful. Ricky stuck with more eyes now and more vowels than he knows what to do with.
And I can see him laughing. He was literally laughing, I think, looking at his rack. Really, that's all you can do when looking at a rack like that. It is ugly.
Yeah.
Whether it was avoidable is a bit of a longer conversation point, but all the same, being in this position, definitely uncomfortable.
Right. I agree. This is just, I feel like this is just more punishment than is deserved at this point. Sometimes the tile gods just really, really don't smile on you. They punish you more than seems just, I would say.
The tile gods giveth and they taketh away, and goodness, have they ever giveneth. In this case, they have giveneth a whole bunch of bleh.
Oh, yeah. The cool thing that Ricky could do is he could play Fugio from the FUG that's on the board, and that would make JO. It's a neat 27 points, and that would score him, he's not going to win this game, but he is able to get past the 300 point. I mean, he wants to make sure that his spread is as low as, like, he's losing by as few points as possible.
Interestingly, Ben has not one but two of those R's that would go down from the T to make perfumer.
Let's see if he's going to see something there. It might be the case that he's not supposed to do that. Maybe he's supposed to block something that Ricky could do. Let's see, what's available for Ricky? Maybe, oh, you know what? Ricky's got Volu, so Ben has to stop that. He's playing...
Anything that obstructs the U in figurant is going to be quite useful here, just to remove Volu. I can see Fugio also went down per your suggestion, which was quite nice.
So Reh, R-E-H coming down. That's a lot. That's 31 points for him. That's pretty good. It blocks Bolu, but the V still plays, I believe.
And I think Vigor is likely what went down there with a blank G. Yes, I can confirm that is what was played.
Very quickly, too.
So they're getting through the formalities of the last few turns here. Ricky has several spots to play his U, so he will go out next turn, assuming Ben does not.
Right. I don't believe Ben has any outs on this turn. His highest scoring play is making Perfumer. He has to see something like Tron over there. That would be his best play at this point. But he is going ahead with ON, I believe.
Yaw. There we go. It comes back. Yaw. And Ricky will have several places to play his U. He'll be relieved to finally get rid of that ugly thing and formally end this game. Big score for Ben, getting a 500 plus game here. 508 to Ricky's 355. Yeah, there's definitely a few things to talk about.
I'm not sure on dope blondes. I know it's ES.
I think it should be good. The blondes? Not the blondes, I mean.
Yeah, they're both good. Yeah, that's why I didn't play Tony's. But then I think I also missed Indraws.
Indraws?
Oh, no, it's not.
Indraws.
Right. Okay, just you watch winners, so.
Does this get you thinking anything? No, right? It doesn't have.
I mean, I started thinking about stuff, but like there wasn't really.
I had 3 eyes.
Oh wow, jeez.
I was trying to set for Pioneer or something.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, but India Pioneer or anything.
Perfume takes DRS, so I was worried about like
Yeah.
R. That's why I kept
Is
my
Perfume good without the E?
Yes, I thought it might be.
I thought there's a chance, but
Yeah.
and yeah. That's why I'm so desperate to have to try because I have 3 eyes and a
Yeah,
Y.
yeah.
So I guess no. He played very well.
Well, I
This
don't know about
game
that.
have
Like,
3
this was
moves
bad. This
more than 50 points. Non-bingo. Perfume is beautiful. Midway is beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't love doing perfume, but it's just too many points to pass up.
What did you have left?
Oh,
I don't see why not.
yeah. I
Yeah,
play,
except
like,
for the DRS. But
but that's so bad. That's kind of safer.
I don't think you have a better choice than Astonis though.
Tony's?
However bad it is, Astonis.
Probably a little better. Like, don't know if it's triple. I don't know if it's pretty better.
Being so early, Astonis is very lackable. But yeah, it doesn't open the triple too.
Yeah, but like so is this. Like,
Yeah, this is not lappable for bingo. That one is lappable for bingo and score.
Yeah.
But yeah, it doesn't. But yeah. Achievement unlocked. 4 me on live stream in national TV.
ooh.
A reputation is cemented.
This is the first step to a long, fruitful career in show business.
Okay, I think we've gotten the most insight we can possibly get. Lots of our questions that we had during the game were addressed in their conversation that they had there. Ben was conceding, first off, one of the things we talked about, that Ben was conceding at Tony's is probably slightly better. He immediately mentioned it doesn't give a triple-triple. He didn't say, what we were talking about as far as both the hot spots, but the major point really was triple-triple is unnecessarily given and it's less points. So that was covered. Interestingly, Ricky talked about seeing the spot for something like India. He talked about it. So Heine was simply a miss as far as that position there, but we talked about how hard that is as far as having the vision to see that. To give Ricky some credit, yes, there were some mistakes. We have covered those clearly, but the vision was there to see that he could play something like Inia or Inion or what have you. Just unfortunately on that key turn when he had a lot of junk, Heine just was not spotted, but good for him for seeing that that was a spot. He talked about the trouble that he was in with all the I's and the Y to try something like Perfumey, and that gives us some insight too, as far as situationally, sometimes people might be willing to try something that is perhaps not completely out of the question, where Perfumey, they talked about that too, that Perfumey then was pretty sure that it worked without the E. So you can see the logic behind it, right?
Right, absolutely.
Yeah, they covered lots of the points. Anything you want to add there?
Well, Ben mentioned perfume taking DRS, so he was slightly aware, if not a little hesitant about that spot, wondering if there were any bingos that were going to come down there. So great vision on his part as well, and recognition of hooks that can lead to bingos.
Yeah, and then also you mentioned hooks as well. He was showing awareness of the definition of doblon, because he mentioned doblones, you know? So for those of you who don't know, it's basically, that's a variant of doubloon. It's a Spanish coin. So Spanish pluralization is usually ES. So that would be the hesitancy there. But ultimately he didn't hesitate because he played inwards after. So yeah, some really interesting insight from both the players as far as what was going through their minds in that game. I'm quite happy with what we got to see here. Some excellent play from Ben, another really solid win. And how about you tell us about our next match? Who do we have coming?
Oh my gosh, you guys are not going to believe this. We have David Eldar and Andrew Fisher on our board next turn. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right here. What are you most excited about?
Battle of Australia. I'm so here for it. It's great. They're both wonderful people. I love seeing them whenever I do. And we get to see them on a board and we get to judge them, but in the nicest way possible, like all the best judgment. So for now, I'm going to judge that we need to grab a spot of tea or coffee or something like this. We'll be back in just a few minutes to provide that live coverage for you. Jesse Matthews briefly signing off alongside
Nits Shakti.
We'll be right back. See you.
Achievement unlocked, phony on national TV. This game is actually cracking. Free play scoring over 50 which are non-bingos. Unfortunately, two of them are not mine. Perfumey. The Thai Perfumey. Finally. This is finally not. So 6 and 6. Actually not bad with you. Very nice. I should is that from Bali or we get? Nice shirt to be featured on TV on screen. Exactly, I showed it off. Exactly, they're lost.
Once again, there's a coffee being served, some snacks. So please help yourself. We're going to start at 10:35 a.m.
Surely this one is good. Oh no, I forgot another one. Maybe my fix is rusty. They just help just troll me. Because troller. Made up. Yeah, just made up the new year. Do you have enough shirt for makeup made up video they were not there. I'm ahead of there's a floating
That's all.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I don't.
Hey, it's the stream, but in real life.
You love Michael or Michael?
I like it, but I don't know how to use it. It's too advanced for me.
I don't love Michael preferred.
Sorry?
I don't love Michael preferred. It's really dark.
Yeah, it's too hard to use. I can't see anything. When they have it live, then I'm going to use it. But until then, we use this.
Okay. No, okay, okay. This valuation mean?
Oh, you don't use this?
I know, but I don't know what is valuation mean. I know it's high, it's good.
I think it's score plus lead plus defense plus your next turn plus how much this goes next to. Is that right? This goes.
But how Nigel play early move and sim, it will be the best every time. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't understand how that's possible.
You start the game, so you need to sit here.
Oh, okay.
That one is for the second
No
player.
problem.
Yeah, thank you.
You're on this side, Andrew. Sorry.
Andrew, okay, sit here.
That's mine. Me.
Testing. Please look for your table. We are going to play round 13.
Wow. I missed a great play here.
While we're waiting for people to come in, so for those players who do not get your personalized polo shirt
I never had a
and
chance of seeing it.
personalized rack, after this game,
YOU and
please
2C.
go outside. There's a table. Tell them your name, what is the shirt size, whatever name you want
Not in a
to know.
million years.
We will get it done. We will ship it to you. So we apologize for those who do not have it. So please, only those who do not have it, come forward. I trust that you are not going to ask for the second one.
ดูจากอันนี้ว่าตรงไหมกล้องอ่ะ เพราะว่าเมื่อกี้เขาเผลอไปโดน
I think Nigerians,
ขยับนะ ดูนะ
so those who do not have, please come to the front after
มัน
the
เบี้ยวนิด
game.
นึงป่ะ
Okay?
ใช่ไหมโอเคยัง ไม่
Now, those of you who have your opponent, good luck. You may begin.
โอเคยัง โอเคนะ
And those of you who do not have your opponent, in 2 minutes, you press the clock.
Okay, boss. I need your help to when you set your ties, please place it in a center. Okay, thank you. Don't forget to reset the clock.
Mary, there's a TV, there's a fire screen outside.
Okay, let me help. Okay.
Okay, missing count. As somebody please stand there. Manok, missing count. Pete, can you get someone for that missing count?
How would write that so far?
All right, welcome back to 2026 Causeway Challenge here in Bangkok, Thailand, freshly armed with goodies, banana cake and coffee from me, Jesse Matthews, alongside
Nets Shakti. Hey everyone, glad you're back. This is round 13 of day 2, and we have the most exciting matchup for you so far, David Eldar versus Andrew Fisher. I'm so excited. Jesse, how are you feeling?
I am really excited for this matchup. We have two titans of the game that hail from Melbourne, Australia, who are here on board 3. We have Andrew Fisher, I'm going to start with first. Andrew has been an expert player for a very long time. He has a commanding 2064 rating in WESPA. He has been a world championship finalist, in fact.
Oh, wow.
Both of these players have been in world championship finals, which is very impressive. So Andrew did so in, I believe it was Warsaw, was the time that he went up in the finals. He unfortunately wasn't able to win there, but it just gives you an idea of the caliber of play that we can see from Andrew. Excellent, excellent player. And then David Aldar, widely regarded as the #2 player in the world at this point in time. And that is, no small accomplishment here. He has been the world youth Scrabble champion in the past. He has won the world championship as well. He's an excellent, excellent player. We're looking forward really to seeing just excellent Scrabble played here from these two amazing, amazing players.
Absolutely. I'm so excited. David pulling into Harbor plus N, and I don't think there's much to do here except for Harbor. I mean, maybe you could do something like Born or Borna or Abor, but you know what? I feel like Harbor putting H on the double scores so much that you just have to, right? You just got to get those 30 points.
I'm here for Harbor, definitely. And it looks like so is Eldar. He's picking those up pretty quickly.
And he's a Verdi. Look at that.
We love us some Verdies. I like to switch it up. Sometimes I play vertically, sometimes I play horizontally. It's really just like, you know what? Let's just see what's the chi flow going through me right now. Are we getting that flow of vertical? Are we getting that flow of horizontal? And it's just like, all right, let's go. Let's go. We're going Verdi today. We got that Verdi energy.
There's a school of thought that playing vertically is a bit disjarring. It's like a bit jarring for your opponent. It discombobulates them because people are used to reading left to right in English. So if they see a word in, if the tiles are in vertical order, then there's a chance that it might trip them up a bit. Of course, the board is symmetrical, so it's really not as if it makes a huge difference to the board positioning. It's just about how you perceive the letters to behave. So, I mean, I don't think that Andrew is going to be thrown off by this at all. He is, one of the best players in the world. That's why he's here. That's why he's on table 3 with us. That's why he's being live streamed. And I think, he might just go ahead and play something like bench, just something to get rid of these, the B, the extra E, get some points in there. And look at that. He's going in there for 24 points.
Yeah, pretty tough to argue with bench. The leave is fantastic, keeping PER extremely synergistic tiles, and bench is just one of the best scoring plays available anyway. So it just does everything he wants to do on this turn. Nothing to say.
Absolutely. Really good and precise play from the player so far, using common English words for, all of us here who aren't competitive Scrabble players, keeping us on our toes. I would like to see David, come down with something that uses one of his ends. He's got another common English word waiting for him. He's probably going to see it pretty quickly, and it's the one that's going to score him pretty decently. I guess he could get a few more points if he played parallel with something like PHEW. That would give him 38 points, but it would keep NNT. That's the tiles that he's put off to the sides, but I think there's a slightly better play. There we go. He's just seen it. I think he's going to be considering between nephew and few.
Nephew is always one of those words I look at it and it's just like, English is my first language, but I still just look at it and it's like, it just looks so terrible. Once in a while I don't know about you, when you wrote papers in university or anywhere else, we just look and it's just like, am I just making this up? Is this actually how the word is written? Nephews is one of those words for me where I just have to look twice and it's just like, no, it is a word.
The first time I played a 9-letter word, it was platelets. And I remember feeling like, I have no idea if I'm spelling this correctly. And I wrote it out 27 times, at least in cursive and in capital letters and in print, just so I could figure out if that's exactly how it's spelled. Few coming down, keeping NNT. I'm not sure how I feel about this. How about you? Is it the case that David's just going for the points and he's just not really too concerned with the leads, do you think?
I think it's points. It's really hard to argue against points as much as the leave is, not as desirable as say nephew, but I think it's especially just because both of these players are not just really good players, they are world class in the upper echelon. So I would say the standard of, we've talked about 30 points before as the standard, that's almost a given, but even higher when you can, because both these players, the depth of their word knowledge, of their word finding, of everything else, the ability to work their way out of challenging racks and combinations, they are confident they can do that.
Exactly.
They're not hesitant to leave possibly clunky combinations if they can score. So if anything, when there's two options that more or less by a computer standard simulate equally, I would expect Eldar to take the points.
That's a really good point, and he has been rewarded for this by drawing genets, which is, I believe, a type of horse or like a small horse. So he's going to be just fine next turn. It's on to Andrew Fisher now, who's, oh man, he really wants to be able to play a bingo here, but nothing that he can do. Is he going to fish off 1 or 2 tiles?
Yeah, this is one of those racks where you have options as far as 8s. In this case, none that work for him on this particular board. There's a fun little pair that actually, when I think about it, with both the vowels, I'm thinking of there's fun pairs. Predella and Peddler are 2 that are side by side in my head. But now that I think about it with the I, there are 2 with the I as well.
Pillard and Paladar, nice.
Yeah, but, in this case, none of them go down. The Ian bench, that was obscured with a few, so that took away Peddler and Predella, unfortunately for Andrew. As you mentioned, there is the consideration of fishing in this case, should that be the case. And if you do, it's comparing that to any reasonable scoring option. So what would that be if you're Andrew when you're looking at scoring options? I think you have to consider something like Lep underneath of few in this case, if you're going to play something that isn't inherently fishy. But in this case, he's considering something else altogether.
Wow, okay, he's playing lapel. That is, oh, no, he's not. He's playing lapped, I believe. That's more tiles than I expected him to play. I feel like lapel would be maybe a better version of this, but he does get more points for lapped.
Yeah, and I think that kind of lends into what I was saying earlier as far as points, with these players, and they have the confidence to work through so many combinations of letters. So a points favoring play, I can see the rationale for it, although probably would not do as well when looking at a computer analysis of it. But for points, that's certainly hard to argue with that. Eldar putting down genets, as mentioned, relatively quickly. There's not a whole lot to think about in this case other than whether you put it there versus in another spot.
Wow, look at that draw for Andrew. He went fishing and he caught a big fish. He's got many, many bingos here, and one of them, or well, I guess a version of one of them, scoring better than others. Let's see if some of us can find this word. If you look at the O of harbor, and if you look at the B on your rack, there's a chance that you'll be able to find a nice word that hits the triple. Jesse, what were you going to say?
I was going to say I am guilty of one of these words.
Okay.
I am guilty of one of these words. And technically, I am doing one of those things right now, one might argue.
All right. I don't agree. I don't think that you're doing that right now. I feel like we have
maybe after 10 rounds.
Maybe after 10 rounds, yes. So Andrew sees ventrals. That's what he's going for. Oh, no, he's going to go for...
So it is some kind of overword. It looks like overlate, possibly,
Overlate.
is what he's putting down. And that would be one of the 2 options. The other that I was inferring with what I was saying was overtalk. So talking too much. It's certainly something I have been guilty of.
I don't agree. I don't agree. I feel like we make a really good team. I don't see you talking too much. Let's see. What does Deldar to do here? He's got that Y, he's got the M. He does not have a 7, but he does have, I believe, a very nice play through the L now.
Mm-hmm.
And one starting from the R. That is a common English word that I feel like many of us will be able to see.
One of them is quite tasty indeed.
Ooh, yeah. Love a sprig of that on my food. He's definitely thinking. He's thinking through his options.
So I think one of the nice things about seeing players of this caliber is it's pretty much a given. They're going to see multiple options, and it's really they're debating versus which one serves them the best. in terms of the ones that go down. How much does one give back to the opponent versus the other?
And Romneas is a pretty great word here. Sorry, continue.
You're all good. You're all good. So yes, Romneas has come down. The nice thing with players at these levels, as I was saying, is you can assume they're going to find all the words that are available here, more or less, and they're debating the merits of each one in fine detail when they put it down. Romneas, with this particular position, it's points, really. When you think about the rationale for taking it, is one of the things. It does leave the A open to get relatively easy points in response. However, he's not really concerned about that because lapped is already there in the top left as far as somewhere that gives easy points, for lack of a better term. There is also all the letters through overlate to play through to make bingo plays. So there's not really as much of a fear about how much you're giving back in this case with that A hanging there. You're really just going for as much score as you can, when you're Eldar. And even just a handful more points when you can make all the difference with players of this caliber. So all things aside, go for points.
I agree. I mean, sometimes I would like to, consider the merits of maybe taking out a double-double. So, for example, the R of overlate would, now give Andrew back a literate or laterite. So maybe if Rosemary had gone down from, the second R of Rosemary could have been the R of overlate. I feel like that could have taken care of some of the damage that is being done now with literate, I believe. It's illiterate and alliterate, right? The hooks to literate and laterite to make 9-letter words. I believe Deldar will know them, though I guess they won't be super important on this board given that there's no space for a 7-letter word to go down. Or is there? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, there's 7 letters.
Yeah, and we would expect players at this level to know those hooks on both ends of the words, as it were. So we can assume that will be a factor in the decision making, and that's fun. Yeah, this is a really exciting board. There's so much possibility on it already.
I agree. I mean, I can't believe how strong this game is already. It's just started off with a complete bang, and look at Deldar going down there with
Diuretic.
Nice. Diuretic is a really hard spot. Well, not for Deldar, of course, but these are bingos that that are really useful to know. You've got the I, you've got the two, you've got the two I's, you've got the U. Usually you're thinking, oh, this is a really, really terrible rack to play through. But then when you're David Eldar, you see Diuretic and you bingo back immediately. That's beautiful.
Now, if you're Andrew, you're looking at ways to use the Z as well as possible here, given how many vowels you have. Azo and Za is just one choice that comes up in my mind right away. You mentioned alliterate. Interestingly, alliterate and azido is also a choice.
Nice.
But it does give back a relatively easy way to score if you place something underneath the Z right after using the alliterate. So I'm not as sure if I would play that as much as it's a nice spot. Azo might be just having the slight edge here between those two.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like playing to the side of Romneas. I like getting 53 points. I like, just moving on with the rack. Yes, AAII sucks really, really a lot, but there's really nothing better, I mean, what leave could you possibly keep that also allows you to score? So if you're thinking, I really like the Z, I really like the A, what are you playing with AAIIO, right?
Yeah, I think the more I look at it, the more I'm just thinking, yeah, Azo points.
Yeah. If there's anything that we've learned from Deldar this week, it is go for the points.
When in doubt, take the points.
Exactly. So Andrew, thinking through his options now, he hasn't shuffled his tiles. Now he's going to go with Azo, 53 points. Lovely. I really like that. I definitely agree with this.
If you're David Eldar, he has some scoring tiles, although they're combined with some awkwardness.
Right.
So if you're Eldar, you think, all right, is it immediately necessary to play my Q? And if so, I better be scoring with it. And if I don't play my Q, what am I doing instead that supports my cause? Are really what you're thinking about here as choices.
Right. That's a really good point. So there is one spot for the Q to play for a lot of points. So if we look at the end of bench, QIN would go there for 32 points. But then look at the leave, right? Like you're leaving OOUL. And yes, you have an S along with that. That's pretty nice. But OOU together, that just screams gross to me. I just don't want to deal with the rack that comes afterwards. So Delta, as we've seen, pretty good about just going for the points. But do you think he might consider something that doesn't use the Q, something that doesn't use the U?
I think it will be a point of consideration here for sure. Just because I think about, is the Q really scoring that much more here than anything else I could play without it? Because ideally, we mentioned 30 being the bare minimum for players of this standard. But can I do something that is maybe that or slightly less than that and give myself a chance with Q and something really synergistic to score a huge amount the next turn? And Olio, to me, the side of diuretic, does accomplish that. It's not quite 30. It's not as high as you could get, just score considered, when you play the Q with something like Qin. But I'm not sure that Qin is really worth keeping such a dreadful leave, as you mentioned here. Olio, SQQ is a fantastic leave as far as what you keep left over for a future turn, especially because that top line is still open. There is still the bottom right quadrant of the board that is usable to some degree. And SQQ just gives lots and lots of potential as far as scoring opportunities in the near future. There is the chance to maybe play something alongside literate using the double word score, double letter score combo with the Q on the top. There's just so much possibility that you can do with the Q on the next turn if you don't play it immediately. There's tons of potential in a good way. So I think I am leaning towards not playing it if it's me. I'm leaning towards playing something like Olio, but we'll see what he considers.
I like that. I like that too. And there we go. Just as you said it, he's put Olio off to the side. I wonder if he's going to put the S on it. I hope he does not, because slapped is such a nice place to have your S. Literates is also great. So I definitely am not feeling too hasty by getting rid of my S. I like him playing Olio. We tell new players all the time, don't hold on to your Q, don't hold on to your Q. But when you have the U along with it, it's definitely defensible. It's a lot better to hold on to your Q if you have a U going with it. There's a lot of QU words that will help you out. And especially on this board, as Jesse, you already mentioned, there will be spaces for it.
Seeing what David draws is going to be quite key for his next round here.
Ooh.
All right, so perhaps not exactly what he wanted, but also not the worst.
Not the worst, I agree. Andrew here would have loved a T for Wistaria, which he does not have. So now he's stuck with 2 I's, 2 A's, and a W that doesn't do anything. So is he also going to find a 20-ish scoring spot on this board? I think he will.
I mean, if I'm doing the really basic heuristic here, I'm thinking my best leave is AIRS. If I can play Y somewhere, I'm going to do it. And sure enough, he's picked a spot with Y on the board, just to the left of lapped. It's pretty straightforward, I think, as far as like just the leave is great and you score to some degree.
I absolutely agree. I'm also really glad that he didn't take too much time on the turn. He played it relatively quickly. You need that brain time. You need that space for the end game, which is where this time will come in handy. David now having drawn yet another U. Is he going to play? Oh my gosh.
Oh, he has an N now, and Azon and Qin is pretty straightforward, I think.
Look at that. Look at how frustrated he looks, just sinking in his seat like that. He sees it. He knows that keeping 2 U's is going to be gross, but you can't not play QIN. Right?
How do you turn down 49 points? I mean, the item of consideration that is just cleaner is something like Squid for 42, but it leaves UN. That's not really a fantastic leave. And with that, you leave the chance for someone to score somewhat well underneath the Q, but you're also taking out a really valuable spot that you have. Qin and Azon is the highest scoring. You keep the ability to use that spot that you'd be taking away with Squid. And again, because these players have such exceptional word finding knowledge, I think I'd lean towards Qin more, as frustrating as it is. You also have 2 spots. You still have slapped, with that S you have left over. You still have the spot under literate to use. So I think you just kind of have to grin and bear it. I think you just have to hold your breath and do it.
I agree. I mean, you're not gonna bingo next turn, but you're definitely gonna be able to score. There's still spaces for your S, as you just mentioned. Yeah, nobody likes to hang on to that U, but I definitely think that, you know, this isn't going to be lights out for David if he ends up playing QIN. I think that's a good play. I mean, if he has to, the next turn, he's just gonna probably dump off his U's to the side of Ramnea's. If you look at the N of Genets that's still available, that still lends its way towards, you know, a lot of overlaps. You have the S for ZAS. I think that could still work there. AYU is a word, IU is a word. So I think, you know, it's possible for words to still go down there.
Taking his time, and he has plenty of it to permutate through options. Andrew, in the meantime, we'll just quickly look over at his rack. He gets to have some extra time to think here. Those two G's on Andrew's rack will certainly be a point of contention, getting to not just undouble, but ideally get rid of them entirely.
Ooh, interesting. Okay, wow, look at this. If Eldar draws the F, right? He gets to play Fundus, Fundus, to the side of Ramnea's, so making OF, MU, the N is already in Genets, ED, a U, and ZAS. That would be a bajillion points. If he draws one of those two Fs that are still lurking, or he could draw the blank. Well, I mean, I believe we used both the blanks already, have we not? Yes,
both
we
the
have.
blanks are gone.
Yes, so no.
That mystery third blank that shows up once in a while.
Oh, I would love me a mystery third blank, but maybe not all at once. I do hate having two blanks together. You love having a blank on your rack, but when there's two, it's just your bingo scores less and it's much harder to find.
Okay, so ultimately Eldar is playing in the bottom left. He's playing something else though. He's playing done.
Oh, I didn't expect that.
Interesting. Okay, I mean done scores to some degree, and it leaves SQUI. Interesting. Okay, I wonder if that's
Wow, I didn't expect that at all.
So my thinking for this is I wonder if he's looking for something that scores really, really big, like the literates and then the Q and the double letter score and double word score after. I wonder if he's looking for something there. And aside from that, perhaps using the L alongside literate on the top to make a high scoring play, like key with an A if you draw it. Maybe he's just setting up for high scoring Q plays after and has decided that scoring what he did with done is enough, while scoring even more with the Q in the next turn due to possibilities.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely feels possible to me. For Andrew now, I really don't know. Really not sure what to do there. He's got two Gs. He definitely doesn't like those. Maybe he's probably just going to be scoring in the 20s again. I mean, it's kind of hateful, right? To be so close to a bingo, to be looking at this board and not having anything.
I think the two U's, like that really was a major point of consideration. As high as Gene scores, it is tough to play that Q holding on to two U's, and just how devastating it can be with so many draws. I can totally see that. It's a very human play to make when I think about that. I think it's definitely going to be worth looking into in greater depth in the future. This position, I can already see, will be one that will be worth discussion once the game is over. Definitely lots of merit to a few of the options that were here.
Also, I want to thank everyone who's watching here with us today. Deldar and Andrew Fisher are such a dynamic duo. It's so great to see them play. Love to have you guys here with us. Gig coming down, and that is going to be 18 points. I feel like this is a perfectly fine play. Maybe Guddi to the side of literate would have been slightly better. That is where Deldar is going to play now. However, he's going to come down with Koif for many, many, many points. Really well done for him, looking for these words so quickly and playing them as quickly as well.
Yeah, and that's one of the points that we were talking about as briefly, was just the possibilities with keeping QUIS, is just how much it can do even if you don't bingo with all the hotspots on the board. And that's part of what justifies done. You think about it was 20 something for done, it was 63 for quaff. So ultimately that is an average of approximately 40 per turn,
Right.
which is an exceptionally high standard. So it did what it needed to do as far as what he had hoped, and the U's are both gone.
Yet again, Andrew is drawn into a pretty great rack that does not bingo. No T for rotundas, no I for dinosaur. He is just gonna have to walk through this yet again. He does have a play that will score him relatively well. It will have to play through the end of Janet's. He's gonna have to keep his wits about him and just pay attention to what's available on this board. When you have a rack like this, and once you've gone through the available tiles that you could bingo through, and you see that there's nothing, that's when you look at the 1-point tiles and you start looking, where can I score the most? And when you usually have to score the most with 1-point tiles, that means you're paralleling. So you're playing to the side of the tiles that are already on the board. I think that hotspots are going to jump out at Andrew, and especially something like a double word. I feel like that's going to draw his attention. He just needs to remember that AYU is a word. He just needs to start and try to fit something there. I think he'll definitely be able to find a good play using these 1-point tiles, even though he's not bingoing.
And it's really challenging here if you're Andrew to think about. It's a 100-point 90-point deficit in this case, which is quite challenging. The obvious spot as far as bingos are concerned, given Andrew's rack in particular, is hooking literate. I mean,
Right.
there is still the G, of course, at the top, but it's not really as obvious or as plausible in this case. Also worth noting that the H's are no longer an option to bring anything down from the C and diuretic. So as far as a focal point for bingoing, it's hooking literate. The E in Janet's, the second one, is still there to play some sort of 8 through, but at the obvious spot, there's one obvious spot. And when you're down by 90, like Andrew is, it would be using something with the G in a best case scenario on the triple word score, but far more often it's going to be having some kind of high scoring tile that is involved in a 7 that hooks literate. So Andrew, it's in his best interest to leave that spot in the bottom right open, and there's not really many options to open the board up from there. So he's going for a score here. Ultimately, he's going with ground, which it scores quite well. It's 27 in this position. That's just about as good as you can do, keeping a nice enough balance with A and S.
Yeah, maybe. I feel like your opponent is usually using the E of diuretic to play like a high scoring tile there, and just play 2 tiles off, or maybe they're playing to the side of literate. I feel like Nandu, through the end of Janet's may have been a better play here. Scores really, really well as 30 points, keeps ORS. And, you're not necessarily obstructing the S of literates at that point. So, I mean, I can see why ground may have come down. Nandu is a really hard find too. I mean, ground is 27 points, but, I would maybe consider this a bit of a vision mistake, I think.
Yeah, I think Nandu is certainly the ideal play, all things considered. It would leave the lane with the G at the top still there, as well as the hooks onto literate, like you mentioned. I think Nandu is certainly the ideal play. Ground is defensible, but then, it leaves the opportunity to obstruct that bottom right quadrant with the right play from
Right.
David. So as it stands, 65-point difference in the scores here. So David up by a bingo essentially. And he has a rack where with an A, he would have an 8. He would have akinesia if an A were available on the board, but it is not. So instead, if you're David, you're looking ideally to really make the best of that K. And in the process, as a bonus, if you can obstruct the most useful spots on the board, then you're really doing something good. Alternatively, if you've decided that you need to play short and set yourself up for success with a potential bingo the next turn, then there's something to be said for that too. And part of that, I think, would be based on what your opponent has just done. The thing with ground, when Andrew has played that, is it doesn't really suggest much about what he has left. It's hard to read from that. When you look at the pool from Eldar's point of view, 4 vowels to 9 consonants, that's quite lopsided in favor of consonants. So you think about, what is my opponent likely to have? He's played ground. Ground just reaches the triple word score. So it's not like you're getting extra information out of this at all. You're seeing the bag is going to be pretty consonant heavy with whatever you do and whatever you consider.
Right.
So you're thinking about, what does my opponent have? What are they likely to have? It's some mix of consonants in most cases. He doesn't know, actually, that's not the case at all with his
Right.
opponent's rack. But by probability, what he's thinking about most of the time is, my opponent probably has pretty heavy consonants in most cases, and that will influence his thinking.
Right. I mean, he looks to be evaluating Kina's. That would be making AYS and EA to the N of Genets. That is a pretty great find for him, 38 points. I like it. I think this is a good play. I think he should also be a little aware of, what his opponent might do next. But you know what? I don't really have too many issues with Kina's here. I feel like, you're very likely to win as long as you keep up the scoring pressure. Could be fine. Though maybe Kynes is better than this because there are duplicate A's in the bag. You don't really want to draw. Okay, all right. I'm fine with this, possibly. Well, actually, there's a J out. So maybe I don't want to use my A. Maybe I want to keep my A because I want to be able to have some flexibility with the J. I don't know.
Yeah, it's interesting because you're giving up a letter that hooks onto literate in this case. You're scoring a little bit more, yes, by tacking the S onto Kina here. I do wonder in this case, just because you're giving up a valuable hooking letter, I wonder if there's a sliver of doubt.
Ooh, of literates.
I wonder, because he has an S. His opponent having an S is highly likely.
Mm-hmm.
So you would think that he is concerned in most cases that if he doesn't use the spot, his opponent will.
Right.
So it does make me wonder if there's a sliver of doubt in there. I mean, like I mentioned, these two players are extremely high caliber, and the word knowledge is expected to be extremely good. So there's probably some other reason that I'm not thinking about in the moment, but it's technically possible that there is a sliver of doubt, because
Right.
it just seems I have a hard time with just giving up the S here for just a few more points in that spot.
Yeah, maybe he's thinking, I'll just draw the other S, maybe. Or maybe he just doesn't think it's that important. Or maybe that it has to be a very specific bingo for the S to play there for literates. I don't know. I'm not super sure. I'm also not super sure what Andrew is supposed to do here. His winning chances seem slim. He's down 103 points right now. I mean, look at the bag, right? Like there's 2 vowels and the rest of them are F, J, N, T, V, X, Y. So maybe, so what he could hope for, and I don't think this is likely, is like he could hope that he plays off one tile and then his opponent plays something from to the side of literate, right? And like gives him something back. But I don't think that that's going to happen. So for Moa to come down, I think that makes a lot of sense because Deldar is never ever going to give you a floater to play through.
Yeah, I'm not really sure there's even a reasonable fish here that he could make for some high-scoring outplay involving an X or a J. I'm just looking and trying to think: is there anything? Like I'm just looking.
Or
I'm
maybe
just not seeing it.
Maybe he can hope that he fishes off one, and then Deldar is forced to play something to the side of literate or something, and then he bingos out, and then Deldar's left with J, V, or Y, X on his rack. But like that's unlikely to happen. But I mean, I just don't think that that's just not a great line to go down. So I feel like Moa, getting some points makes sense.
Yeah, and that's a tip of the hat there, really, when you play that. You phoned it in for this particular round. So now it's a matter of playing the most optimal end game here, which for both players, they have a considerable amount of spread given their records. So protecting that, whether you're the one losing, such as Andrew, or trying to increase it by as much as possible, such as Eldar, it's important. When you have all these really good players, every bit of spread that you can protect or gain becomes key. So with both players having just under 8 minutes of time left, I would expect that even with the game decided, there's still going to be some time spent on maximizing the point value on either side. So in the meantime, points of consideration. We definitely want to weigh out a little bit on Dun versus Cheen versus Squid. I think those are the three plays that were in the running there. We didn't talk about Dun at all, but as an intuitive human play, getting rid of the 2 U's, that's going to merit a fair bit of discussion afterwards. Because it obviously worked out well, given you got to play Quaff on the next turn, and that's one of the points in favor of Dun, is what you can draw. But I think that one's going to be worth talking about for sure.
Absolutely. Deldar is also looking at, Ivy right now. I think he's looking to the side, making Benchy and Moai. I believe, is Benchy a word? I feel like it is.
Benchy Schönbrunn.
Benchy Schönbrunn, yes. Because if that is a word, that scores a lot.
Benchy is a word. Yeah.
Nice. That's incredible. That's really, really lovely. That would be 35 points. And then it would allow Andrew to play Jest with Literates, I believe. And then Deldar would have a really easy place for his X, making AX and XI. He does not end up going out, but he scores quite a lot in these turns, making Ivy and Tax and and like letting Jest play. I think it might be worth it to play Ivy.
Also worth noting that there is the AN overlay and the Ian diuretic for a really cheap J drop as well.
Nice.
On Andrew's turn. So besides the play you mentioned, there's also that. So Andrew will still have some nice scoring options on his next turn to make the best of what turned out to be an unfortunate last few turns for him. I think, I think from Andrew's side of things, also definitely fair to discuss, as you mentioned, Nandu versus Ground being played at the end.
Right.
As far as we'll listen in at the end of the game to see if they talk about his position there, because I imagine Eldar is sharp enough that he'll probably ask.
Absolutely.
He'll probably ask what was being considered when they talk postmortem. So
I totally agree. It seems like it might be useful for Deldar to block something of, oh, you know what? Is Andrew supposed to play Hefes at any point? If we look at the E of Literate, it does allow Hefes keeping AT. Hefes would be 27 points. Just is 30 points keeping FA. I think there's very little, I think, that Deldar could play that would, steer him wrong. If he does Nixie, for example, I feel like that gives back a little too much with Fayest, Fayes. That would be 40 points. I don't think Nixie is the correct play here. So I hope he goes back to looking at Ivy. I hope he considers Tax again. He knows exactly what his opponent has. Complicated endgame, but I mean, Deldar is pretty sure that he's going to win, so he doesn't have to worry too much. But as we know, these players, they want to make sure that they're spread. For Deldar, he wants to make sure that he wins by as much as he possibly can. For Andrew, he has to hope that he loses by as little as possible. complicated decisions here to be made. Deldar is working out the end game all in his head. He does not have a computer in front of him as we do. And
Darn.
and even with the computer on our side, this is still pretty complicated. It's very difficult to figure out what to do. The board it's nebulous. The options are, they're numerous. And with, I don't know if I like Nixie.
He might not either once
Once
they
he
talk about
realizes
everything.
biased.
But I'm sure we'll hear them talk about it at length once this game plays out.
Yeah.
While we're waiting for Andrew to make his choice, we'll just do a couple of quick plugs here. First, thank you for those of you watching on MeWatch. We appreciate you tuning in and joining us. For those who are watching through the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel, thank you for being here from wherever you are. This is not possible without all of you joining us and making this as fun as it can be. And then Woogles, the official competitive online play platform of the Causeway Challenge, where these games are also being annotated live. Thank you for your involvement. And Michael Tang, needless to say, this wouldn't happen without Michael Tang and his vision for the biggest field and the highest caliber of players in the world for English Scrabble this year. We thank him for making this possible.
Thank you, Michael. And thank you, everyone, for watching. Really appreciate you guys. This has been such a great game. We get 5 bingos back to back. I mean, incredible play from these players. I mean, I'm blown away. I'm really excited. Do we think that Andrew will play Fayest now? He will have the J left over. It will end up going to Deldar because he is going to be able to go out somewhere on this board. He has VET left. Fayest maybe, or G if he can't stomach leaving the J back, but JEE would score only 36 as opposed to the 40 that Fayest does, and it leaves AFST on his rack. I don't know.
Andrew has no shortage of scoring choices. Fayest, as you've mentioned, there is any of the quick little drops of J plus one other letter, such as G, such as Jet. There's no shortage of scoring options. Oddly enough, keeping the J, I believe, is just slightly better as far as what happens in score differential at the end, but fairly minute as far as the differences.
Right. And now Deldar going out with Fert. He gets 15 points for that, and that is the end of it.
Jays and Bert, and yeah, that's the end. Before we say any more, we've talked a fair bit. Let's just see what these players have to say as they discuss.
I was killing myself. I know what you're saying. You know, that's one I actually meant to tell to you. There's unharbor LUOU.
How's it right?
Enchi?
Enchi?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's got
Yeah, I was thinking of playing Disarm. Anyway, it really is.
That's real.
495391.
Yep. Now then the book is out.
Forgot about that. Wow, lucky I turned it down. I didn't think of that, Harper. I don't think I had it.
I don't think you got that.
There's, yeah, okay. Well, lucky I turned it down. If it was enough points, I would have gone for it. Maybe it's good with a U. Just on harbor with a U. No, out harbor with a U.
Really? Okay, that's one to remember.
Seems like an error. Yeah.
So they're both 9s, involving harbor of some sort.
Okay, yeah. I'll remember it that way. I knew there was something funny about it. Yeah. Oh well, maybe I'll play well then. What you keep there? Like ED or something?
LR.
Alright.
I could use score it. Wait for something.
Yeah, right.
So, yeah. Almost like that.
Oh, yeah. Hey, right.
Illiterate.
Yeah, but in the moment, I no such thing as kinesia, just akinesia. Brain block.
Okay, that's the post-mortem covered there between these two players. Several of the points that we expected to come up, showing their knowledge of nines all over the place and some fun extensions. They discussed, David Eldar did mention that he was considering disharbors briefly, and specifically we heard him say if it was enough points, he would have tried it given the situation, but ultimately wasn't sure of it. We did see DIS lined up on his rack, so that's confirmation from him in the postmortem. He was debating extending with that. We heard them discuss out harbors only working with the OR spelling. And what's interesting about this one is, as a Canadian, I have to point out that out harbor is actually a noun. And out harbor, in this case, it refers to, I believe it's a particular type of harbor or port in Newfoundland.
Oh, wow.
So if anything, given it's a Canadian word, it should have a U that works at the end of harbor, but for some reason it does not. It is a very unusual nuance that only out harbor with the OR spelling is valid, despite it being a word that comes from the Canadian lexicon.
Wow.
In particular. So a few points there. They talked about elatterite versus alliterate. There was discussion briefly about done in the bottom left, but they didn't really talk through all the choices there. So a couple of things that we wanted to bring up. Eldar briefly asked about what Andrew kept when he played lapped. So a lot of things came up that we expected to, but not a lot of talk about the play of ground. So yeah, definitely we'll see if we can get some insight from them later on about that, but lots of great points covered, and what a fantastic match.
I agree. Luckily, we are going to see Deldar back on our stream next game. I hope you guys aren't going to go anywhere because he is playing Josh Watt, and I think it's going to be a great game.
Yeah, I am looking forward to it. It's always very instructional and lots to be learned when we have Eldar at a board. So in the meantime, we're going to take a quick little break and come back to you here from Bangkok. We'll see you in a few minutes. Jesse Matthews signing off, along with
Nits Shakti. See you guys.
See you. He didn't type it. I'm assuming we're off. And if we're not, too bad. Aw, that's Matt. Are we? Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna have a good time. Staring awkwardly into the silence. Time for mukbang.
year, you go for longer time. Those of you who have your opponent for round 40, you may begin.
All my games. Yeah. Well, I got it 5. Yeah. Bad luck for my opponent. Yeah. So. Who was that? Yeah. How about you? Back? No, I've never played him in my life. Really? I've played 2 of them. So no, missed him. Yeah. I don't know what happened, but it happens. Yeah. Are you back? I need to have I need to have everything. Can you play this harbor? Yeah. How are you? Are you here? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, those with your opponent, you may begin. So once you made lunch, and you come back at 1:30 p.m. sharp.
I was looking for the sign about which side to sit.
I'm starting, right?
Yeah.
two tile, please place it in the center. In the center, correct. Okay, don't forget to block.
Oh, I can't do anything about that. Sorry.
No, no, no.
This is quite off center. Is there a way? Is there a way to?
No, because when you turn, you have it will hit the curve.
Oh.
So that's why we have to make it more a little bit space. Okay, you.
So why were these fixed?
Yeah. Could we move the right? All right.
Sorry.
Yeah, just played here. I didn't notice it.
Oh, really?
It is pretty weird now that I see it.
I'm not one to sit off center. I know like Edward does.
Oh. Good.
Yeah.
Okay, welcome back to the 2026 Causeway Challenge here in Bangkok, Thailand. Jesse Matthews here with
Ned Shakti.
We are ready to cover the next round of play. David Eldar's back at the table, and as mentioned, he is now taking on Josh Watt. Look at this, a battle of Straya yet again.
Ooh. I wonder if they're so used to playing each other that they already know each other's tells and ticks, and they know exactly how to control the board, which you might not know with a player that you've never met before.
Yeah, I am looking forward to seeing the dynamic that plays out between these two players. I personally have not gotten a chance to see Josh play. I've heard some good things. It looks like when we look at his rating, he's clearly a very skilled player. Looks like a 2,000 plus rating right now, if I am reading that correctly.
Oh, wow.
And Eldar, of course, 2,100 plus, just given his skill and his consistent results. So this should be another tantalizing game.
Absolutely. And look at that draw for Deldar. He's got the S, he's got the R that he really likes, but he does not want the rest of those letters. Same thing for Josh. Too many A's. The rest of it could be a little friendly. And David has seen, I think, his best option here of just ORG. You can hang on to the OURS combo. I think it's pretty synergistic. ORG might be the best play here.
Org.
Is that short for an organization?
I would guess so.
It better be. Otherwise, I'll be quite mad at the definitions.
I am looking and seeing confirmation that org is organization.
Okay, great. Love to see it. Oh, except he's gone ahead and not played that.
Has he gone Gort?
I believe so.
Gort.
That may be the case. Oh, never mind. It is indeed org. My apologies, folks. I can't see.
Org. I can't see Gore being played in that position, at least if it were Gore. So yeah, it's org, confirming from the Wiggles annotation.
Alrighty. And on to Josh now. He has yet again way too many A's. I'm not really happy with this rack. If I'm looking at it, I do like the idea of Awa, but maybe Aura could be helpful. Then again, if I can keep the R, I would really like to. So I feel like this is a pretty good choice by him.
It looks like Josh might be one of those think out loud players. He has things lined up on his rack and just really is instructional to us to see what's going through his mind. Correction to what I had said earlier, it looks like the rating on Josh was adjusted to 1938, which is still excellent. He's still a very good player. I misspoke. I think an old rating was showing on that side of the screen. But yes, very strong player all the same. Now back to David Eldar.
No sevens for him that are playable here. He had, well, actually, I don't think he had any eights available to him before Josh's play either. So he's looking at a dead rack. He's looking at what he can do. And I don't see anything more inspiring than maybe just OP or OPA somewhere. Maybe opera. I feel like OPA could be fine, making or and pug.
Anything in that spot, but it's basically making that staircase climb, climb. I'm thinking Miley Cyrus. It's the climb. I mean, we're climbing that staircase right now.
I feel like there's a chance that there's a recording company studio that's watching this and they're gonna, want to give you a contract. I wouldn't be surprised. I love
never know.
Opa. I think this is a great play. You don't want to hang on to too many vowels. I think that's a lesson that we've learned many, many times. And Opa coming down for 29, I think is the for 28, I think seems to be the best play here.
Hard to argue with the points, and the lead is pretty good.
But you were right about the staircase. This board is looking a little grim. There are still places to play, but I mean, it's going to be quite ugly quite soon. And when you do draw bingo, you have to make sure that it's going to fit.
I am imagining there's some kind of Ori play that's worth consideration here, which will just be extending, just building that staircase. Stairway to Heaven. There we go. We can get all these different songs in here by the end of the match.
But can we sing them all?
Can we sing them all?
That's a real question.
A little bit of like, it's not carpool karaoke in this case. We'll have to think of some other title for it, but we'll have to get all the stairs, staircase, climb, all those songs by the end. But yeah, something involving Ori, I believe, is worth consideration here.
I really like that. I'm a fan of Doi DOY as Josh is off to the side of his rack. I think Oi that he was thinking of earlier would be okay, but Doi just scores more. You want to get the points, keep moving. I feel like this is good enough.
Eldar has Residua on his rack,
which plays now very helpfully.
Like, how fortuitous, he's thinking in his head. Why, thank you, young man. And he puts it down without too much thought because, as you mentioned, there was nowhere else.
Are we going to see a triple in response, though? That's what I want to see. Haven't seen a triple in a
drama.
while.
We want drama.
Yes,
please. Are we going to get the drama? Let us see what tiles await us.
RATU already waiting for Josh. They're confirming their scores. I just want to see what the last 3 tiles are so we can get... Oh, wow. Okay.
They're building the hype. The hype train is going here.
I agree. Okay. An E. Good. C.
Ooh, pretty common letters.
Ooh.
Kurt 8. We got that there.
No, you need more E's. Urticate. There we go. Crustate and urticate. Yeah. And eructate. Yeah.
Look at us. We can find words.
Yeah. Great teamwork.
Triple, no. But there are some plays that use all of the letters here, which will allow the scoring to continue. We don't have a little shout out here to Austin Shin, who used to compete for the United Kingdom, now does for the United States. His little slogan is "Scoring never stops." So we're going with the scoring is not going to stop here. Little shout out to Austin Shin, who I actually got to see at breakfast very briefly this morning. His lovely wife, Lindsay, is here, and she is on mothering duties, taking care of the kids. But Lindsay, actually, I played online for a long time in a variation of Scrabble called Literati that Yahoo had back in the day.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, so Lindsay herself is a pretty good player, but she's on mom duties this time, here with the kids in Thailand, and her mother, Lila, is playing in one of the divisions here as well.
We love Lila.
They're keeping it in the family, having a great time.
So a question for you. We have a few options here. We have crustate as we identified, urticate and eructate as we saw. Eructate is 66 points, but it obstructs that triple a little bit. Would you give up the points to play eructate and disrupt the triple? Or would you play crustate, which is 78 points?
I think you can't be afraid here. Like, to be honest, it's still very early in the game. David has a random rack. We've talked so many times about the standard being at least 30 points every turn. And yes, you are giving an easy way to do that by leaving the R up there. But we're expecting that a player of David Eldar's caliber is going to be scoring at least 30 points, if not more, every time. So anything you can do to score more, I'm in favor of it. I don't really think taking fewer points is the way to go here. So crustate or urticate, I think either of those are quite reasonable. I don't think the forfeiture of points here comes into play as far as something that needs to happen. I think if you don't see crustate, then you could debate between urticate and eructate a bit more, but I think crustate's just so many more points that it's really just worth playing that.
Yeah, I agree with you, except we're gonna see it. We're gonna see Crustate. Are we gonna see? Oh, come on, come on, come on. He's seen Cure. Is he thinking of Cure? Is he trying to just use the triple so that because he doesn't see a bingo yet?
That would be very unfortunate. Let's wait and see. He is thinking out loud. You know, remember we've been discussing. He's a
That's
think
true.
out loud player. There's still time.
That's true. That's true. I mean, sometimes it's just hard to see words. You know, like you get the. Oh, there we go. He's seen
Erdicate, I
Erdicate,
believe,
my
is
bad.
what he's got lined up. So
Yeah.
at least one.
At least
That's
one.
good.
You know, sometimes you see tiles and you're like, I'm sure there's something here. I have the spidey sense going off, and then you can't find it. Luckily, Josh has seen one of his best plays. Obviously, we would love to see Crustate come down, but Erdicate is also pretty good.
And you know, we've talked about the human factor here with players as well. It's really easy to talk about how intimidating Nigel is, for example, just given his, you know, robotic tendencies as far as, you know, word knowledge and all that. But Eldar himself is an incredibly formidable player. So if you're in doubt, then maybe you don't play something. And it does look like maybe there's some doubt. And instead, is this Curat that's come down?
Or maybe
Curette,
I believe, yeah. Little sad to see that come down for 24 points, making Ka. I would have loved to see Urticate, which he did see. He did put on his rack, but yeah, as you said, human factor, he just probably wasn't sure. So he is going to lose out on 72 points he could have gotten.
So Cuter, it looks like, actually has come down in this case, based on the annotation. Yeah, that's really unfortunate, but we can understand if you're not 100% sure and you're playing someone as good as Eldar, I can understand why you would hesitate. That's really too bad.
I agree. I mean, it would have been lovely to see, you know, a high scoring play come down, but you know, now there's even more volatility on this board. So if we think about it, if you're going to play on this board and you can't find a bingo, there's a triple that you can't block. Well, you might as well just open another one, right? If your opponent takes one, you get to take the other. I feel like that's much, much better.
Yeah, that's playing into chaos theory here a little bit, going for, well, variance in this particular case. Yeah, it's
right. Like it's not the correct play, but if you were going to make a non-bingo play, then I understand why one might want to make that play. Frown coming down now for Deldar for 45 points.
And you know what's fantastic is actually he's got Keratos lined up as a triple. If it stays open on the top, he will actually get rewarded if Frown ends up going down on the bottom.
All right, let's see what's going to happen. Deldar, I don't think he's seen Trowing yet. Trowing is another one of his options through the R, the first R of
ooh, okay, here comes Frown.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, that's what Deldar's going to be doing after Keratos.
Oh my. This is interesting. All right, building up the hype train.
Come on, let's see Keratos.
He's got it lined up. All right, come on. There you go. Here it comes. Oh, and Eldar, hasn't got a poker face here. Wow.
167 points for Keratos. Lovely, great find. Love to see it. And a blank for Deldar. Okay, all right. We're in action.
Oh, we can see he definitely clenched his teeth a little bit there. Shrug. And he's got, well, not quite Quijibo, but he's got some of the letters in Quijibo as his pull after Frown.
Gosh, what if he plays like QI and fishes for Gitjas?
Yeah, that's definitely a play.
Oh my gosh, that would be quite interesting. So GYTTJAS, like that's a word. Gitja, also a word.
Cheese. Delicious cheese.
Delicious indeed. That would be really cool to see come down. I mean, QI would be perfectly, you know, understandable here, making QI an ID of residua. I feel like, you know, why not? Why would you want to burn your blank here? I mean, I guess you could. You could burn your blank to play for like 40 something, but the blank is such a useful tile. I don't think it's worth using it right now. Also, the board is still pretty, you know, friendly to bingos. Your blank is going to be pretty handy for one of those. I feel like, you know, playing short is just fine. You could even keep the cube back if you wanted.
you or goo. I don't even know how you would say that one.
Gaju?
GJU, gaju, you. I feel like there's some silent letter in there somewhere. I have no idea, but that is an option if you don't end up playing the Q.
Absolutely. Deldar thinking his way through this. All right. What is he going to do? And whoa, look at that draw for Josh. Wow, okay. He's coming in hot with these bingo bangos.
You got to be feeling pretty good at this point in time. And I think it's really good to focus here on, we can see that there were some 8s missed on a previous turn, but from Josh's point of view, he's got to be feeling pretty good, not really focus at all on if he missed something, because from his point of view, he's not sure enough of Erdicate as a word to play it. But he's ended up playing a triple, you know, right after making another play. So he's got to be feeling pretty good. Plus, he's pulled this rack.
Right.
So as far as mindset's concerned, thinking about the human factor, he's in a really good place right now.
Right.
Eldar, on the other side of things, he hasn't seen that his opponent had something the turn before. All he's seeing is that he made a play that was reasonably good and got tripled on. And he's not going to go on tilt, but he is going to certainly be frustrated at the circumstance here.
Right.
So taking the time here, this is what I'm getting to, is taking the time here to find a good play with what's a really awkward rack. It is worth it to use some more time here to figure out how to navigate this really awkward situation.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Totally agree with you here. Ooh, alrighty. He's shuffling. He's seen QI. There we go. Where is he going to play it? That's the real thing.
Yeah, the one spot that comes to mind is alongside Residua, but then that does take out the valuable S that you can use to possibly bingo through later. So I'm not sure I would play in that spot in particular just because of what that does to the board. On the other hand, QI underneath of Keratos, it really also blocks that S spot, at least going to the left. And it makes it complicated to play through to the right. So both of the primary spots for QI, they do obstruct the board to some degree.
Right, right. Oh, this is a tough situation for Deldar. I mean, we can see the almighty answers on our machines, but Deldar has to use his good old noggin to figure this out. And, he's going to burn the blank. Like, look at him. He has to think through these options, right? Like, he has to think, is it worth taking the 41 points now? Is it worth taking 48 points now if he plays Gitja, if he does that, he keeps QI and he has to burn his blank for an A.
I think one of the things that weighs in favor of you going down, because I do see he's got the GJ lined up separately to the side, is you have not just inequity as a play in general, but iniquity are a few things you could pull into with what's in the bag. So it's actually a reasonable keep as far as the letters here. Scores enough. It leaves a lot of possibilities still, despite how otherwise awkward those letters are. So iniquity, I don't see any spot for it at the moment, but it is technically possible, depending on what comes down here.
Absolutely. So now for Josh, he's got no shortage of bingos. He's got treeing lined up. He's looking at that. I would kind of like to see him play. Okay, you know what? This is still totally acceptable. It's just, it's hard to hook Ori. It's very specific to like that play. So I would probably rather he play to the side of Residua, maybe, something like Gentier, like take up that spot. It's easier to play there. A lot of tiles will fit there and your opponent might double there. You don't know. They've just played off 2 tiles. So I feel like treeing is still fine. But, I would have liked to see him take away that opportunity of like a very easy double with a lot of easy overlaps.
Eldar has quickly lined up Taiyin, one of the variant spellings of I forget which of the stands it is for the coins. It's one of the stands, a monetary unit there, I believe. Ooh. Or is it Azerbaijan? I can't remember. It could be a Jan and not a stan. Let's have a quick little look. Oh, it's a stan. It is Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan. It is a monetary unit from those countries.
Nice. The more you know. Many versions of Taiyin that are valid. One of these is going down, and it's opening up even more space on the board. Great job by Deldar here putting that down. Maybe QI could have been worth it here. It would have scored quite well. But, you know, this is fine too. The T of treeing would have allowed TI to be played. So QI there would have scored 33. But this is, you know, this is still totally defensible.
Oh, and this is going to be interesting because Eldar's got QZ and 2 blanks. So there's lots of potential as far as multiple turns of very high scoring plays.
Or just Kazik and just like one go.
Yeah, there's lots of possibilities. We'll get back to that shortly, but this is a very good position to be in for Eldar to strategize for a comeback given his pull. But for now, we're going to go over to Josh.
And he can start restricting some of the space. I mean, he's got that E of treeing. Maybe just play through that, right? Like, or maybe play through the E of cuter. Maybe get a lot of points now. And even if your opponent bingos to the T, you know, you keep up the scoring pressure. Right now, you're up 107, right? Like, you want to keep up as much of the pressure as you can. If you do something like bleep through the E of cuter, you have 45 points. You need to keep scoring.
Yeah, you want to keep that lead as big as possible against someone as good as Eldar. So anything that's going to give you lots of points, I am highly in favor of such a play. One of the options that comes to mind is playing through the E and cuter to make bleep. Probably a descriptive word for a few things Eldar's been thinking in this game so far.
Yeah.
Bleep would be a fantastic score for Josh to keep on building that lead up.
I agree. Maybe, you know, you could even play to the side of treeing if you wanted. You could play something like bluet, B-L-U-E-T, an obscure hook to the word blue that would give you 28 points. I don't mind that at all, you know? I just like the idea of continuing to score, maybe get rid of the B, maybe get rid of the U. What Josh doesn't know is that there's, you know, no blanks to be pulled, but he can still hope. He can still hope for the Z. He can hope for the S's. He can hope for the blanks. He's got BEIL off to the side. I wonder what he's thinking about. Maybe he's thinking of putting PUT somewhere, possibly. Complicated position here.
It is, and I think it's going to be actually just as complicated for Eldar.
I agree.
You know, because one quick play that comes to mind for him is just as a bingo, you know, in general, Kazik, if it were to have a place on the board. But is it the right play? You know, even accounting for any place on the board for it, just given the scoring potential if you were to split this up into 2 turns of very high scoring plays. So there's lots to be said for decision making on Eldar's side of the board as well.
Blue has been spotted by Josh. He's going to put that down. I feel like Bluet would have been a slightly better version of this, but you know what? I feel like the important thing is to just keep scoring, to keep moving on. Doesn't score as much as Bleep does, but also I think it's possible that once you look at the left quadrant of the board, it's very hard to, you know, pull away and look at other parts. I feel like he may have tunnel visioned on that spot a little bit.
So now we get to discussing some of the really complicated options that might exist for David Eldar.
Jesus.
And there's multiple incredible scores here. There's one obscenely high score that uses both blanks, and it isn't a bingo. It's just obscene when I stare at it.
Well, it's also a really nice shirt.
Yeah, it's wow, that would be quite the play.
I'm just amazed that that spot exists. If Bleep had gone down, then that spot would no longer exist, and David would be forced to look at other parts of the board. Right now, however, he has to zoom away from the T of Tyan, the I of Tyan. He has to look, and he has to find that spot and play this incredible word that has been spotted, Camise. that would be making the M into a blank and the E into a blank, putting the Z on top of the O. And because the Z would be a triple letter and it would be doubled, and then also it would be a triple letter making the ZO, that would score 119 points. Not even a bingo.
Yeah, it's it's quite the play there, assuming it were to go down.
Oh man, is he gonna do it? Is he gonna? Well, I mean, first of all, does he see it? He's David Eldar. I feel like he's seen it. Is he gonna do it though? I would like to see him shuffle his tiles so I knew what he was thinking.
This is one of those rare situations where, yeah, Camise is a beautiful, beautiful play. I do wonder if there's any kind of setup that might be considerable here. You know, just given you're holding so much control and power over the board.
Oh,
Icy is an incredible setup, actually,
nice.
just given those words that end in Q, such as Uyak or Trank, and you have blanks, you would have 2 spots to score massively. If you play Icy, just foregoing for 1 turn, that would be a chaos play to me, but Camise is hard to turn down for 120 points basically right away. But I do wonder, there's Chaos Jesse coming out again, just thinking, I wonder about Icy.
Ooh, I really like that. I feel like it would really depend on your draw, and you don't want to maybe end up with something that doesn't end with a Q. But you do, like you said, you do have the blanks. It would be nice, I feel like, to draw into something like that that ends in a Q. But yeah, I mean, Camise feels like it's so many points right now that I don't even know how to give that up, right? Like, I don't know how to not take those points. I just feel like it's 119. It's David Eldar. He likes going for the points. There's a chance he might do it. There's a chance he might play that. Then again, you know, you have so many goodies on your rack. The blank can be considered as being worth around 28 points, right? Like you put 2 blanks together, that's worth around like 35-ish. So blanks together, you know, they're fine. 1 blank, pretty great. The Q itself, you know, you want to get some points off of that. The Z, you can get a lot of points from that. Maybe you don't want to play all of them together, right? Like you're getting rid of the Q, both blanks and the Z at the same time, 119 points. But what if you could space it out? What if you could get a bunch of points with the Q right now, then a bunch of points with the Z later, and then a bunch of points with the blanks later? Like, is that possible for you to slowly, you know, build up your points play by play, and then you end up scoring more than 119?
There's also something to be said, and I believe he's considering it, just QI twice using the last I in Taiyin and then the I in Treeing. I do wonder about that, going for some sort of extremely high playing, like Craziest, for example, off the T in Taiyin if you pull really well. I can see some rationale for that, because when you think about the average over 2 turns, QI is not necessarily a fish when you see someone putting that down,
right?
When you are looking from across the board. It is a considerable possibility, you know. And when you look at the bag, as far as that can be pulled, there's, from his point of view, 5 E's, 2 R's, 2 S's. There's lots of things you can pull to hit something like Craziest if you just dump off the Q for a relatively average score. And then you do come back within range after those 2 plays.
Yeah. I'm perfectly fine with playing QI. I think that's perfectly, yeah, I totally agree. Yeah. I feel like if you play QI to the side of Residua, you're taking away, you know, some of the floaters that you can play through. But then again, there's a lot of things to play through on this board and a lot of places for 7s. So even if you don't hit Craziest, you know, you still have places where you could go.
And I think to talk about Camise's, just it scores so incredibly well. I mean, there's no denying that. You think about what your opponent comes back with. They play QI back immediately after for 33 points. So you think about how much they score in response. I'm interested. They're probably going to talk about this after the game for sure, but I'm seeing the rationale for QI, and there's certainly a fair bit of discussion for this play that I know we're going to have to get for sure at the end of the game. He's pulled an E, by the way, which is fantastic for him. He might, yeah, anyway, we'll go back to Josh.
Oh, I was just going to say that Josh, you know, like, what can he infer from David having taken so much time to play QI? What could he what could he take away from this? So Josh here has one playable bingo. It is it looks a lot like an English word, simplest, the common English word like simplest. It, instead of the E, it is an I, simplest. It does go through the eye of tie-in. And if he plays that, it takes away David's spot for craziest. So is Josh going to play that? He's had it lined up on his rack for a hot second. Is he going to do it? No, he's not.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, he's going to do sim.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
So that's going to be a turning point here. Wow.
Wow. Okay. That has really, really turned the tide now.
Wow.
This
Okay.
is crazy. And it's
And
about to
hype
get
train.
crazier. Woo!
Here it
Oh,
comes.
wow. Wow. That's incredible. What a fish. What a hit.
So we know the exact rationale for playing something like QI, and it's played out in exactly the best fashion possible for him.
131 points for craziest. Just, I mean, what word can you use for this apart from that's crazy?
So crazy.
So crazy. Josh still has the LST, you know, he's still capable of bingoing. He's got an I, now he's got an X and A. Come on. Ooh, okay, there we go. Come on.
Yeah, nice rack on his side.
There we go. Oxtails. Come on, come on, come on. He's going to see this. He's going to play it. And then the game's a runaway.
Yeah, put him up in a pretty comfortable lead. Very curious now to see what Eldar managed to pull. So far, it's looking balanced. Let's see what else he pulls. Okay, no, he'll have to work through that a little bit here.
He was so close to drawing a bingo, David Eldar, but unable to. Josh really needs to focus and really tune in here. I know he might be a little discombobulated to see so many points come down. He's playing David Eldar. That is kind of scary. He plays Oxo instead. He's playing for 53 points. He's going to go for another bingo next turn, but I feel like Oxtails here would have been a really, really good play.
Yeah, I think if you're not going to bingo, the X bomb is certainly scoring a fair bit here. So we would have liked to see the bingo, but basically next best play when it's not the bingo. So.
Right. Absolutely. Nothing exciting for David now. I mean, he can score relatively well, but he would have to take away that spot to the side of Simp. So some possibility there, some possibility to the side of craziest. He's going to have to look and see where he can get the best score for the best leave. He's already seen Rove, though.
And then meanwhile, we can look back at Josh's side after he's played off Ox. He's pulled IE to join his leave of tails.
He's got Laertes. Is he going to be able to play that on this board? I'm not sure. Rove is a great play, 32 points, keeping DNR. There's still enough vowels to be drawn. There's still stuff to be done with this board. I don't believe Laertes goes anywhere on this board, though. So maybe fish off an eye?
Pretty tough to argue with that, you know, or you play one other letter with it if you don't play just one letter. But yeah, it seems pretty hard to not do something that is fishy in this position. It's not right to blow up the rack at this key juncture in the game. the pool, when you look at the ratio from Josh's point of view, it is 17 consonants, 6 vowels. He is vowel heavy at the moment, slightly, so his chances of drawing a consonant when playing off one vowel is quite good.
That's a really good point. Where might he play an I? Maybe with the G of Gaju or Gu, or however that is pronounced. Possibly that could be a good play. 6 points for that.
And I think, you know, even if you were to play a consonant along with a vowel or two from Josh's rack, you're still fine, again, because of that ratio of just so many more consonants to vowels. So you could afford to even play one
That's true.
or two consonants if the situation were to call for it. So dumping just an I, yeah, for pure balance, sure. But is there perhaps something that's 2 or even 3 letters long? That's not the worst. Just given what's in the pool and what he already has on his rack.
That's a really good point. Alrighty. Josh is thinking he hasn't shuffled his tiles, so maybe he's just still looking for a place to play ladies. Maybe he's just doing his due diligence and scanning the board. Maybe he's just making sure that there's no way that he's missing a bingo. Possibly, you know, maybe something starting from the S, maybe something starting from the E, maybe something that fits in between the tiles on the board. Maybe he's looking for a 9. I feel like once he's done his search, he's going to go ahead and decide that he needs to get rid of 1 or 2 tiles. I hope he does not blow the rack wide open, because he will draw into a lot of consonants, statistically speaking.
We have had a few statistics defying things happen here, so you never know. You never know what's going to go on here. But yeah, definitely a vowel or two. Going down, using more of his time. He's got just under 9 minutes left, and it is a good time to check on your tracking if any of it is off, because tracking and seeing the complete imbalance of the remaining pool is pretty important here to inform what you're going to do on your next move.
That's a really good point. Yes. A fourth of the tiles remaining, the 23 unseen. You absolutely have to be fully on board and fully aware of what's going on in this game, what's left. I know I've blown games just by mistracking. You don't ever want to do that. All right, he's got the eye off to the side. That's good.
Yeah, so some good reduction of options, and there you go, DV. Okay.
Okay, I'm not sure if I like Divi. The only reason why I don't like it is because if you were going to start a bingo with an S, you would do it with Humes as it is. But now if you start with divvies, you actually give the triple back. So I would prefer not to do that.
So now if you're David Eldar, you see this play of DV. And you have to wonder, okay, what am I going to pin my opponent on? Because from David Eldar's point of view, the pool is not quite as imbalanced, but it's still imbalanced, you know, in favor of consonants. Eldar is going to be pretty certain that his opponent has an S. But he's making what basically, for the score, has to be done in this case. He's playing as much as he possibly can. He's opted for Dwine in this case, very, very quickly.
That's a really good play. He draws one of the vowels. He needs that. A V, maybe, oh, and another N. Okay.
Yeah, and with a pool like that, it's pretty tough.
So for Josh now, he's got tallies, tails, and Satella. Satella will play with Awas or with Divvies. Let's see what he decides to do.
And so 2 places to put down Satella.
How many? Oh, sorry.
Underneath of Awa, I think, is the one I'm going for here.
Yeah, I agree. I don't want to give my opponent the opportunity to play. But then again, maybe Satella making Awas is just giving off too many vowels to play through. So maybe I want to make it harder. But then again, Satella would do similarly. Maybe, I mean, You know what? The point is that he's playing a bingo. He's moving ahead. That's exactly what he needs to do here. And I can't fault him for, playing something that feels a lot safer intuitively. Satella taking an S, by the way. But no S is out, I believe.
So Josh up by 90 points here now, and Eldar with a dreadful rack in this case.
Really, really tough. But he has another vowel to play through now. Something like navel might be acceptable. Maybe hope for your opponent to have drawn all consonants, none of the vowels. Possibly you can still, win this. Well, maybe you can't really win this. I mean, you'd have to have a high scoring bingo, but you could definitely come close, right? Like you could hope that your opponent messes up their end game. You could hope that, they're stuck with consonants they can't play through. I feel like you still have to have some amount of hope, right?
As it turns out, we know by looking at the pool that B as in Bravo, E as in Echo, H as in Hotel, and N as in November remain in the bag. And Eldar has 2 N's on his rack right now.
Right.
So some duplication of N seems quite likely on his side here. What can he really do at this point in time?
Yeah.
It's hard to say. I think this is, I'm not sure if there's even a long shot in this case, just given the nature of the pool.
Right. Would you do something like Nav here? Just hope that, you leave one in the bag. Maybe you can draw something worthwhile. But even if you do, where does it play? Like, you start something from the E? Is there a bingo that starts from, I mean, yeah, like what do you do? What do you draw into? AND, one of the things that he's considering. He might be considering this the side of treeing, I believe, so that he doesn't obstruct the A of Satella. Very tough position. Very, very, very tough position for him.
If you go with pure score, not even accounting for the rubbish that, from his point of view, likely awaits him in the bag, something like land alongside Craziest, it is a scoring play, but just what it leaves on your rack relative to what he can see is in the pool, it's dreadful.
Right.
But you can see the rationale behind considering a play like that. Just given as far as scoring plays go, it is leaps and bounds ahead. Land, or I guess Rand, based on what he has. Both of those are available for as the absolute highest scoring plays.
Right. Okay, seems like he's gonna do and. Where is he going to place this? That's the real question. Tense moment here for David. He has to hope. He has to have hope.
So what is the hopeful play?
What
That's
is
the question.
Play? Yeah. What gives you the best spread, perhaps? If you're going entirely for spread, maybe land or Rand is the best way to go, right? Maybe, I mean, what can you even hope for with a 3-tile play?
And on Josh's side, there's lots of comfortable scoring plays. We can see he's been thinking out loud with his rack. He's lined up Foam, which would play underneath of Satella for a fair number of points on the very next turn. So he's got to be feeling pretty good at this point in time. He's not going to struggle through his last few racks like Eldar will be, almost certainly. Rand is lined up to some degree in Eldar's rack, but he's now shuffled it around. So it looks like he might be considering some form of nav or van. Permuting through his various options at the end here. And I think this is, to his credit, part of what makes him as strong a player as he is. He's just over a minute of time left on his clock, and in a game that he's got to know he has almost no chance of winning, he's looking for the highly unlikely way to maybe pull this out in an unusual situation. So all the credit to him. He's still finding to see if he can find any even unlikely way to win, but I think he's deduced that he cannot, and he's just ultimately going to play through his letters and get closer to the end of the game. So he's taken all that time. He's at 1 minute. And ultimately just accepted that he's not getting this game.
Right. Yeah. I mean, kudos to him. He put up a great fight, you know, fishing for craziest, getting rid of the queue. I don't know if you saw Camise. That would have been really, really, really cool to see come down. But this has been, you know, a masterclass in seeing David Eldar, just like grandmaster level play. Really
We'll cut to them as quick as we can once the game is over, because I imagine these players will have lots to talk about.
Yeah.
But for now, we'll just wait for the last couple of moves to play out. With Vandal, I think maybe one of the reasons for that is he probably determined that hitting anything was unlikely, and that just he gives back foam many more times often than not, given what he can see he doesn't have, or something like foam. I think he just saw too many ways for his opponent to score that he couldn't respond to well enough. So that's to his credit. Well done.
Yeah. I wonder if there's something that he could have fished for that would have started both from the E of Keratos and also would have played above frown, so your opponent can only block one spot, not both spots. So if there were any, you know, fishes that he could have had, but that's really, really tough to work out in only 4 minutes of time. And you know what? Sometimes you just have to get through the end of the game and you have to just move on to the next one.
Whittling down to the very last few seconds on his clock, Eldar's is looking for as well played in a game as possible. He's going to the side of craziest to play hen.
Lovely. That's perfect. Excellent play.
And then just multiple options at this point for Josh to go out. And this is going to be close to a 1,000 point game.
Wow.
We'll have to wait for the final scores to see if that threshold is crossed, but it's going to be very close if it's not.
Let's see where Josh ends up choosing to play. Those vowels became quite critical for him.
Josh has got just over 4 minutes, so he'll be all right as far as working through options here. And he's going to ultimately meant to go out and seal the deal. We'll just cut away to them talking here as quickly as possible. I imagine they'll start talking pretty soon here about the options they have.
Sorry? I had Creosote down there for a good score as well.
That was pretty close to playing up there. Would have been a different game.
Sure.
Yeah.
Backed out of a bingo and drew a triple instead.
Just another day at the office for me.
Seems like one of the craziest games. Yeah, I drew.
Yep.
Those of you who have finished, please go down to the third floor, go for your buffet lunch, and be back 1:30 p.m. sharp. Your clock will start at 1:30 p.m. sharp.
What round was this? Dwyne's definitely good, right?
Say?
Dwyne is good.
I mean,
I-
I'm 90% sure.
I
Sure
only
enough
need
to play it.
I only need Dwyne for that much score. There's no point.
Sure about
Well, when I factor in that you're you and I'm me.
that. Well, I could just play one, so
Yes.
unless I made some egregious brain mistakes, then yeah, probably not. Ouchie, ouchie, ouchie. Yeah, that's fine.
At least I didn't triple on you twice.
Yeah, I made a game of it.
As you always want.
GG.
All right, so we've gotten the postmortem from both of the players here. There was an acknowledgement on Josh's side of the board that he chickened out of Erdicate in this particular case and got a triple. And Eldar, in his typical cheeky fashion, and it wasn't really meant to be downgrading at all. It's just part of the way that he talks. He's just like, "Yep, just another day at the office for me," and that was just more meant in just a completely nonchalant fashion. The way he says it is not meant to be talking down anyone at all, just accepting it's part of the game, and we expect that from someone who's a world-class player and also a poker player. He just knows, probability, sometimes things happen,
Right.
so he really just brushed it off in gentlemanly fashion here. Not a lot of discussion about, any actually, about the QI play, relative to anything else. So we'll see if we can get some insight from him over lunchtime as far as all the options he was considering. But yeah, Keratos certainly a major swinging point in the game. And then QI plus Craziest giving David, a shot at coming back, but just an unfortunate couple of pulls, and Josh doing what he had to do well enough to pull out that win at the end.
I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, that was really well played, and that was a really fun game to watch. I'd say a lot of tension on either both sides. Craziest play just being the craziest thing that we've seen today. Keratos, as you mentioned already, a very fantastic find. That was quite a game, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely a fantastic game as far as a barn burner for points. And we were just shy of 1,000, I believe, when looking at the final score, 995, so extremely close to a 1,000 plus point game. So yeah, a barn burner for sure. In the meantime, as you may have heard the one and only Michael Tang say in the background while the players were post-morteming, it is lunchtime for the players and for us. So we need to refuel. So we'll be gone for the next hour here and then come back to you with the post-lunch coverage here at the Causeway Challenge in 2026. Signing off for lunchtime, Jesse Matthews with
Let's check the. See you guys.
See you after lunch.
maybe we can be like okay, like something like that. But
Yeah.
we'd have to test on the camera probably. Maybe we could put a few tiles.
Eight, 9 times.
7. Or maybe 8.
Make some more space for
Yeah,
him for
that's
them.
true. That's true. You're right. You're right.
Two short announcements.
Yes, I
All right, we are back in Bangkok, Thailand at the 2026 Causeway Challenge. I am here, Jesse Matthews of Canada, with the one and only
Nits Shakti. Hi guys, I'm so glad to see you here. We're starting off with round 15. David Eldar against Madhav Gopal Kamath. This is gonna be a great game. Honestly, I don't even know who I think would win this game. David Eldar, a masterclass in strategy, and Madhav, the youngest expert that we have in the top 10, I think, up there. Really strong matchup here. David to start yet again.
Yep, I'm looking forward to seeing some of the fireworks here. I got the privilege of sitting down for lunch for a little bit with David Eldar, just given that we saw him on our stream for a few rounds. Got to talk a little bit about some of the previous games, some of the insight he was able to provide about what he was thinking. It's always very valuable. And he actually even had a little bit of life advice for me. You know, we were talking about some things that came up last year. And yeah, I felt seen. I felt appreciated, you know, like what a gent. Eldar's a masterful player, but also just a gentleman. So we had a wonderful lunchtime, and now he is back to business following our lunch.
Absolutely, and he's coming in strong. He's got those crazy tiles to play through, and he's gone ahead and wasted no time in putting them down on the board. Good for him. Love to see it. What is he to do now with ADIOPQV?
Well, he has a U to play through, not for a crap ton of points, you know, with the Q, but that's at least one point of consideration is something like Quip or Quap as just one option, not necessarily the best option, just thinking out loud.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point that U is exactly what Madhav needs. Glory having come down for David Eldar, saving just his R. Quap, I think, is a pretty decent play here, keeping AVID. I kind of like that.
It's a great play as far as getting rid of the most awkward of all of his tiles. And then Avid is a decent leave here as far as potential. The V can certainly be a little bit problematic as far as getting rid of it, but there's lots of options to unload this on the next turn, score relatively well, and keep balanced ultimately. So yeah, I see nothing wrong with Quap.
Yeah, I totally agree with you here. Interesting turn for David here. He's got the X that you love to see for scoring opportunities. And he's also drawn PH. I think that's a really great synergistic combo. But that STIR, that's really where it's at. He can use that S right away, actually. He can get a lot of points for playing the word sixth. That would be a lot. That would make Quaps, and it would leave PR. Really, really, really great leave there. But do you think you would want to do PYX, picks, instead?
Yeah, there's certainly some to be said for playing picks. It does keep a somewhat nicer leave. There's some point sacrifice here, mind you, in the process when comparing picks for 15 versus sixth for 46. If you play something like picks when making such a point sacrifice, I think what you're counting on really is the potential for something like a double-double, some words ending in ish, going alongside quaps on the next turn. I'm not sure when I look at picks if it's something I would do just because if I'm a human and I'm an exceptionally skilled human, you know, that is playing this game, then there's a lot of information given away. And I have to think, is it worth giving away that much information and taking something that's a decent leave, but not amazing,
right,
and giving up that many points?
Yeah, good point. Maybe we can set up the X somewhere, right? So like look at the tiles that David has been working with. He's got THRP off to the side. He's looking at like Pithy, I think he started to look at something like the Rip. I think the Rips could also be a good play here, making Quaps. It would be, you know, leaving the X behind, but an X can be relatively useful, I think.
Yeah, I think if you're not scoring a whole lot of points here when using the X, then it is definitely worth considering other plays that score well enough to warrant holding on to it.
All right, oh, is he gonna actually do thrips?
So the thing with thrips, and I look at that, is thrips scores a lot on this turn without using the X, but there's a few things to consider. Is the I would go right next to the double letter score in that lane, and it leaves him a chance to pull something like Ixtol or Ixias, for example, or any sort of like, say, Pixies kind of word. Like there's just lots of high scoring X on the double letter, reaching the triple word score, and thrips looks completely innocuous. I think if you're the opponent, when you look here, you're probably going to assume that some kind of consonant's left over on the rack, but you're not necessarily going to assume that it's the X of all things. So I think it's really cleverly disguising a setup of some kind here.
Right, I agree. What it has done, though, it's given Madhav a really easy place to play off the D, the V. He's going to be able to score really, really well with something like divide or divvied, as he's already put to the side of his rack. It's going to be 45 points for him. It's going to keep AT. Lovely leave there. I think that's a really good play for him. I really like this.
Yeah, I think it's fairly straightforward as far as just how much is scored on this particular turn, what's left, just what it does for the board. Leaves lots of potential for both him and his opponent.
Right.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward.
Right. I guess another straightforward thing coming for us with David being able to now play XI above divide. Divide did not take away the opportunity to play XI on this board and to double the X both ways. In fact, divvied would have stopped that because IE is not a word. So divide just unexpectedly giving back a really nice play to David. He doesn't have to think through this one too much because as he looks at the blank that he's now drawn, he looks at the tiles he's got. I think he's going to realize very quickly that there's no bingo to be played here. I think he just has to get rid of some of these tiles and, groom his rack towards a nice bingo.
Yeah, I think really it's XI here. There's 3-letter or 4-letter plays that could involve the X. There's some 3-letter plays that don't. But just as far as scoring and just what it does for managing the board and managing his rack that has the blank on it now, it's XI it accomplishes all the things he needs to do. There's nothing here that really creates a fantastic leave. There's plenty of plays that improve the leave here to some degree. It's pretty straightforward for multiple reasons. Just putting down XI, and as it turns out, based on what his opponent has pulled, XI will be key, to keep him in this game.
Absolutely. Though with Madhav having drawn a rattling, it will play with rattling, but it will not score as much as a rat line will. So really important for David here to block that E without him even realizing how important that is.
Mm-hmm.
There we
moment
go.
Here, he's got it lined up, and he's not going to know until much later just how important this can be to keep him in the game here. And I say this as if it's I say this as if he's not. He is. It's just it's a little bit clunky in several turns to unclutter his rack, whereas his opponent right now will be unloading. So there you go. XI is coming down. It takes away the higher scoring place for Madhav to make a play. Rattling also, it gives opportunity for Eldar to score back, possibly really score if he pulls the right tiles for a bingo. So,
oh my gosh, Jesse, do you think we're going to see 2 triples just back to back, 2 games back to back?
That would be something. Depends on what we see pulled here, but fingers crossed.
A Z for David, but before that can even go down, rattling has to play for Madhav. He has to put that R in that space. It feels dangerous, but it's the only bingo. It has to go down there. Quite an even matchup so far, but David to go, and he's got a banger of a play with ZA, not even touching the R. Obstructing the triple, though.
Indeed, a triple that, given what he has the higher likelihood of tripling. But on this particular rack, he does not have such a thing. Would take that out as a choice. It allows him to stay within range, score extremely well, and possibly bingo next turn to get up. So yeah, it's pretty clinical, and I mean that in the most generic of ways. Za is a very clinical play here to keep within range.
Yeah, I feel like he has to go ahead and play that. I mean, he seems to be looking at Dura so that he can obstruct that triple lane. He can go and play with Z blank. It just does not score as much as ZA does, though. So I feel like it's not the correct play. Maybe it's close, but if you have points on offer, you kind of got to take them, right?
When in doubt, take the points. Some of Eldar's sage advice that he has given us multiple times. What he doesn't know is his opponent has pulled at least 1-8 that it seems unlikely to be blocked at this point in time. So,
ooh, and that 8 is going to be a double. It's going to start and it's going to play through the L. It's going to hit both of those doubles for 4 times the score. Madhav just sitting patiently, waiting to see if his bingo will be blocked. Okay, there we go. He's got ZA off to the side. David does. I feel like this has to be the play. It scores 64 points. All right.
There you go. So he's made the play at last. Still holding on to that blank, but scoring extremely well. And from his point of view, it doesn't look so bad for multiple reasons. He's got a few places where he can cash in on a easy 30-something points with the H off of either the IN rattling or the id, if nothing else, whatever he brings up. If nothing else, he has those.
Right. I mean, not going to stay available for, I mean, I guess, yeah, he'll have some stuff that will remain open after mentally comes down, though I hope that Madhav will shuffle his tiles and find Tallyman being the double here for 102 points, mentally only scoring 76. Maybe he has forgotten that there's an anagram to this word. So, all right, I believe that he has pressed the clock, mentally going down. This is a bit of a miss, so it's a bit unfortunate to see.
Yeah, it's one of those things where when you see a play, write it down.
Right.
Take the play, write it down, and then look just a little bit longer just in case there's something better. And then, if nothing else, you can go ahead and make that play. When you think about how much time there is, both players have plenty of time. That is a turn where you can take a little bit more of that time to see the options that you have.
Right.
Every point you can get when something is ambiguous is important. So mentally, still solid play, but definitely a miss as far as potential.
And how must it feel to be David Eldar if you can see that Tallyman would have played? I mean, there's a part of you that's, really grateful that it did not come down. It would have been so many more points. And there's a part of you that's like, okay, how did they happen to get so lucky? They play rat line and they draw immediately into another bingo. Now for David, he's got a really tough position here. He just has the 2 vowels, OU, nothing friendly about those. He's got the F, he's got the H, he's got the W. He's really got to work his way out of this play here. I mean, what are you even supposed to do here? I mean, do you just go ahead and blow through this rack, play something like Hauft through the E, Howfed?
It's tempting, certainly, just because there's just so many letters that don't work well together on this rack, and most ideally you want to get rid of them. Hauft is unquestionably the best of the options that blow through more letters. The only comparable one really would be howdy, but if you keep FU in a blank, yes, there's a blank, but it's just not really that conducive to the next turn going really, really well. So if you play anything else, you think about what might go well synergistically instead if I don't play something long like Hauft. And that might be something like food or foud. I'm not sure how to say it as just one particular option. Because WH and a blank, yes, W and H don't have a vowel to go with them, but in many cases you might get the E or A. Right. Hauft, I think, ultimately is the play to make. That just goes through more of these clunky letters. And you have a blank, you have a chance to start anew. You have a U, but you have a chance to start anew without all the really clunky tiles.
I feel like the only thing about Hauft that may not be the most perfect be that it kind of increases your opponent's score a little bit more. You're placing these tiles in a place where they're able to take advantage of it. Maybe something shorter like UFO to the side of mentally would give back less. But then again, Hauft is likely to bingo more for you. You have that blank, you're, you know, going fishing for more tiles. You're much more likely to be able to score more next turn. And Madhav now drawing into many, many, many 1-point tiles. That's exactly what he would like to see. Is he going to be able to bingo this turn? I don't see one immediately.
No, it's one of those, we call them, not we. One of my longtime Scrabble friends talks about mocking racks.
Right, because Timelier was blocked, was it not?
Timelier is no longer able to go down, you know, which
Right.
works out really well for David Eldar in this case to make a play like this. UFO along the side of mentally, it would have accomplished the same sort of block in this case, but yeah, a nice break.
L high coming down, that does not take an S. I think it means elementary, high school, something like
Yes.
that. Coming down very quickly, and it deduplicates the E and the I for Madhav, gets rid of the L. That's exactly the kind of play he wanted to be able to make. Scores really well, 24 points. On to David Eldar.
Yes, a homeless Beguini, I believe, as a one option for sevens. But what else might he be able to put down here instead? Or does it go down?
Beguile and Biguine? Is it not pronounced Biguine?
It could be.
it was pronounced
Never
Biguine.
mind, there is the Y mentally. So yes, there's a spot for both.
Nice. Okay. Love to see it. What is the blank, though? That's the real question of the day. It's got to be an L, right? It would really limit the overlaps there.
We'll find out officially as soon as we can for you.
Biguine? I actually do not know how to pronounce that word.
According to the definition we have here, it comes from French, a dance of French West Indian origin. That would be Begin, if you want to say it nice and French in this case, assuming it has a French pronunciation. There is a variant spelling that has an I after the B instead of an E. So it does make me wonder, but Gin would undoubtedly be the pronunciation of the second syllable.
This one is Beguile, as we have learned, so I will not have to butcher my French this time around.
Oh, Marie, Maylure.
I got a little lucky.
There you go. Beguile.
This would have been a great rack with an S or like an H somewhere on the board to play through for Thiourea or like Outrageous Sautoir, but not available for Madhav here. He's going to go off and fish
with
just
Foo.
Ooh, not bad. But UFO would have scored more. Interesting. And Renovate, nice. Very, very quickly. Overneat not fitting in that position. Renovate giving back, renovates and renovated. But it's not that dangerous, is it? Or is it?
Well, I mean, in an absolute worst case scenario for Eldar, if his opponent had a triple starting with a D or an S, that would be quite the response in that case. So, I mean, but you have to play it ultimately.
You have to play it, absolutely. This being the most probable 7-letter word on Madhav's rack now, he has to figure out where he's going to play. There's, I believe, only 2 places? No, I think only 1 place.
Only 1 playable.
Oh,
that would be a very low scoring Tentoria, and that would be through the T and Thrips.
Oy, oy, oy. That's not, I mean, sometimes it feels like that's not even worth playing, but it's 58 points. The next best is going to be like, what, 22 points? You have to take the 58. You have to do it.
And Eldar is going to be scoring a fair bit on this next turn. Maybe not bingo, but he's going to be scoring a lot given what he has pulled. So this should be very interesting to watch.
Wait a second. Madhav has Anointer on his rack. Does he think that the L is an N? Has he misread the blank slip? Or are we misinformed?
We'll have to find out soon. It does change things if that is actually an N as far as possibilities on this board.
Okay, he's playing Anointer.
It must be an N.
But, oh wait, he's just realized it's an L. Look at that, he just pulled it back. I think he just realized.
Or he's doubting it.
Or he's
interesting.
I feel like he knows Anointer, like totally.
He should.
Yeah, he knows Anointer. Yeah.
He's shaking his head. So
I think he's laughing because he thought it was an L.
Okay.
Sorry, it was an N. Yeah. That would have been really sad to see a lointer go down and challenge off. David Elder laughing his head off because he was, I mean, I bet if I was in his position, I'd be really excited to challenge off a lointer.
He's still going to ultimately have a play. Because it is now confirmed to be an L, that would be glaciers.
Wow, okay, no place. Oh wait, sorry. You just said. My bad.
Now that we know for sure it's an L.
Now that we know. Oh man. All right. He's seen it. That's great. Glaciers, Gray Styles. He knows his opponent has just drawn 7 random tiles, so it feels a little safer, I'd say, to play Glaciers. But he's waiting. There we go.
Increasing his lead with this play.
How many bingos has that been so far? We've seen so many back-to-back.
Say we've got Mentally, Rattling, Tentoria, Glaciers, Beguile, Renovate, lots and lots and lots. And Madhav has Rioja.
Ooh.
It's a very tasty red wine. If I do have red wine, it is amongst my favorites. Rioja is going to score a lot should that go down. But there's no shortage of scoring choices when we look at this particular board.
That's true. This board is quite insane, I'd like to say. Do you want to leave the spot under Glaciers open? Yes, you do, because Rioja scores so well. Rioja being 60 points, but if you add the S, that's 3 more points. If you do that, you telegraph to your opponent that you have another S in reserve. Would you do it?
I think it would depend, as always, on the board position. Like, is that S really valuable to you to hold on to more than one? Like, what are you gaining on this board by keeping it? And when I look, there's not really anywhere that you need to hook an S, for example. And as soon as that is a factor, then our 2 S's in any of my words are going to help. And I think, okay, I look at the board and the E and divide playing down from there with more than 1 S. I'm not seeing that happening super often,
Right.
I'm seeing, if anything, that, an 8 that ends with an S down from there is quite likely, or maybe there's some sort of 7 underneath Glaciers, or an 8 through the Y in Glory, or off of the M in Mentally, and it just favors having 1 fewer S.
Right.
So I think I am okay in this specific situation. I'm okay with unloading an S. That's just me, though.
Yeah, you know what? I agree with you. I feel like if you do keep that S back, you're not using it necessarily for a bingo. I think you're keeping it because you want to do renovates, which once you do renovates, it's a 36 point, total. It's very, very easy, very quick and dirty. And you could just drop like 1 tile for a lot of points. It does not appear that Madhav has seen Riojas yet. He's going ahead and playing SJOE, Shu, I think it's pronounced. This is for 72 points. It keeps INRS.
Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce that one. I know it's an interjection from Afrikaans. I forget the exact definition for it. Let's have a look. It is South African, expressing surprise, admiration. I always assumed it was show, but maybe if there's any South Africans in the chat, perhaps they can clarify for us, or anyone who just happens to know any of the Dutch Afrikaans sort of pronunciations. Perhaps you can help. I assume show. Maybe it's shu. I don't know.
Maybe.
We'll find out.
I have no idea.
If someone can tell us. In the meantime, let us see what is here. Oh, Eldar is giving us a little lesson in the alphabet here. It's the first 6 letters plus an extra.
Well,
yeah.
I kind of like, so I'm looking at this board, and what I want to do is find the place where I'm going to score the most points, right? So usually I'm scoring really well with the triple words. I look at the T of Tentoria, I look at the A of Tentoria, and I'm looking underneath Glaciers. And I think that maybe going underneath Glaciers with multiple overlaps would be something that's most beneficial for me. So personally, I like the idea of playing something like FEOD. I feel like that's really going to help me out here. It's 43 points, but there's also other plays on this board because Tentoria, you know, there's possible overlaps there. So what are you thinking, Jesse? Like, where do you want to go?
So I'm thinking there's 7 tiles in the bag exactly. I'm clearly not changing in this case, but after I play anything here, there is no more ability to change. So I'm considering, what am I keeping? What's the balance like? What are the best case scenarios? What are the worst case scenarios? And I'm going from there. I like to look at the position first and then add in the context with words. That's just me personally. So when I look at this board, I see, okay, there's several clear hotspots, but I think the biggest of all, if you're Eldar with a lead that is this big, we're thinking, where are they going to score enough to come back and actually win? And if I can't stop that, where can I score enough to make it irrelevant?
Right.
So in this case, I'm looking underneath Glaciers, and I'm liking a play like Fiat because it makes it maybe not irrelevant, but extremely less relevant if my opponent happens to have a bingo. And really, I think in this case, it has to be not just a bingo, but a high scoring bingo after a play like Fiat. So I'm favoring that. I think it's not the only choice for similar reasons. I think you can look at Death. I'm looking at on top of Tentoria. I think that also scores a fair bit.
Exactly 43, same as Fiat.
There you go. I think they both accomplish similar things in the sense, only in the sense that they make it less relevant if my opponent has a bingo in general.
Right.
I think it doesn't make it irrelevant. You're conceding it's possible. It's just it's less relevant after you score that many points.
I also just really like, given how many E's were unseen to David and seeing that R, you know, the only letter that goes after that is an E, I really feel like that spot is the easiest for Madhav to hit for a lot of points. You know, hitting the A of Tentoria is a little harder. It's you're going to have a 5-letter word that ends in an A, or a 6-letter word where the penultimate letter is an A. And I feel like I want to take away his chances to, you know, score very easily. So Fiat there, I feel like, is a really great play. Madhav now, and playing 4 tiles, you know, it leaves 3 in the bag. I feel like that's really good timing. And Madhav now, you know, he has to contend with how many tiles he can play. So, you know, if we're thinking about the theory of pre-end games and end games, usually you want to leave 1 tile in the bag, because if your opponent bingos, then they have to pick 1 more tile. You get 1 more turn to play your tiles. You want to go out first. So here, you know, I feel like he's restricted to only playing 2 tiles.
It's really important to consider some of the some of the extenuating circumstances and factors in this case. When you are looking at this from Madhav's point of view, he has 1 vowel on his rack, and he's looking at unseen tiles where there's 6 vowels unseen to him and 3 consonants. So a 2-tile play involving all consonants presumably has to give him his only long shot at this point in time at winning. And he's probably feeling okay about his chances in general. We know from looking with perfect knowledge at Eldar's rack that almost all those vowels are accounted for. But from Madhav's point of view, yeah, definitely something involving 2 consonants. When I look at this board, obviously the main spot for bingoing is off of the E in divide, or the M in mentally, the Y in glory. But the E in divide seems most likely. So if you're Madhav, we've got lined up one of the key plays that can be considered, and that's Nom, using the O in Tentoria. And that leaves a reasonably balanced combination, assuming you hit one of the E's in the bag, and perhaps you get really lucky and hit the blank, you know? You have to try for it in this case.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Nom, you can argue for it because it doesn't empty the bag. It allows your opponent, it gives your opponent great difficulty in permuting. It's an 8-tile endgame that he basically has to permute all the possible combinations that involve the 8 letters left in the pool. It's very interesting to me that neither player has the blank. It is one of the 3 in the bag. So in a world where Madhav plays 2 tiles, he could pull it, or it could be the last in the bag, which would be super dramatic.
Yeah, and I can see why he was considering something like KIN for a little bit too. If you see the E of Tentoria and you see the T of Tentoria, you do KIN there, and you see how many E's are left. Maybe you can play consonant E, you know, word, like letter to make a word that scores really well. You get a bingo down, but you know, that would empty the bag. So your opponent would know exactly what tiles you have, and then your bingo would have to play in 2 spots. So he has, you know, played Nom, he has drawn the blank, And now it's up to Deldar to figure out, you know, with one tile left in the bag, what is he supposed to do? Where is he supposed to play?
I think if you're Eldar in this case, you've seen your opponent play 2 tiles, 2 constants. From his point of view, it's a fairly balanced bag.
Right.
So you're assuming almost automatically that your opponent has the blank.
Right.
I think in this case,
Yes.
you have to. And you think, okay, how can I lose this game potentially? And the most frequent ways would be going down from the E and divide.
Right.
To hit the triple word score. So options that give you the greatest chance of winning, I would say inevitably involve this, or as an alternative, you score enough to make it irrelevant.
Right.
So if we don't play there, because there's not really any high scoring plays there, you have to play somewhere else for enough. And I can justify something like alongside renovate, I can justify something like awe or ew because we do math on what's possible. Forgetting anything from the E for a second, if you play IDE and EW and EW, as just one example.
Right.
If you play a bingo off the M in mentally or through the Y in glory, you can still score enough and squeak out a win.
Right.
In an absolute worst case scenario. So you don't score enough by just playing 2 tiles there to block. So the next thing to do then is, okay, if I can lose in multiple spots after playing something short, especially after Nom has come down, then what can I do instead that might allow me to win? And that's when you look at the hot spots, somewhere like renovate, and think, okay, let's just do the math there. 28 points in this case.
Right.
If I get 28 points, I am at 501.
Right.
Which means that the gap is 110 points, give or take. I think it might be 109, but 110. Can my opponent score, well, let's just see what we have left over in the rack. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 18. So 110, subtract 18. So essentially 98, 99 points. My opponent has to score that. Can they get that with any combination of letters in the bag? And that's where we do math. We think, okay, the tile that's biggest that he can't see is the K.
Right.
Where do we put the K? On the double letter score for a worst case scenario, all the way down. Would that score enough? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, blank being there, 1, 16, 48, 98 in that case.
Yeah.
There's an absolute worst case scenario.
Right.
So then you look, okay, are there any 8s that involve the K in that position? If there are not, then you play aw or u. And
Right.
that's basically the metric I would use personally to figure out how I win this endgame.
That's perfect. Yes, that's exactly I mean, you're incredible. I gotta say, you guys are so lucky to have like listened to that analysis of how to do an end game in this position, because it seems like David is really poised to win here. He is up so many points. He's up like 79 right now. And you think that, oh, you know, he's very likely to win. But as Jesse just explained, this is a very tenuous position. I mean, if he doesn't block or if he doesn't play in the correct position, Madhav can score enough, can likely score enough to be able to win this game. He could win this game by 1 or 2 points, maybe even 5 points. That's totally possible. So I hope you guys were taking notes when Jesse was talking.
The library is open. I'm using that in a very different context than I would in a non-Scrabble environment. But library is open. Reading is, what is reading? Anyone out there understand that reference? Reading is? You don't know?
What is it a reference to?
It's a reference to RuPaul's Drag Race. Yeah.
I've seen that.
Reading is fundamental.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes,
reading
it
is fundamental.
It is it. So it may be the case that you're absolutely right here. Given the perfect knowledge that we have, I believe that if David plays AW or EW, as you suggested, he does happen to outrun Ironcorns, which is the bingo that starts with the E for Madhav. So David's just going to have to do his math. He's just going to have to calculate this. I mean, coming out of lunch, you really wanted to have an easy game. You really wanted to be able to walk away from this, you know, digest your food nice and slow, have an easy game. But that's not what's going to happen in the Premier Division of the 2026 Causeway Challenge. The best of the best are here. We have multiple world champions in this tournament. You're just going to have to keep pushing.
And Eldar has 4 minutes approximately here. So there is a fair bit of time still for him to work through possibilities here. it's definitely difficult to keep an awkward number of letters, awkward combining letters in general together and play so short. But it is a math play, you know, when you ultimately do it, making RU is a math play, and just realizing that by the numbers alone, it's enough, despite what's ugly on your rack.
Right. And looking at him, you know, shaking his head, we just have to make sure, or like they just have to make sure that their scores are correct. Because what if, you know, they miscalculated one of the scores and they have Deldar at like 463 or Madhav at 402 or something like that? That could make or break this entire game. And we can't correct their scores, you know. The players decide what their final scores are. They shake on it and then they submit them. Well, they don't always necessarily shake on them, but they submit them, and you can't change the scores once they're in. It seems like even getting these points from David after Einkorns, I don't think that Madhav gets to win, you know, as long as AW or EW go down. Very, very, very close game here. But of course, David can't know exactly what Madhav has.
Yeah, and that's the 8-tile endgame, basically, as far as working through all the options. And he is good enough to be able to very quickly see all of the 8s that are possible with each combination of tiles. There's the human factor, you know, not an easy position.
Yeah. David's still doing his math, just checking to make sure that he's figured out what he's supposed to do here.
Just over a minute left for David Eldar here, so he's going to have to make a play really soon. Nothing clearly lined up on his rack. Really curious what he would even be considering if not a play involving Renovate.
Oh, yeah. I mean, where do you even score enough? And maybe he's just really concerned with trying to get more tiles off. Maybe he's looking at Biwet, you know, but then that also gives back bingos, and those bingos score even more.
And he is going to play Biwet.
Oh, I think Broadkins might win.
And 12.5 minutes for Madhav to work through this endgame here.
Okay, he's doing his tile tracking. He's making sure he's got everything right.
Now, this is what's going to be really interesting, is if you're Madhav and you've seen Einkorns already.
Right.
It's tempting here, you know, to not look long enough at the top and just play Einkorns and accept a loss. But you have to take that time, especially with all that time here. This is exactly why you have all the time on your clock, is to look for all the combinations. But it's tempting when you see something that scores well, doesn't win, but scores well and is already obscure. You know, it's tempting to just play it. So we'll just see what he does if he takes that time. If it is something he'd instantly seen, we'd know it'd be coming down. So very curious to see what he does.
You're right. He has to settle in. He has to make sure that he's looking at what's on the board. Really, really, really insane position.
We saw him staring off into deep space for a bit there, now with a shrug, looking sideways at his letters.
He's considering, he's thinking.
This is like pure anagramming right here. He's just doing the alphagram order. The B is on the board, so it's literally lined up in alphagram order with the B visually in his line of sight next to all the rest of his letters after the B on his rack. This is not necessarily the easiest find.
Yeah. I mean, surely his spidey senses are going off right now. Surely he's like, okay, I've seen something like this before. But blank bingos are tough. They're very tough.
And you're not making the blank the most intuitive letters in this case.
Exactly. Exactly. Oh man. And I want to say that, for David there, playing through that end game, it's not the easiest thing of all time. Like even machines, with all these fancy algorithms take a long time to be able to solve even one in the bag situations. It's because this is, your opponent has a blank. That blank could be any letter. It adds a depth of complexity that is really difficult to really grasp unless you're in that situation yourself and you're calculating every single line yourself. I mean, an insane position for Deldar to be in.
Yeah, and you got to appreciate just how even-keeled he is. He hasn't revealed anything. And Eldar has to have seen this already, as far as the question is still, will Madhav ultimately see the play? But Eldar is literally just waiting. In a perfectly played endgame, he doesn't expect to have a move here. Anything to do on his side. And even in a suboptimal endgame where Einhorns come down, he's still not expecting to do anything here. So he has nothing to do but wait and hold his breath to see what Madhav does here ultimately. It's got to be a painful 10 minutes for him to wait.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Madhav has a lot of time on his clock right now. He can just sit and really, really painstakingly calculate each tile and every position where his bingo is going to go. Oh man, my heart is in my throat. He's seen Broadkins.
Oh, it's lined up, but
Oh.
oof. The thing here is, you look at this and you think, if I'm wrong, it gets challenged off. The other side of that is, if I don't have any other win, why not? So it's really interesting for both thought processes to go through here. There's no shame in trying. I would say it's easy for me to say watching from here with you, but there's no shame in trying if there's no other win to be had.
Right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And it would be a win by 2, but that's only if their scores are correct. Like that's the other part to this, right? Like have they actually gotten the right scores? Maybe is that why David played what he did? Are the scores completely different? And then they do a recount and they find out that actually Madhav wins after all?
And he's putting it down.
Oh man, okay. Is David going to give anything away? That's the thing.
I saw him take a very quick little breath, but he's done nothing with his face.
And they're pausing, and it's going to be an outplay.
Well, he hasn't exposed his tiles yet. He is writing something down. There you go. That appears to be acceptance.
Oh, right. Actually, it's back to his time because if he hasn't shown his tiles, then he's still considering whether or not to challenge. So now he has about 30 seconds to decide whether or not to challenge or to accept the play. And they're challenging.
I saw an expletive in his mouth, so that means he must have missed that as a possibility.
Oof, that's rough.
Wow.
That is something else. What a game, folks. What a game. We really thought that Eldar had it. I mean, renovate, and like all his plays coming down. He had glaciers. He had beguile. Wow, people crowding around. Incredibly done by Madhav here.
That's quite something, amazing comeback in this game to win. This is a nail biter, and we have, drum roll please, our first 1,000 plus point game on our board 3. Just wow, David Eldar's just lost with a 506.
That's insane. Wow. Imagine scoring 500 points, more than 500 points, and still losing. That is impossible.
Yeah, so Broadkins to go out and get the nickel on the challenge, which, if you're Eldar, understandably, you have to challenge when it's that close and you lose. So that's phenomenal. Okay, overboard, we'll listen for, wait, hang on. Yeah, they're talking about it, so we'll go to the audio.
I have icons. Yeah, that always happens. Yeah, that's.
Thomas.
This is the very human side of the game. I'll step in because they're not talking much.
Your code B2.
The very human side of the game.
It's hard to, I mean, what are you even supposed to say after that, right? Like, you're sure that you have the win, and
This is 15, right?
Yeah.
shaking his head. Yeah.
And
5.3, 5.6. It's only take a picture of the final word.
คืออันนี้เมื่อกี้เขาลงเสร็จแล้ว
No, Broadkins. Icons weren't good.
I played Broadkins.
I played Broadkins. I needed 100. I needed 103 of it, so I got +5 for the challenge. So with that, I won myself.
you know Barmkins? I only saw Barmkins.
Broadkins. Yeah. I don't know if I'd have seen it.
I don't know. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Even this, I wasn't sure of it. But
Yeah, well,
I mean, it's the only
yeah.
thing that wins, right? And
Yeah.
If it's not good, I'll get my bingo anyway. You can't go out.
Fuck. What am I doing?
Crossing probably works.
All right, so that's probably about all we're going to get from that post-mortem there. You can really feel for Eldar there, just the frustration in a game that he feels he had won after doing the math on all the possibilities that could come up there and missing one key word, and that's challenging, right? Because they discussed Einkorns briefly as far as that wouldn't have been enough to win. When they put that down, interestingly, they didn't have any plays for Eldar on the board. So maybe they were discussing the merits of passing on that particular turn and whether that was sufficient. But yeah, you definitely got to feel for Eldar after playing an incredible game and still losing, but also all the credit to Madhav, for an incredible comeback. And giving himself a very long shot chance, admittedly, if something were to happen. But Bewet, I don't know if he would have seen that as a possibility to come up. I think he just made a play that gave him a chance to bingo in general, and then just happened upon this unusual situation. So yeah, definitely lots to discuss there. I think ultimately, yeah, awe or you is still the play when you're on Eldar's side, but we have the perfect math, with the computer to check that for us. This will be one to go back and analyze in great depth for sure.
Absolutely. This was such a banger. I mean, what a comeback from Madhav, right? I mean, kudos to him for having found Brodkins with the amount of time that he had. You know, he really did the math. He really made sure that he didn't just take a loss. You know, like that fighting spirit is so important in this division. Everyone is out there for the win. Everyone is doing their best, and you have to keep pushing for the win, I'd say. So great match on both, like on this end. I really, really, really enjoyed it. I hope you guys did too. I hope you guys are going to join us for the next round as well, round 16. It's going to be right here. Don't miss out on it. And we'll get you the pairings before you know it.
Until then, Jesse Matthews signing off for a quick break along with
Nets Shakti. See you guys.
See you soon.
Okay.
Please go and look for your opponent for round 16. Once again, I please request you to go and look for your opponent for round 16.
Sorry? 100% mistakes. 100% terrible. 100%. Sorry? Yeah. Any guess?
Yes? What is it?
He won. Madam. So I was meant to fuck. I was meant to fuck you last year. I just cheated time. Don't play.
10, 10, 10, 10, 10.
Yeah, I guess
Okay, please go and look for your opponent for round 16. Round 16.
I just sort of counted on him missing the mark. While I was doing that, stupid decisions we did.
So you may begin for round 16 if you have your opponent.
And then I just lost the game, of course. That was fucking stupid. How does that? Does that win? Oh. Oh. Ah, no! Oh, that one. Fire. Oh. All right. Good.
Okay, don't forget to reset the clock. Okay, I
almost forgot.
กดหน่อยดิอะไรนะออกกล้องแน่นอนมันแปะนี่แบ่งความมันกันที่จะตั้งไหนอะ3ตัวนี้เท่านั้นมันมืดไม่ตัวนี้มันจะอยู่ดีมันจะยังไงอ่ะกดสแตนดาร์ดใช่ไหมโอเคสแตนดาร์ดไม่ได้ใช้ไอโฟนเพิ่มได้เลย
All right, welcome back to the 2026 Causeway Challenge here in Bangkok, Thailand. Jesse Matthews, one of your commentators here alongside the one and only
Nits Shakti. Hi guys, I'm so glad you're here with us for round 16. We have a fantastic matchup for you. Yet again, we've got David Eldar on screen, this time going second, and against him is...
We have Goman Panyasopanlert. This is an incredible matchup between two of the players that have essentially been the best next to Nigel at some point in time in the last 10 years, as far as consistency, as far as the strength of the results, the command of the lexicon. It's just, yeah, there's lots to talk about as far as the caliber of these players. So we've talked a little bit about David Eldar's history already. So let's just talk about Goman. He's been the runner-up twice at the World Scrabble Championship, so while unfortunately not winning, it feels bad. Feels bad, bro, literally, real life. It's an incredible accomplishment, that he's done that twice. That was once against Nigel Richards in 2013, and then once in 2015 against Jigar Wellington. He has won the King's Cup here in Thailand, which is a massive tournament, one of the biggest in Asia. He's basically been in the top 10 in the WESPA rankings for a decade and more. So very strong player. He has been argued as the number 2 in the world, basically in the conversation with Eldar for quite some time for different reasons. So excellent matchup.
I'm really, really excited. So let's see, what is he gonna draw? Oh my gosh. Oh, alrighty. So we've got, come on, drawing pretty well in the beginning. No I don't see a bingo for him immediately. I don't think there is one. So he's going to have to work through this rack, but very, very close to a bingo. That would have been really quite a start to start off with just a 7-letter word coming down. I don't know if Deldar would have been able to handle that coming off of the game against Madhav just now. Yeah. So, okay. All right. We like the R-A-N-E, R-A-I-N-E combination. Not much that we can do with the V. There's no 2-letter words with it, but Vienna is a really nice find by Kamal. Do you think you might play something shorter like Van here instead? Or
I mean, that's basically the debate here, right? It's like whether Goman plays Vienna or anything longer, really, versus playing something shorter, such as Nav or Vin.
Right.
There's really just the classic sort of debate. Do you play longer and just score, or do you play shorter and keep yourself a nice lead? It's the eternal debate with lots of fiery discussion, depending on the racks and the positions and one's personal philosophy as far as how they like to play.
Honestly, if you're going to play long, you might as well just do Vayner. I feel like you're going to go for it anyway. Just load back up, I feel like Vayner scores 26 points as opposed to Vienna, which I guess, yeah, that also scores 26, but maybe Vayner a little bit more friendly.
He's got Invar lined up, which is interesting because it's not going as long as something like Vayner or Vienna, nor is it going short for balance. So interesting thought line here that he's considering Invar.
So let's see what he ends up going with. These are tough decisions, I don't envy him this position. I'm personally the kind of person who plays shorter. I kind of like the idea of playing Nav. I like, just putting the V out in space, making it harder for my opponent to do much with it. But, it's hard to pass up the points of Vienna or Vayner. I don't think you really go wrong with either Vienna or Vayner or Nav. I think these 3 options are pretty great. He's still thinking. I kind of like that, just like going through the options, making sure he's not missing anything good. Maybe I'm not the biggest fan of Invar.
Yeah, it's curious as a decision. I would be curious to hear what his thought process was here. If there's a chance to talk to him later, I'll see what I can find out. Yeah, I'm thinking this is not really optimal. I mean, it's decent enough. It does the essential things as far as scoring something and keeping some kind of balance, but it's kind of like a halfway point. You're not doing something that leaves a really synergistic leave like a shorter play like Nav would do, nor is it scoring as much as something like Vayner or Vienna would. It's kind of a weird in between. Right. But it looks like it's worked out for him based on seeing what's on his rack. Meanwhile, we have a fairly quick play here coming down from Eldar.
He's gone played through the R over here, keeping himself an A in reserve.
He's put down Hoofrot.
That is quite the play, I'd say. I haven't ever seen that word before. Really great find by him. 26 points for Hoofrot, keeping just the A. And Goman now drawing into a really nice blank. He's going to be able to bingo in this turn, I'm pretty sure. It's just a matter of what he wants to play.
Yeah, there are choices. Lots and lots of choices. And high-scoring choices if you look for something really tight.
Oh my gosh. All right, folks. There is something incredible available here. And it is going to play as a double-double. And I kid you not, there will be 6 overlaps if Kawan sees it. I think he's getting close. I mean, he's shuffling. Good for him.
This is one that you don't necessarily mind taking some time with, just given the possibilities that exist for you.
I mean, I can't even believe something like this is available. right? Like, I mean, just look at this position. You would never think that you could be able to make 6 overlaps in this position. And I think it really, really speaks to board vision and your ability to zoom out and just look at the possibilities on the board as opposed to just, you know, tunnel visioning on like Duendes or something like that. I mean, Detinue's also a good place play here. Maybe Vendu's also fine. Oh my God, he's seen it. He's seen it. He's seen it. My folks,
Looks like he's lined it all up.
look at that. That's insane. Six overlaps coming for us with either unsealed, unseamed, or unseated, or unleashed, I guess.
No shortage of choices.
I am incredibly impressed. Really, really, really beautiful.
There we go.
Look at David's reaction.
He's not going to be happy to see that, even though he does have bingos on his next turn that he can play. They will not be scoring 101 points like this particular play does.
I'm excited to see what that blank could be.
Looks like it's been declared a T based on the annotation. And Eldar is playing the 7 available to him very quickly, Plural.
Lovely find by him.
The other option available as far as bingo plays are concerned, there was Prunella through the N and in bar. That looks like doing some math and looking at the board and his need to score. He's opted for Plural in part to create possibilities.
You know what? I can't, I can't really find any problems with that play. I think it's perfectly fine for him to open up some space for himself. And 4 E's now for Gomon. And honestly, I don't know if this is one of those moments where you exchange, where you maybe play just 2 E's, maybe you just blow up the rack a little bit, maybe you play something like épée through the P of plural. I really, really, really don't like that. But what do you think? Is EE the way to go?
I think EE is fine. I think it just looks, at first when you look at it, it just looks so awful. But when you're thinking about what is the easiest way for my opponent to get back in this game, and what do I have left after all of my plays, if I don't play something that takes away that triple word score, my opponent has a random rack, yes, but what's the easiest way using Occam's razor? What is the easiest explanation, the easiest way to get back into this game? Some kind of double letter, some kind of triple word score play. And then if I'm sitting with a bunch of 1 counting tiles that are not synergistic together, then I'll be falling behind even more very quickly. So I think most things that he plays here are not going to leave an incredible lead, a decent one, but I think there's nothing here that's going to leave an incredible lead that's reasonable. So I think EE and Plural, I am fine with that just for all of those reasons that, yeah, the lead's not great. No, it doesn't score that much, but it does take away the most obvious hotspot for my opponent.
Absolutely.
And there's, changing, I'm not on board with changing in this particular position.
Yeah, I'm with you there, bud. I really like EE. I think this is the best thing that could be done here. I mean, just given the tiles, there's really not much.
And Eldar's got Yiti along with CE on his rack.
Oh, I love that word. It's so easy to get rid of it, especially when you have a lot of vowels. So Yiti or Yite maybe making YET would be a perfectly fine play here. What would you prefer? Would you play Yiti or would you play Yite? I feel like Yiti might be a little dangerous.
I do wonder, like after a play like EE, we have the benefit of seeing what Gomon's entire rack was. But after a play like EE, and you're thinking from Eldar's point of view, it's like, okay, my opponent's played 2 vowels for basically nothing, in one spot. What it looks like more often than not is that my opponent has decided my rack is so good that I'm willing to score less. So Eldar is pinning his opponent and having a really nice rack. And maybe not an S, maybe an S. It doesn't really say whether there's an S or not. It's just some kind of nice combination of 5 letters.
Right.
So if you play something like Yeti, you consider the possibility that one of those nice letters might be an S or might be the other blank, you know? And Yeti just gives lots of opportunities back after going down, despite it being a play that scores really well and balances really well. So it's tough for me personally to pull a trigger on playing Yeti with all those inferences. But at the same time, Eldar is a poker player as well. And, you know, playing the odds, it's like, well, it gives him a nice enough balance. But then here comes denotes immediately.
Yeah.
That's the downside, you know, when making inferences, it's possible. So
I wonder if there's part of this that, you know, Deldar's playing still a little bit tilted, still a little bit, you know, upset about his previous game. I wonder if there's a chance that, you know, as he's playing his game, he's maybe just not as locked in as he would have been otherwise. There's a chance that he's, I mean, I don't know, you know, I'm not a psychologist, but maybe he's just a little still, you know, still a little upset and maybe just unhappy with the way that these tiles are coming for Gomon. It sometimes feels like a cosmic joke when your opponent like bingos and then bingos again.
yeah. I think in the meantime here, there's not a whole lot to consider. Queen is the immediate standout on top of denotes. So it's a pretty instructionally easy play in terms of what you do here. You score a lot, you keep EC as a nice balance, and you're holding on for dear life at this point in time while scoring.
Absolutely. And you know, I mean, David's still playing really, really well. The ID is still a really, really great play. He has found his best plays, and you know, it's not like he's made any mistakes. So we don't want to, you know, make it sound as if, you know, he's not doing his best right now. The difference between Yite and Yiti is so minuscule that it's really just, I mean, it's not even that big of a thing. I really feel like.
So when we look, Eldar's got a pretty nice set of 6 letters here. He's got, okay, and 7. He's got an I there as well. So yeah, Seth definitely far better balance than his opponent right now. His opponent has more of a typical post bingo draw in this case.
Alrighty, way too many I's, a U and O, you don't want to see that, and an A to go with it. It's a vowel overload that I do not like to see ever. So it did seem like Gaman had, you know, the OUTFI off to the side. He does appear to be looking at the word outfit to maybe the T of Yites.
It doesn't score much, but it does relatively clean up what's a really awkward combining set of letters here. If you don't play something like outfit that's more balancy in nature, then you would look for something that scores enough to warrant not balancing in some way. So some of the plays that might do that, you could look at anything involving hooking yet, whether that be yeti or yet with another T. Is there anything that's worth playing for some points, you know, instead of going for something more balanced? And the 1 4-letter play is TIFO. That would go down there and score just over 20 points, albeit with a somewhat undesirable leave of AIU when you do that. But neither of these choices are easy. You know, one is taking a very, very low score, and the other is just an okay score with a much worse leave.
Absolutely. I mean, possibly outfit, maybe outfit to the T of denotes, you know, maybe make things a little harder for your opponent. Possibly that could be a good play. I like Tifo because it scores so well, right? Like, I mean, I'm thinking about what's happening to me, what my opponent might do. My opponent's going to score pretty well next turn, you know, on average. And this is also like a super powered human being that I'm playing against. So I kind of don't mind taking the score with Tifo. I also don't mind doing something like outfit to either the T of Yites or the T of denotes. I feel like either of those would be fine. Gamon's still shuffling his tiles, which I think is always a great idea. He's thought of I2, he's thinking of iota, he's moving through the tiles, tofu, another option. He's definitely looking. You see this many vowels, you really, really, really don't want to have them on your rack, but good thing is that Gaman has the perception and the sight on this board to be able to find his options, and all he has to do now is pick the one that works best for him in this position.
You see he's considering A2, and I think one of the advantages to that, assuming he is looking underneath plural, is that it would block up some of the lanes for 8s, but ultimately he is opting for outfit using the T in Yites, and the appeal to that one is simply how many of the awkward letters it unloads.
I maybe would have liked the outfit play to go to the T of denotes, because this O is pretty dangerous. If your opponent had a high scoring tile there, that would really, really suck. But right now, David going down with a great play of his own of Simier. Is that how one pronounced this word? I'm not sure what it means.
Simier?
Simier?
If it takes an S, Simier, but
you can never tell with some of these words.
Yes, so if it's French, and I just confirmed in the definition it's a French noun, it'd be Simier.
Thank you. Really appreciate that insight. And Gaman has found his best play in this position. He's looking at Yogi, that is going to play for a boatload of points here at 11D. So he's going to be able to place his worst tiles and get 25 points for that.
Yeah, it leaves AIE, which in and of themselves are clunky, but with many consonant combinations, it's not bad. And when looking at things from his point of view, it is 28 consonants to 9 vowels, so he's okay with that kind of a leave in this case.
Oh, absolutely. And David now drawing 3 A's. No one likes to see that. He doesn't have an E. There's only one E unseen. He's going to want to get that. So maybe something as simple as playing through the E of plural, maybe paved, but maybe vaped might be better.
I think the issue with vaped, if you play that, is you essentially lock off the top left quadrant of the board, which is the last thing that he wants to do right now when he's down like he is. And as you mentioned, without any more than one E to draw and one blank unseen, it makes it harder to play longer words. As much as his word knowledge and Goman's are extremely strong, it would be taking away options. So vaped, I don't think I would do, just because of how closey it is in nature with this particular board. Paved, I can see an argument for it, because at least the V is out of the way and doesn't obstruct that whole quadrant entirely. But I do see, as far as balancing alone, the appeal to vaped.
Right. I wonder if the value of something of vaped is maybe next turn, you're expecting to score not through the V, but maybe through the A, because you're likely to draw a lot of consonants, or maybe because you're keeping 2 A's back, maybe you're likely to play to the side of Simier.
Simier, yeah.
Simier, making BAA or something like that. But paved coming down, I think that's still a really good play. I think they're basically equal, I think.
And paved, yeah, just it leaves the opportunity to make a play that overlaps on either side, that goes further up the board. It just, while difficult, it still at least gives him a chance, to keep the board open and create more spots. Whereas vaped really just destroys any chance of using the top left quadrant in the immediate term for 8-letter words.
Absolutely.
So over to Goman. He's got Jan lined up on his rack.
And he's going to go down with Jaw instead for 40 points. So keeping 2 N's and also IE. There's 3 more N's coming out of that bag for him. So maybe Jin would have been a better play, but he also didn't want to leave that space untouched. So I kind of get it.
Yeah, that's definitely not something that Elder wants to see there, because it does make it somewhat difficult to use that quadrant for anything that would help him at this point in time, and his long-term goals of course, coming back. in this game. There is bulk at minimum in terms of plays that go alongside jaw that score really well, and it's pretty
Nice.
hard to turn that down because bulk not only scores, it does create a pretty obscure sort of lane as far as using a B for eights, but it does create one all the same.
That's true.
And there is still off of the side of Simier, that is still a lane technically to do something with. So it creates a second one besides that one that's there right now.
Absolutely. Those are all great points. Now that you mention it, Bach also scores so much that I feel like it's definitely the play for this turn. You're going to be scoring 40, you come up to 277, you're kind of within striking range as long as your opponent isn't going to bingo next turn. I think there's still a lot of space for Eldar to come back. He's keeping one vowel, especially on a board where the vowels are getting really slim. I think this is a really good play.
So if you don't play bulk, what are you considering as alternative options when you're looking at this board? What can you do that really helps your cause? For me, it's such a given that I would just do that almost immediately, intuitively. But if you didn't, what would you do?
Possibly I'd look at the other plays on this board where I could maybe overlap or underlap. I felt like the space above Yogi was pretty useful. Luckily, Bach does come down, but Blab would have been another good play. But Bach, of course, being the best one here, maybe possible for Eldar to play a bingo from there. Now he's drawing in a Z and an A. Ooh, and he really needed to see those vowels, really, though.
So he's in decent shape here as far as balance to his rack. I mean, certainly still quite challenging to navigate through some of these letters with how they blend and don't blend together. But given the nature of the ratio of the pool, he's doing better than he could be as far as, could have been all consonants.
Absolutely. Now, is this the kind of turn where you're likely to, if you are Gomon, to play a high-scoring move, maybe to the side, the side of Simier, and maybe get those points, keep moving, but at the same time risk opening the triple? Like, would you do something like that, or are you trying to play to the interior of the board, maybe with something like re-outfit?
Well, this is very challenging. I don't think I would put anything beside of Simier at this point in time. Unseen from Gomon's point of view are two S's and a blank, not to mention the high counting Z and X. So, it's tempting if you consider an option like, say, inner as one particular choice alongside Simier that just simply scores with no regard to what's left over. It just gives back so much to my opponent in this case. And it doesn't have to be that way necessarily. You want to make your opponent work, for the points if they have to. And it doesn't really make your opponent work for the points at all in what's otherwise a tough situation. It allows you to play lots of consonants and maybe one vowel to do that. Whereas depending on how he plays here, yes, perhaps Eldar could score 30 to 40 points, but perhaps using a precious vowel or more than one precious vowel. It's giving, I think, too much ease to scoring what we expect Eldar to score on every turn.
Right. I agree.
So I wouldn't be playing something like inner on the side, no matter what any sort of computer engine suggested.
I agree. I feel like that's a little too dangerous. I just don't think that is the correct move here. A lot of the times he's just going to take that spot. So this play going down, I think Hin, H-I-N, is perfectly defensible, 19 points. Maybe re-outfit would be better. It is 32 points, but it keeps H-I-N-N-N, so very hard to stomach at the same time. I can completely understand why Hin would have gone down here.
And he's going to be holding his breath what he pulls out of the bag, just given how consonant heavy it is. And he's going to be in all sorts of trouble on his next turn. Even with the lead that he currently has, it's just under 40 points, most of which should be disappearing on this turn from Eldar.
Absolutely. Now, Eldar having the option between Tab and Tabby, as he's just shown us. He's talking to us by shuffling his tiles around, very helpful for us. Tabby scoring 34 points to the side of Bach, making Jab, BA, and Pali, but Tab scoring 27. Now that is it worth 7 points? And can you think about, how many vowels are left in the bag when you're considering what that 7 points is actually worth? So, I think it's very, very, very close between these, but maybe, if I'm the one who's trailing, I kind of want to play Tabby. I feel like maybe it's a better idea for me to keep the scoring pressure on as much as I can.
Yeah, it's really a tough one just because of the whole ratio, as mentioned. From Eldar's point of view, it's also lopsided, when looking at the vowel to consonant ratio. So he can see that he isn't likely to draw so many. At the same time, he can infer a few things from his opponent. He can infer correctly that his opponent didn't have the W at the time that Hin was played, or Win would have been played.
Exactly.
So he can infer that that was not on the rack. There probably also wasn't a C on the rack. Otherwise, that would have gone down with Chin.
Yeah.
So he can assume that W and C were in the bag, at the time that his opponent made this play. So this is the kind of information I expect someone at a level of Eldar to be noticing, all these tiny details.
And no G either, or Hing, H-I-N-G would have gone down.
Yeah, or Hind. There's lots of things that his opponent wouldn't have had, that would have gone down with a vowel shortage.
Right.
So he can infer a few things about what's left in the pool. And that can inform his decision to some degree. I think it makes the vowels very precious in this case. And the more you look at it from Eldar's perspective, the harder it is to give up one of those precious vowels.
Right.
But points, and his philosophy, whenever in doubt, has always been to take points. But I think he's decided in this case that vowel is extremely valuable given the nature of this board, and I cannot blame him in this case. Absolutely. I think another point of consideration that makes Tab good as well is Thin and Tiz is still there, if nothing else, as a play that scores close to 30 on a board where it could be very troublesome very quickly to score, depending on what is drawn.
Absolutely. And let's look at what's actually left in the bag, right? Like unseen to David was also a blank. And I think one of the reasons why Tabby might be considered better by an engine would be because you're playing one more tile. So you have one more shot at that blank. There's 17 tiles, there were 24 tiles unseen to you. 7 of them were on your opponent's rack. You could have gone for one more try at a blank. Now, very scary, right? To play off that eye and to not draw any vowels. So I completely understand why David may have done that. Same thing with Goman here. He's playing through this rack with W-I-N-N, which is great. But there's a blank unseen, and there's 10 tiles in the bag. I feel like I would have just gone fishing. I would have kept an E, and I would have just fished off the rest.
So Win is going through the I in Signé. That allows him to keep the only vowel that he has, given the shortage, from both players' perspective on vowels available to be drawn. Eldar has got the 2 highest counting tiles in the game on his rack. He's got the Z and, remaining in this game specifically, the Z and the X, which will be extremely useful. And since he has both of the vowels here, he's got, key things here. So dazing is very tempting, to use up both of those vowels, but it scores so much and gets him ahead, in this game where he's been struggling the whole time.
You have to do it. I feel like you have to do it. I mean, your opponent just played 3 consonants. They're probably keeping at least 2 more consonants. You've got to do it.
I think you have to for multiple reasons. If they don't have the blank already, then you want to try and turn over as many as possible to get at that. 7 unseen to him. Once he plays, there's no exchanging here. So that's one risk he's going to be considering. Is just, there is a risk that he draws 4. I think realistically at this point with the ratio a bit closer, there is a chance at drawing 4 consonants and then 1 vowel. I think maybe 5 consonants is a bit improbable now compared to a turn or 2 ago.
Right.
So dazing, I think, really the more you think about it, the more you have to. Whereas maybe even just 1 turn ago, playing more than 1 vowel was out of the question. If you don't play dazing or adzing, I guess with the other one, we just think about what is alternative and possible. I mean, taxing could go down if you have the really optimistic faith that you pull an E to play Z and duh next turn, but I'm not seeing that as likely, and he probably realizes it's not either. So dazing just becomes more and more likable as far as a choice here that gives you a a way back into this game.
I completely agree with you there. I really, really like the play of dazing. I guess David does as well. He's got it off to the side. He's probably considering the merit of playing, taxing or adzing or dazing, as you mentioned. Another option could be Zigan, Z-I-G-A-N. That would keep DTX. I don't think that's a good play at all because it would keep more. Oh, don't do it. Don't do it. I feel like it keeps more consonants than you want. It's 45 points, but it's just not as good as dazing, I think. Maybe, though, I think the reason why David might be trying that is because if you play dazing, you set up a line for 7-letter words to go down that end in a vowel. And maybe he's worried about his opponent playing there. However, I think that's playing a little too scared. With the Z not taking any front hooks, he kills that line. He doesn't give anything back to his opponent. But I think dazing is absolutely the way to go.
Yeah, it's definitely challenging. And if we bring the human factor, and we're looking at this as one game, we're looking at this, from the perspective of having a computer engine that's not considering the past. He's taken about half this game to shake off the previous one.
I agree.
Where he made a play that was completely numerical, where he missed one win that his opponent happened to get. So in this case, dazing, it leaves a hypothetical possibility of an opponent having a best case scenario and bingoing. And in his mind, maybe with the last game happening that way, perhaps he's debating Zigan and letting the last game influence him a bit. It's possible. He's really, really good. And among the handful of players I would trust to be able to shake off something like that, but he has been very human in expressing himself.
Right.
And we ultimately do have human beings
Yeah.
that are here in front of us. Looks like he is counting the tiles in the bag. Just to make sure. I think it's key for him really to verify, the number to confirm that, he's not going to change her no matter what. That's not even an option. But just to make sure that he's aware that, something like a change is no longer possible after this turn. For him or his opponent.
7 tiles unseen, 2 S's, 1 blank. That is a scary place to be in, but no S places, like no places for an S to hook on this board, no really real value for an S on this board. So it's really the blank that feels like the most dangerous for your opponent to have. Your opponent has just played 3 tiles. What can you infer apart from the fact that they didn't really have that many vowels going for them? So I really think that, I really think dazing is the way to go. You have to just take the points, I think.
I think he's correctly ruled out that nothing involving the X is worth considering on this turn, just because whether he plays Zigan or dazing, he has ticks and tid and XI on the next turn. So he's going to score regardless in most cases, but he's ultimately opted for dazing. Good for him. He's making the right decision here, I'd say.
I love to see that. Yeah. Gomon here has set up girls for quite a bit of time. A Riot girl. I think his spot for girls has been taken away from him now by dazing coming down, but he's going to have to think about what to do. 2 tiles in the bag. Is he going to fish one? Is there somewhere where he's going to hope to bingo? I don't think this board is going to allow for it. I don't think there's that many spaces at all, unless you play something like Nor and then hope to end a bingo that like hooks Nor and then also ends in a vowel, like an E or an A. I don't think that's going to happen.
Wow. So after Eldar's pull, the blank is still in the bag. So one of the 2 tiles left in the bag Gomon could pull is a blank. And the other, I believe, maybe an R. So blank R.
That is ridiculous. That's a ridiculous turn of events. I can't believe that this is where Deldar and Gomon are now. Both of them freaking out. The other person has to have the blank, right? The other person has to be playing for the blank. But at the same time, if you want to win, you have to believe that you are going to draw the blank.
The question is, can Gomon make any play that is reasonable here that still gives him a chance to play through this utter junk? Girls was his play that would get him through stuff. What can he do that would, one, we know he's going to get the blank, but what can he permute that would allow him to pull the blank and still play for enough to win this game? It becomes pretty important. I'm thinking out loud here, but I see plays involving jabs and then something ending in RS with the blank as say an A, for example, where, you know, maybe you can squeak out some kind of magical end game involving that. But Eldar's too good to let that happen. You know, he has the vowels, and even just one counters that would take away that as a major spot. So if you're Gomon, it's challenging to think of what you can do that will actually give you a win in this case. Eldar's got a nice, comfortable 24-point lead without the blank, but he's got all important vowels here.
Right, right. Is this the moment where you do something like rig and a rid? You know, you try and get as many points as you can for fishing. You get a CELRS, that's 15 points, but I just don't think that that's a great idea, because even if you draw into a bingo, your opponent's going to have perfect knowledge and they're going to block where it goes. I mean, the bingos here go to the side of dazing and they start from the T of tab. And there is, I mean, there's possibly a way to stop them, right? Like, there's got to be like some way for David to play through that space and block both of them from coming down.
So if you're thinking from Gomon's point of view, you're seeing the pool, 9 tells unseen to him. The ratio is basically even. He, on his rack, he's got consonants, consonants, and more consonants. So a best case scenario for him is going to be 2 vowels or a vowel and a blank. You know, so you're thinking, what can I do that's going to involve those possibilities? You know, where do I have more than one spot for that, all importantly? And you have the D and dazing to hook onto with a vowel at the end. And it's pretty tough, you know, come up with a play that has only 2 vowels with one of them being right at the end.
Right.
So you're looking instead at the T and tab for 8s that you can do from there, or even perhaps 9s involving the BA, using those letters from ball. So it's pretty tough to come up with something that would really work here. You had mentioned before re-outfit is a play that scores a fair bit in the bottom. Is there any world in which you can outrun involving that as an endgame scenario?
What about ERS? Maybe outrun with that, making jabs and TE and bar. Maybe outrun with that. I guess Erst is no, there's no space there. Never mind. I was going to say Erst would give back maybe a bingo possibility, but there's no space. It's blocked.
Remember, we'd already talked about ticks as a possibility for Eldar, so he has at minimum, you know, that for a fair bit of points, you know, and that I'm thinking is pretty tough to outrun here, because I'm not seeing a reasonable 2-tile fish where Eldar can't see it in this end game, you know, and block it appropriately. And if there isn't something, then he just has ticks. So it's looking pretty secure for him, assuming he plays a perfect end game. But back to Gomon. If you're Gomon, what do you do to give yourself the most chances in this case? I think it involves 1, if not 2, probably 2, realistically, consonants. And which 2 are those going to be?
Right. I mean, I'm really happy about fishing off GNR somewhere. If I can, I want to block ticks at the same time. But what if I draw the X? Then what do I do? You know, if I have an E, maybe that will make using the X a little easier for me. Definitely a really tough position here, though. Maybe he draws OX, and then he can do XED and OX on top of queen. Maybe he's a little worried about, well, I mean, if he keeps the E, he still has X to the side of Simier, so there's that. But maybe he just has to take over the ticks spot.
It looks like he's lining up, I think he's lining up Lig as a possibility, using the spot that would be taking ticks from Eldar. So I think he's considering blocking the most likely place for a high-scoring X. And, you know, when you look at RRECS as leftover, it works pretty well with that T on the top for a miracle draw. It's something like Vowel Blank. So it's a reasonable play. It accomplishes several things. I think he might be leaning to playing Lig.
There we go. He's doing it. And wait, is that? No, I believe he's played Rig, because he's
Rig.
Yeah, okay. You know, I really like that play. I really like that play from him. He's kept tiles that are flexible enough. If he does draw the X, he will still be able to do something. And on to David Eldar now, who knows exactly what his opponent has.
In this case, his opponent has drawn the blank right at the end, but has also drawn an R, you know, and would have hoped for a vowel here. So now Eldar is just going to have to do a fairly standard analysis of any 7s that exist that go down to the D in dazing, and any 8s that exist using the T in tab, and just ensuring he responds in kind.
Exactly. I think that he might be able to squeak out a win on this if he plays something making jabs. He's going to score quite a bit with that. And I actually don't know if so I'm trying to go through what the blank could be to see what would end with an E, and I don't know if I see anything that would make an ED. So I believe that as long as David just blocks the T, as long as he continues to score, I think he'll be fine.
He's lined up the play correctly that I think is quite good. He's got ooze, to play in the spot where Gomon has ers, for jabs and ers. So I think he's looking at the highest scoring threat as far as what he can do and give himself points at the same time. And yeah, that would create multiple words, including bao. We actually had bao in our first night here when we went out for Chinese food. We had xiaolong bao, in fact,
That's
Chinese soup
fancy.
dumplings. And bao is defined as a dumpling when we look in the official definitions that we have here. So ooze is lined up as one of his potential plays here.
I like that, keeping taxa for thin. I like that. I think I'm pretty sure that Gamon does not have any bingos with the T and also nothing to the side of dazing. So very unlucky draw for him. I think maybe, yeah, he just really needed to draw not the R. That really has messed with his chances of bingoing here. So David just has to be sure there's nothing there. I think he's going to take his time here.
I believe so, especially after the last game.
Yeah.
I would suspect that he's going to want to 1,000% make sure. Because if we're doing the human factor here, he believed he won the last game and then didn't, and he really, really needs this win to get back on track and continue. So when you have the time, I don't see any world in which he doesn't use it. So with 6 minutes to go, I think we're going to be sitting here for a few minutes just for him to make sure that everything is accounted for.
I absolutely agree. He's got about 7 minutes, and that's quite a lot of time to think through this. And of course, once ooze comes down, it's going to be up to Gomon to find the best place that David has for taxa, that is with thin. He's going to find a way to block that, playing as many tiles as he possibly can. And then taxa will still be possible to the side of dazing. So great, great game here. I mean, David Eldar 4 times on our stream already today, and he's still pushing through. I mean, he's coming away from a really rough loss to Madhav, last second Broadkin's coming down, and now he's about to win this. He just has to put ooze down. He has to do it.
And isn't this just really interesting, where we look at this, where Eldar is on the other end here, where he's been behind the whole game, and just at the end here, due to incredible circumstances, he's making a last minute pull ahead to win this game, and he was on the other end of that, where Madhav won at the last minute after being behind basically the whole game. So it's just amazing how Scrabble works and just how things can change.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, oh, what a game. What a game, folks. I'm glad you've been sticking with us. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for donating. Thank you for watching. Thank you for playing with us. Really, really appreciate you guys. We have such a great viewership. I hope you guys are going to join us at this tournament in 2 years in Malaysia. Causeway Challenge coming to you in 2028, of course, by the incredible Michael Tang. And if you're not going to play with us, then I hope you'll come and join us for the commentary.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully not too many of you. I like getting to do it once in a while. So if you're better than me, then you're going to get me out of a job. But on the other hand, I do want to play. So maybe selfishly, I do want it. It'd be fun to play, as much as I also enjoy providing commentary with you.
Oh, this is why we're best friends, folks. All right, now for Gomon to find his best endgame. And I really think he's going to do a great job with this. He's got about 11 minutes to figure this out. He's played the rest of his game really, really, really fast. Some easy decisions there and some great board vision for others. This is why both of these players have been considered number 2 in the world for multiple years.
And what's really interesting is most of us, we'd be like, okay, we're blocking the 8s, when playing something like ooze on the top. But both of these players are so good as those who have vied for number 2 that when making a play like ooze, you're also thinking, am I giving any 9s?
Right. Oh, wow. Yeah.
So that would be going through Eldar's head to some degree, is have I inadvertently given any 9s in this case before I make this play? That would also be part of what he'd consider before putting that down. And if you're Gomon right now, your last hope is to look for a 9 of some kind.
Right, yeah, and that's why he's shuffling his tiles. He's not ready to give up. He's not calling this a done game. He's gonna try and find a 9 here. And, you know, if he doesn't, then he's gonna go ahead and find the best out that David has and protect his spread, the thing that will matter a lot in this tournament.
Eldar is looking a little bit more relaxed now than he was at the start of this game, certainly.
You love to see it.
Yeah, you love to see it.
The trials and travails of Scrabble. Re-outfit coming down for many, many points. And Taxa, finally, great play and really lovely. 26 points for Taxa. The game is now David Eldar's. He has walked away with a 426 to 380 win.
Nice comeback. Let's cut out to the overhead audio and we'll see if we can get some insight on the game.
ว่าตอนแรกนำน่าจะได้เปรียบตอนหลังจับ
โชคร้ายจับไม่ได้สละ
ตอนหลังจับตัวไว้บ้างเลยก็จะได้แล้วมันได้อันซี
สารซีส
ได้
เต้
ดีโน้ตด้วยเปิดเลยว่าง่ายแล้วแต่ยิงง่าย
โดนสวนครูโล
ไม่ยังวิ่งได้อีกตอนหลังจับตัวแย่ไป
Good. Yeah. Foot broad.
Foot right.
Gone.
I think
Gone, yeah, gone, yeah.
Horses.
วันนี้เยอะฮะ
TX.
เขาถือตัวหนัก
Zigan. Block. But here, I know vowels in back. Vowel. Okay, I win. Yeah. Lucky.
ได้สละ โอ้แกซิก็เจ็บแล้วเติมแผลช็อตแพ้ชนะเลยโอ้
แต่ว่าจับตัวก็แพ้
ใช่จับตัวสู้ไม่ได้
ก็3R ตอน
ซีมันถือไม่มีสละเลยก่อนหน้านี้
ได้แอลก็ได้แต่เอ็มพี่ไม่ชัวร์ว่ะเอ็มมีซีม
All right, so just a brief bit of discussion regarding the end game there. So we heard a couple of key points. Eldar acknowledged that he was fortunate to pull vowels in what was a very consonant heavy bag at a key juncture there. And other than that, what else would you like to highlight from their very brief discussion?
Oh my gosh. I mean, there were so many things that I wanted to hear, so many things that I wish they had covered. The 6-tile overlap of unseated being so beautiful. I think that deserves a lot of recognition. I guess the play of re-outfit is a really great find, really great board vision. That's another one that I think merited a little bit of a kudos, I'd say. But well played on both ends, I'd say. Just really, really, really great job by both of them. David Eldar playing Dazing for 51 points. I think that was crucial for him to have played. That was exactly what he needed to do to have a fighting chance in this game.
Yeah, and then really just to have the fortitude, and the focus to come back after playing. Well, we saw that sequence. Unseated happened, Yidi, and then denotes. That's really hard to shake that off and just come right back and keep on playing solid and win this game. So, and considering his last round, what had just happened, all that in combination, just kudos to the mental fortitude and the brain power, the experience, that he's showing, to come back in a situation. And in this battle of the number 2 Titans, in this round, Eldar comes out on top.
Yeah, and I mean, really, kudos to both of them. An incredible play and just really, really well done this game. I can't even imagine the amount of stress that they must be under, fighting for their lives game after game. Again, there are 10 games each day, 36 games total as they fight for the championship. I mean, it really is just the biggest tournament of in the world this year. So, like everything is on the line. Everything.
We've had some real treats so far. So before we get our next snack on screen, these 2 snacks are going to have to go off and take a brief break. So signing off for just a few minutes, it is Jesse Matthews alongside
Nits Shakti. See you guys.
See you in a few minutes.
แรกนำที่ว่าได้แล้วลงตอนหลังต้องจับตัวโคตรใหญ่โดนอ่ะตอนแรกนำที่โดน200
Hello, everyone. This is Nits Shakti for round 17 at the Causeway Challenge. We are live from Bangkok, and we are here with Darren Koo and Ben Schoenbrunn. My co-commentator today is none other than
Jesse Matthews. Dun, 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 dun. I was going to slam the table, but I have a coffee on the table because I'm starting to fade, so I'm not going to slam the table this time. But we are here to cover more and more and more.
Absolutely. Wait, you can't be fading. It's the players who are going to be fading. They're playing these games. We have computers with us.
We do, but we're using our brains, to interpret the data. Yes, we have data, but that makes it harder. We have to explain things.
Oh, do we have to explain what that means? That Ben has drawn a blank and his opponent has drawn J, Q, X. And oh my God, what is Darren going to do? We've seen Darren on stream before. He's a particular player. He's very, very strong, and he's very good at thinking through moments like these. Oh, what do you even do? I feel like you have to play QI, right? Like you have to play QI. The Q sucks so much. It is like between J, X, and Q, if you could get rid of any, you have to get rid of the Q.
Yeah, I think when you play anything else here that doesn't involve the Q, your chances of getting to play the Q the next turn are not that high, just given what's on the board from you and then your opponent after. Having said that, Ben is playing extremely quickly. Taihoa is going to be coming down.
Love to see it. Really well done. Nice and quick. That's exactly what we like to see.
Probably feel pretty good there for Ben to get off to a quick start and create a bit of a lead here. For Darren, he's going to be looking at this like, okay, I'm already down by a fair bit, but thankfully there is a spot to play his X and score a fair bit back without bingoing. So it's in a situation where you're not close to bingo yourself. He's doing pretty good here, having multiple high counting tiles that should score well for him even without getting that 50-point bonus. So he's doing okay here. Now, Ben, we'll just have to see what he pulls as a post-bingo draw.
Ooh,
looks like he's starting to get junk.
Oh, an O to bail him out a little bit. And
RY, okay.
Okay.
Coventry.
Nice. That is a playable bingo.
Yes.
It is going to play, especially since Fax should probably come down for 29 points to the bottom of Taihoa, making AX. It's likely that it's going to come down, but what if Darren puts it underneath the O of Taihoa? So the placement that he's making right now, 39 points, right? But so much more defensive to play it, making OF, AA, and EX. Now, do you want to be defensive when you're behind? Not
Absolutely not. Yeah, I think in this case, Fax is reasonable. If he had telepathic powers, then he would put it over where you said exactly. I think Fax is perfectly reasonable here. He just doesn't know that Benji's got a second bingo waiting here.
Right. Oi, oi, oi. This is going to hurt. I do not envy Darren or anyone who has had their opponent bingo on them multiple times.
Am I phoning? Oh, it's just a city in England. I'm sorry.
That was a word. Oh, you know what? It's also a place in the movie Twitches. So
okay, wah wah. There you go. Your commentators are human too.
Coventry.
I even said it like a Brit because I was thinking of the city first. But no, not a valid word. There you go. Convey is going to be one of his choices. Since Coventry is not a word. Sad. Besides convey, what else?
Either that or we just get fired.
Yeah, I mean that's a thing too. But then I can happily eat the different desserts that we have. There's this beautiful brownie I like the cashews on top. I know you're not so much of a fan, but there's this beautiful brownie with cashews and chocolate chips on the top of coffee. We can just get fired and just go and watch games and eat.
Hey, my name is Nits, not nuts. I'm not a huge fan of them.
I'm nuts, you're Nits.
Oh, apologies, folks. Yes, a convey would be a really great play here. Convert also, on the line. I think convey here would be really, really nice because why would you play convert, keeping a Y, when you could just play convey, keeping RT? Unless, of course, if you don't see it, which may be the case. But Ben, great vision here. It's going to come down with, he's coming down with a no, okay, sorry. I thought he was going to play covine, which is an anagram, and maybe he will. But no, it seems like he's going to do convey. All right. That's a great play. 28 points for him. Love to see it.
And on to Darren, who's still struggling through power tiles, but now power tiles with many vowels.
Including Taj and Jur. That's a nice high scoring play immediately here.
Love to see it. Maybe he could just do J-O. But Taj and Je is so much better. I feel like it's 61 points. Why would you ever give that up? He's already seen it. It's to the side of his rack. And I think he's going to play relatively quickly for 61 points. And he will be in the lead.
Like I was showing before, a best possible position when you're not going to have a bingo after your opponent starts with one is to have those high counters that score for lots of points. Having said that, Benji's got a fantastic pull. At least two that come to mind immediately to consider here.
Okay, all right. There are many bingos playable, 4 bingos playable, and he's not going to waste any time in putting them out.
Stowry, not sure which one the pronunciation is, but that one.
Stowry, I feel. Alrighty, coming down very quickly. Good on Ben, not wasting any time on this very high probable bingo. These are a set of tiles that appear again and again and again when you're learning, when you're playing, and it's really good to have studied them and have them down pat, which Ben, of course, does. He's not even flinching. Now on to Darren. He's gotta deal with these 3 I's, an O, an E, S, and Y. The only thing I like about this is the ES. So guess I'm struggling to figure out what to do. Maybe I just want to
change for me,
yeah.
But insta change.
I agree. I mean, I'm probably keeping ES just because it's still early in the game. There's a lot of eyes unseen. I don't feel like I necessarily want to keep IES, but some people might disagree. They might like EIS better. It might be slightly better.
I think we keep in mind here that 2 eyes have come down. You now have 3 more of the additional 7 that are in the pool. So just given about a quarter of the game is over. Pulling an eye here, if you keep one, it's not improbable, or sorry, impossible, but it's somewhat improbable if you do happen to keep one. ES is probably still my personal inclination as far as what I keep, but EIS is completely understandable probabilistically to keep it, just given how many of the remaining eyes you already have and that you can't draw when you exchange.
Absolutely. Luckily, Darren has drawn into a bingo now, lefties, but we're on Ben at the moment. Let's see what he will be able to do. Lefties, Felsite, Leofist.
Who do you think is more misunderstood, Verdes or lefties?
Lefties. No. Verdes. No. Verdes are just doing it for attention. It's lefties.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay. I feel like they're misunderstood if that's what you think they do it for.
You guys did not hear any of my opinions. Please pretend I didn't say anything.
A fierce debate. Perhaps anyone who is watching, you might consider weighing in. Who do you think is more misunderstood, lefties or Verdes? Would be very keen to hear what you have to say. In the meantime,
what
Benji.
is Ben gonna do? Very tough decision here. Oh my gosh. Maybe just something like Warren through the O. I don't know. You're not really scoring much for this turn, are you?
Not a whole lot to go with here, certainly.
Oh, you know what? What if you just played? Oh, this is really nice. This is a great underlap, and I think Ben will find this. This word is a common English word. It goes to the Y, awry. 24 points, keeping N-L-I-R. He does not see it in this case, but otherwise, I think, it's a really great play, 24 points. But Warren, also great, L-A-I-R, great leave.
Yeah, Warren scores less than awry for sure. It's the leave, I think, is what makes it do so well when looking at early computer simulation, just because, rail as leftover letters, they work really well together to create longer words. I do have to wonder when looking at this board, just about the nature of this board and what's available in terms of options for longer plays, things that are bonuses of some kind. There's not a lot to work with on this board right now. And Ben knows this, with playing something like Warren. It gives him a fair bit of control over this board. It takes away all the obvious spots to bingo back, other than hooking anything onto Stowry and then playing something underneath the W to the N. There's already very few options to play all of your letters in this case after Warren. So it does actually give it a fair bit of weight in his favor, just considering the nature of the board.
I really like that analysis. Unfortunately for Darren, who must have been as excited as I was about finding a 7 on his rack, there is unfortunately no space for it to go. There's literally nowhere that he's able to play a bingo. There wasn't one before, and there isn't one now. Ben has not helped him out in any way whatsoever. So he's got to play something short.
So the short options would be something like F or FE, using that iron Stowry. There's also, Ute and F and of. There's multiple places to do essentially the same thing as far as what it does for the board. And that's leave an extremely good leave while opening up the bottom part of the board. And then that becomes up to Ben to figure out what to do in response with what becomes a very clear telegraph of what the opponent has. So at the end of the day, F using the Iron's Stowry to maximize the point value in this case, well, it's fishing, but not really. Like
Right.
it's scoring
It's
well
scoring.
while also fishing.
Right.
So I'd call this more of a board control play as opposed to an outright fish.
That's fair. I like that. And for Ben now, he has Dilator, but nowhere for it to go. He's just going to have to, well, now good position here for us to consider, because Ben is in a similar position as Darren, but his tiles are different. So when you look at these 1-point tiles, he's not able to do something as scory as FE. He can't play off 2 tiles for 24 points. He's going to have to use a lot more tiles to get bang for his buck. So now Ben has to consider, if I fish off 2 tiles or 1 tile so I can still score on this board, where am I even going to score with a 2 or 1 tile play? He's not. He's going to have to play off more tiles. And this, I think, is where Ben is going to be able to show how he shines, where he finds, good 5 or 6 tile or 4 tile play that allows him to score well enough and still, go keep his lead, I think. Is there anything that strikes you as a fun play, Jesse?
I'm looking alongside F for anything that goes up and down using the U in Stowry to see if there's anything that's sort of blocky that goes there. And in the absence of that, there's nothing underneath of UT using the T in Stowry. There's nothing under there that really gives anything necessarily. Or pardon me, that does anything that doesn't give more back. Like Utas, for example. Like you don't know your opponent has an S necessarily here, but they got a pretty reasonable rack, I would say. Just because the play is fairly short, I think you're pinning your opponent on a really good rack here. So what you're doing, if you play underneath of UT, is just giving things back. Ideally, you play vertically through the U in Stowry with something Stowry that obstructs the board. Otherwise, the main spot besides underneath RE and if is a Stowrier, anything alongside there. And it just so happens that Ben does have an R for Stowrier. So then you start thinking, okay, if I can't completely obstruct the board and stop my opponent, what can I score that involves Stowrier? And there actually is a lovely 6 that is an adjective that Ben could play for a fair bit. It's adroit. Whether I would pull the trigger on it, I don't know, but a point of consideration.
Ooh, yeah, that's a really nice one. I feel like it scores a lot.
It does. I can see what Ben is doing here with idly. It scores a decent amount. It keeps a fairly decent leave, and you're thinking, okay, my opponent many times, if they're going to bingo, it's not going to reach a double word score most of the time. It might just hook RE with an S or perhaps ifs and something underneath of RE, but it's not devastating most of the time as far as score. It's a standard score for a bingo with a flat game and a balance rack. Stowrier, if something comes down, it's less likely your opponent will be fishing for something that's there. So yeah, he's basically just going for something that scores well and leaves some balance when he plays idly. It's definitely a good choice.
Yeah, it's definitely up there. I feel like your play of Adroit, your suggestion of Adroit is much better in terms of, like the score and like what it's doing. Adroit doesn't take an S. So I do like that more, but Idly is definitely a really great board vision play. And I like it. Now we see, I believe that's Clint that has come down.
I'm thinking that's Clint, yeah.
Great play by Darren here, because he did not have anything available on this board. Maybe the only thing that could have been better is making Eft and ETIC. That could have been a good play as well. But Clint, certainly, deserving of its own kudos. Unfortunately, now Ben does get the first shot at the triple here. So not sure,
you know, what the value of that is.
Argo comes to mind as just one play. That would go down from the T in Clint, assuming you make a play there.
Ooh, and it goes pretty fast. Oh, just a go. I like that too.
There's a 5-tile play that's going down here. Okay, is that Agora that he's considering?
Oh, probably, yes. Yeah, Agora. That's not bad at all. Maybe setting himself, but actually he doesn't keep an R. So I was gonna say maybe he's setting himself up for a Stowrier play with that also, you know, puts a consonant next to the A of Agora. I don't know if he's considered the danger of that position. So now whoever draws the A and a nice power tile is going to be able to really hammer that spot. FR, WR, you know, something like something really nice, like KR words are also possible there. I don't know, man. I mean, I feel like this might have been a bit of a mistake. Maybe Argot would have been better, maybe.
I am preferential to Argot in this particular case. I think playing in that spot is certainly the thing to do as far as what it does for Ben's cause and as far as how it controls the board to some degree. Agora, you know, it does do all the things that has to be done in that spot, other than it creates something volatile as a scoring spot while taking care of the essential problem, which is a bingo in that spot. So now it's pretty hard for Darren to turn down the points with Weist.
Absolutely.
Well, it's not entirely giving up on grooming his rack, but you know, AE is okay as a leftover lead, but I don't think there's any justified reason to play something for far less points, you know, with just say EW or E or something like that. I think Weist, you kind of have to do it.
I agree. 33 points is nothing to sneeze at. I don't think you could turn that down at all. I absolutely agree with you here. For Ben now, a blank on his rack, yet another blank to play with, except he does not have a bingo that's playable on this board. He's going to have to either fish or break up this rack.
So when we look at the choices that are possible at this particular point in time, what would be a reasonable fish? If you're going to play with the fishies here, fishy, 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 what are you going to do? I think with the two Ds, I mean, the most immediate instinctive thing that I'm thinking of doing is I got to get rid of at least one of those Ds. Ideally PD if I'm getting rid of something, but if not both, at least a D is kind of what I'm thinking here.
I agree. I absolutely agree. I don't want those duplicate tiles at all. Ben is hanging on to the P in his hand. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm a little worried that he's going to play off the P instead of the D. Okay, let's see. He's got PL off to the side. Maybe he's thinking of, let's see, what is he thinking of? Maybe he's thinking of Plod to the OD of Taihoed and Idly, but then he keeps DDET. Now, Plod does score, it does score 13 points, so there is some merit to that, but I feel like it's much better to just get rid of a D.
Yeah, I can see the thought process behind Plod there for sure. Assuming you're going to get to underlap under Weist and play a bingo play, something ending in ED quite often happens, and then D could be at the start or the end of many words that are 7 letters long. So perhaps positionally is what Ben's thinking of. Having said that, just for pure possibilities, I do like playing just a D a little bit better, but I can certainly see his thought process.
All right. Let's see. Now on to Darren. He's got Emerite, but he doesn't have the T that would allow him to play that. So he's just instead got just way too many vowels to deal with. He needs to be able to score to stay competitive. He wants to stay in range. He's currently down about 40. So what is he supposed to do? Let's think through this position. Are we going to play just vowels, right? Like, look at this rack. You have way too many vowels that you to know what to do with. So maybe you play something like with 2 vowels or maybe with 3 vowels. EM coming down for a lot of points is defensible though. Like, it keeps a lot of vowels, maybe more than we're comfortable with, but it also scores a lot. If we had played just 2 vowels or 3 vowels somewhere, it wouldn't have scored as much.
So it looks like instead of playing 2 vowels, it's going to be EM. I can see the appeal on an immediate level to try and get more points here as opposed to just dropping 2 E's. And you know, if you're going to go vowel heavy, this is not one of the worst ways to go vowel heavy, given that it's literally a 5-letter word that he's left on his rack. But yeah, I think the EE play, I'm liking that a little bit more. Meanwhile, Van Schombrun has played Twist very quickly, and Ted.
I like that. I like that for him. He's opening up some space, but also at the same time, maybe a little too hasty. Maybe I don't like that B and D together. You have a lot more flexibility when you have a blank, but maybe you could just exchange out of this situation, you know? Like, you don't really have to worry too much, right? It's more important to hang on to those vowels, I'd say.
So
we are going to see a challenge, though.
Interesting. I mean, I get it here.
I feel like, you know, Ted is still fine. I mean, you're getting a challenge out of it, so there you go. It improves the value of that play. But what were you saying, Jesse?
Twee, I believe that's a Scottish word, if I recall correctly.
Ooh. That makes sense to me.
Twee, Twist. I can't do Scots, I'm sorry. But let's just see the definition officially. Tweest, affectedly cute or quaint. If I look at twee, it doesn't say where it's from necessarily, but I'm pretty sure, if I recall, I have friends from Scotland who have used the word twee quite often when talking about things.
That's adorable.
Oh, it is. It's affectedly cute or quaint, in fact. So yes, quite adorable.
That indeed. Ooh, and Darren, look at him. He's got the H that he needed for the C that was on the board. Clint had made it very difficult to use that triple word score unless you had an H, and now he has it along with a K that will score him really, really well.
Well, I think we've talked about the possibility of an exchange in the last turn, but there's basically no question that's going to be coming for him on this next turn here. I can't see any world in which he plays through this rack. So now that KHI has come down, it's a question of what is Ben going to change? Because I think a change is basically a given.
Oh, yeah, great point. There's still a D out, and there's many, many N's out. There's 4 N's out. So maybe I hang on to N blank, possibly.
There's 4 N's in the bag, I believe, from Ben's point of view.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd keep one. I think in this situation, I can see it, but I don't know. I don't know if I keep one. But in this case, he's opted to hold on to the N.
Yeah.
I'd be curious to see a side-by-side when looking at the numbers for that later, just given the 4 N's in the pool, if it's right to hold on to the N. I think my intuition is that it's really close between the two. Probably isn't as big of a deal as I'm talking about right now, but I think they're probably very, very close without seeing the numbers.
It's definitely very, very close. Very, very close. It does seem that your bingo percentage jumps up quite a lot if you keep N blank, because you are going into a bag with 28 tiles. So the chances of you getting an N are not as pronounced as, you know, you would think. So yes, there are 4 N's to be worried about, but keeping an N at the same time, great bingo tile. And look at that draw for Ben. Beautiful, beautiful draw.
I believe that's Misons and a blank.
Now for Darren, yet again, more vowels. He has to struggle through these. I'm sure there must be some sort of 8-letter word that would have helped him out here, but I don't know if there's any available. Oh yeah, he needed an L for Aileron, but he does not have one. So he's just gonna have to fight through this. More vowels to breathe through. Where's he gonna go? I think he's gonna go with Duane. It's gonna score him 8 points. Keep ER.
Yeah, it's almost douanier, just not quite, because there's 2 E's instead of IE. My guess, because douane is the French word for customs. I wonder if a douanier is a customs officer. Let's look at the definitions. I'm thinking in my French brain here. A custom house officer, look at that.
Nice, look at you.
Oui, je parle français aussi.
We have a French speaker amongst us, friends. Oh, okay. Thinking through this rack. There is much to be done. You want to make sure you're keeping ER. You want to make sure that you're playing as many vowels as possible. And you want to make sure that you're playing for as many points as possible. For as well as you can get a leave, really. Like a really good leave at this point. Maybe you just play AE somewhere. Maybe you play UO somewhere. Whatever you can do to salvage this rack.
It's worth noting, this is really fascinating to me, these positions, because there's just so much junk. The board is effectively dead, is what I'm going to say with this board. It's basically dead, and the scores are flat even. Duan is taking out the last major scoring line, other than, you know, if you have something reaching the E for a bingo, but D's taking out the biggest one by far, and yeah, it's basically a dead even game. This favors Ben based on what we know about his rack. His opponent's not going to know this, but this favors him in the short and even medium turn, just given what he has. A play like Z would jump out as a scoring play, but with the board being what it is right now, I don't think I would necessarily do that. At least not right away without looking at this board, just because it is a fascinating board, just with what can be done. Having said that, it looks like Ben has made a fairly fast play, given the nature of the board. It looks like he has made a 4-tile play. Mz, so yes, he's added an M in front of that Z.
Ooh, at that point, I think you just set your own M up, right? Like it's the last M, so you might as well just play Z.
Yeah, it's interesting. Interesting line of thought there. I mean, after your opponent has played Duan, you know that they're vowel heavy. If they're playing off an E for so few points, they probably have another one. So if you play just Z, something reaching the Z is possible to get to the triple word score. So it's interesting. But then if you add the M, you have one fewer tile needed to reach. So yeah, in this situation, Darren gets to capitalize on the opening there. He will pull slightly ahead, and Ben has had a less than favorable draw after playing Z.
Yeah, oi, oi, oi. And one thing we forgot to mention with the play of Duan is that there was a play that would have started with the E of Ted, EOAN, that would have made 3 underlaps, making WO, EA, and REEN. That would have scored 19 points. And I feel like that would have been also a good play, maybe using, fewer vowels, fewer tiles, but scoring relatively well. But a great board vision play. Duan here, disrupting plays from his opponent so that only the E could be utilized and would have given back a triple. That's exactly what happened here. I think Darren has made a really good choice here. On to Ben, however, with Y, I, and N, S blank. Nothing really great to do here.
I have a suggestion, and I think this is somewhere where you have to play confidently and not scared in this situation, is how I will preface what I'm going to describe. So looking at this board, the clear place to do something long as far as a bingo is going to be using the R in probe, almost certainly. If someone does that, their response is going to be alongside, most likely using the triple word score. That's a worst case scenario. And Ben, from his point of view, if my opponent is going to bingo there, so what? Might as well play yin, because if I play yin in the bottom right, okay, maybe they're going to play something that scores kind of okay in the bottom right quadrant, but I've given myself a fantastic leave and a chance to play to that R and probe. If my opponent plays the R and probe with a bingo, I am grooming myself to a fantastic rack, most likely after they bingo in a worst case scenario, which it looks like they will with Sludgier in this case.
And we'll give back bingos.
Lots of options.
Yeah.
So yin, I think you just have to play fearlessly. Just accept that it's okay. I'm giving something a little back. I just need to trust I'm going to do okay with what I pull out of the bag. And he's pulled bingos literally with a blank out of the bag. So this should be very interesting. So after Sludgier, what are we going to see from Ben as far as play and response?
Well, that's a really, really great point. So Darren now, he's looking at how many tiles are unseen. There are 11 tiles in the bag, right? So when he plays, after he plays his bingo, he is going to leave 4 tiles in the bag. After that, is Ben going to be able to bingo? Does he want Ben to bingo leaving 4 tiles in the bag? What does he want to do? And does he even see Sludgier? Look at that. Look at that. Oh my God, I don't think he saw it.
What a break for Ben in this particular case. His opponent has missed Sludgier in a key position here where it would have been extremely helpful.
Oh my gosh.
Interesting. So now from Ben's point of view, let's just see, is there something that he can actually play with what's on the board right now?
I believe there's only one bingo and one bingo alone that goes here. And it doesn't even go to the R.
Wow.
Oh my God, is he going to see it? Is he going to see it? Is he going to see it? Guys, I'm crossing my fingers.
That would be an exceptionally difficult spot and would, I would say, make our highlight reel for today. I just looked up the definition of this particular word in Ziziba, and to me it makes sense when I think about the verb in Italian that it's related to. I am not fluent in Italian, but when I saw this particular word, that's your first hint, by the way. If it's Italian and it's not ending in R, there's a fairly decent inference you can make as to where it's going to play to instead. With that aside, this particular word in Italian, the root word, talks about something that you are needing or begging for, more
Exactly.
literally. And as it turns out, the definition for this particular word pertains to a beggar, which
Yeah.
makes sense when you think of the root word in Italian and ultimately the root word in Latin. So there's a couple of hints for you. We'll see how your word finding is. I know not everyone looks at definitions necessarily, but for me as a linguistics minor formally, I was looking and thinking, oh, where does this come from? And this is very clearly from a specific strand of Italian words.
And I hope we have some Italian viewers with us. We have people who have learned Italian, love Italian, such as myself, and would be able to spot this instantly. That's what I love about some of our players. Sometimes your word knowledge comes from your background. It doesn't necessarily come from learning the words rote, and it really adds to the dynamism of the game, I think, to be able to play words that you wouldn't even believe would be possible.
All right, so fingers crossed here. We'll see if Ben can pull out the brain power and the computing for this one. Ben would know the word for sure if it was just the letters in front of him. I think
agree.
the issue here is not only are you making the blank a very common letter, but it's not going anywhere you'd think it would go, nor is it to a letter you think it would go to.
Right. Yeah.
Because making the blank, we'll just say the blank in E in this case, just to leave another hint, making the blank in E, it makes you even more likely to look at the R in probe for something ending in ER. It's exceptionally difficult to not only not look at the R, but be okay with the blank being in E in a really unusual spot, in this particular word. So this is going to be a key moment for Ben to see if he can pull this one out. And definitely a really interesting turn of events here, with Sledgier not coming down, and now instead of a more straightforward bingo from Ben, perhaps it's a really exceptionally difficult one to find.
And I really want to, impress upon you guys the importance of finding this word, which I'm sure Ben can do. He just has to look at the correct spot, right? Like once he starts considering the O, I think he's going to play off BO here, but the difference between your win percentage after you play your bingo versus when you play two tiles is a lot. Like there's a huge, huge difference. The game is essentially tied right now. You're behind, but you need to be able to find this play. You need to be able to play for more than 10 points, which is what you are able to do at best if you only play two tiles here.
Yeah, this is a tough one just because the alternative as far as scores go, they're just so low. Like everything is barely over 10, if not literally 10 points as far as any plays that are even remotely reasonable. And this is on a board that is, except for the 1 point of focus in the bottom left corner, this board is effectively dead. Right. So yeah, it makes it even more essential that this be found. And if it weren't to be found, so if we have to go down the line of this is not going to be found, then what do you do if you're Ben when you're thinking like a human? Is there any world in which he considers a setup for himself?
Ooh.
Using the CH, for example, in the top of the board, that would be a very brave setup. Could do something there.
That would be fancy. Wow, okay.
But if you're not going to find the bingo, then what do you do to give yourself, holding the blank and a really synergistic set of letters, what do you do to maximize your chances of bingoing? You're down by 15 here, which is actually a lot on a board like this.
Right.
But oh, interesting. So he's actually taking away the last key spot. So we're going to have to spend some time discussing this because there's a few implications that we have to communicate here after you play ob.
You have to expect your opponent not to have an O because look, there's only one O unseen, and that's the only tile that goes above that.
Yes.
You're creating a scoring spot that you don't have you have a blank for, but you don't have the actual letter for, and you don't know if your opponent has it. Sorry, continue. You were saying.
You do. So that's one of the points is it's a race to the O as far as playing above the B here. The second thing you're doing is you are conceding this being a game decided by a bingo. It's just not going to be at this point in time unless someone were to be desperate and drop the one tile, or maybe two, if not one, next to the CH. So he hasn't done that to open the top lineup at this point. He's decided that he wants to play through using his flexible letters in a blank on an extremely tight board. He's communicating that he feels relatively confident that he can eke this one out without playing a bingo. So it's switching the mode of this game. The board is dead. I have to emphasize how dead this board is as far as scoring. And that favors someone who has letters that are highly flexible, including a blank. The V is in the bag. as well as a G, I believe, if we're looking, no, not a G, so Ben has it, but from Darren's point of view, a V and a G are unseen to him. And a board where everything is very tight, those are killer. Like what you're going to do with that, very, very difficult. And it favors someone with a blank. So interestingly, Al has come down. It creates a line to the triple word score on the far left column.
Ooh, and what it's doing is it's showing that Darren is afraid Ben has the O, and now Ben can presume that Darren did not have the O for having, played AL. Otherwise, he would have played something, making LO. And now Ben, again, does not have a bingo. Nothing plays to the A here. What is he going to do? There's 4 tiles in the bag. Do you fish now? Do you force your opponent to, look at the pool. The pool is great. Your opponent's probably going to bingo if you don't bingo, but are they going to bingo to the A?
Yeah, this is this is looking pretty scary when you're looking from Ben's side of things. Despite the fact that he has a blank, it's looking really good when you look at what's across the board from you. So it looks like he is scoring as much as he feels is possible using the bottom left quadrant of the board.
I think he's going to play Rasp. I think that's what he's playing, Rasp, keeping TTIN blank.
Or Gasp, I can see.
Ooh, or sorry, Gasp.
Interesting. Okay, I'm getting very, very curious.
So
wow.
he wants to block bingo to the A. And I guess he's still scoring. That's fair. Really, really complicated. Really, really complicated.
So allo becomes quite relevant in that spot down there. We have to start looking at any possible scoring spots on the board. And actually, if we look for Darren, one immediate thing that comes to mind is looking through the V and convey. There's lave or lava as 2 options that score. And on a board like this, where there's almost no spots to score, that is critical here. And it's pretty clear that whoever gets the clunky tiles in a dead board is going to lose. So that's part of why Ben played the G. He unfortunately has pulled the V, which is the other one of the tiles you don't want to see on a board where you've decided to play a race to not have junk. So that's going to be tough for him. Lava is going to be a key find for Darren in this particular case on a mostly dead board. The question is he going to do that and also try to slug through, or is he going to try and create an opening for what's otherwise his nice rack? Is he going to go for trying to bingo possibly? It's a different kind of position to play. Not a lot of, I have to say, this is something where Collins is my dictionary now,
Right.
And having said that, I grew up playing North American Scrabble, where it is more often that you're going to have a dead board, or you're going to get stuck with letters, or people are going to be able to block and lock down a board. So there's more often situations that are somewhat like this, where a board gets so tight and so locked down, where people play it more often. It's not something where people are necessarily as used to it, when playing Collins, because it's just less frequent that a board gets shut down. Ben is from North America, where he, like most of us, started out playing NWL.
Right.
So he is actually used to this situation a little bit more often. I think it's clear he's made that choice consciously when he played OB. He's pretty confident going into this. So this is going to be a question of Darren's fortitude and long-term vision in playing what is basically a dead board and a race to scoring on a dead board, and controlling a board and creating opportunities for yourself that score not as much as you normally would, but enough to pull out a win. Lava, I believe, is basically the win.
Actually, I really like Lav too. I would have liked him to score with Lava. Of course, as you mentioned, like scoring is so imperative on a board like this, but I also don't mind Lav too much. He is leaving 1 tile in the bag. He's still trying to find a bingo. He might be able to get something like with an IAC bingo, to the C of convey. Like maybe that's what he's trying. Oh, and he's got the O.
So Eurasian, naturally, is going to be on his rack. And if you are if you are Ben, you are looking at a frightening pool. But if you look at all the possibilities, I think you could see that some kind of crazy fish at the top is hypothetically possible in terms of what you have. But on the other hand,
oh, he's gonna play. What is he? That's interesting.
Is it Vino that he is considering putting
Oh,
down with the blank O?
Nice. All right, all right, all right. That's a little scary, putting out stuff in space.
Yeah, so Vino ultimately has come down.
Oy, oy, oy. That's
Yeah,
really
he's
scary.
it's a really interesting end here, and I think you have to get rid of the V, of course, if you're Ben, just given you're assuming that your rack is going to be junky
Right.
here, and that your opponent has 1 point tiles. So you've got to get rid of that V before the board gets completely destroyed. And what does he have left?
Well, do you feel like it might be useful to block aloe? Do you feel like that is more important? Like something like Stime, Stime to the ME of M of Mazie and E of Probe? I feel like maybe that's also valuable. I mean, I don't know at this point, but it does block the highest scoring play that you can see.
Alone is even more than Aloe when you look at the bottom there,
Oh,
actually.
yeah.
It scores one more and does basically what's needed to be done at this point in time. Ben is up, but I believe he's pulled an R out of the bag, so Trit should be left on his rack. And I'm just looking to see if there's anything relatively straightforward for Ben to play, something that scores enough to outrun here, but alone or really anything down there, I think should do it. And yeah, I still wonder. I'm really curious. I'll see if I can talk to him about Ob, just because really he decided to try to race through a tight board in the end game.
Right.
It's really curious, just how quickly that changed. Ben's rack was looking so good. I have to say he was, there we go, Alone's coming down.
Yeah, and he doesn't have, I mean, he just really doesn't have another place for Rit. I just don't know what he's gonna do here. There's no way to go out. So maybe, maybe just RIT through the eye of Vino. Like maybe that's the best he can do. That is really, really tough. The having not found Bisonio, having played OB instead, just the decision to put Vino out in space. I can see why he wanted to do that. He had to get rid of that V. But I mean, just wow, just this game has had me completely befuddled and confused. I mean, maybe it's just maybe Ben just didn't eat a lot of brownies. Maybe Darren also didn't, eat enough danishes that were available. Perhaps, a sugar rush will have explained a few more of these plays.
Yeah, I think we can safely point to both of the bingos as far as Ben's missed bingo, which is understandable given the difficulty of it.
I agree.
And Sludgier being missed, I think it's really fortunate. If Sludgier comes down, I think we have a very, very different game as far as
Right.
what's happening with Ben. But Scrabble, part of what makes it so beautiful is just what happens in the unpredictable moments. And this went from what looked like it was going to be some late high-scoring plays that would favor Ben to what became a completely locked down board that was decided by whoever pulled the V, essentially.
Exactly. Yeah. Rit coming down for 4 points. It will allow Darren to play. Let's see. What is Darren going to play? Ooh, a gasp. Gasp is a word, right? It better be. No, never mind. I'm looking at something else. Let's do, is SEME a word? It may be. I believe it is.
It's a word.
So AS there possibly for 14 points. And then for Ben making ICH and TI, that would be where he could get quite a lot of points, 10 points there. It would be a loss by 12 points, which is, I mean, he's kept the loss to as little as possible, which is important. Like the game, I mean, look at how low scoring this game has been in comparison to the other games. We've seen neither player hitting 400 points. Really, really close board, really tough position.
There he goes, making the outplay to formally end this game. And there's a handshake. Let's just listen in on the kibitzing at the end.
Tracking and this was the last out. That's why I did that.
Oh, okay. I thought you had the last
No,
one
I didn't.
set it up.
So dumb. Probably wouldn't if I don't do that. Yeah.
So you think that the ball was correct?
Those of you who
Yeah,
finish your
yeah,
game, there's a
thinking.
tea break.
Did you have the blank?
You have
Yeah,
25
I had the
minutes
blank
tea break. So please help yourself. We will
What the
resume
blank
at
after you after you changed it?
I had the blank when I
4:45 p.m.
exchanged.
Oh, okay. You changed 5, so you kept the blank.
Yeah.
I'm guessing you didn't have vowels.
Yeah, I kept N blank.
Right. Because I had all the vowels.
Yeah, I don't know. This one really got away from me. Disaster. There's one right there.
All right, so it was a fairly brief discussion. Little twist there, actually, that we heard. It was mistracked as far as the play of Ob. So this is what makes Scrabble so interesting. There's a series of events here. So Bisogno was missed as far as a bingo. It was not discussed. I'm sure he'll see that later once he analyzes the game. But when you assume that there's no bingo there, which it sounds like he has, and that you don't think that there's any O's left in the bag, Ob seems more reasonable as a play that will do well when analyzed by a machine. In this case, the key that we know is on a tight board where any sort of scoring involving vowels is essential. Ob was his undoing in this case, just as of how much alone scores in this case. So unfortunately, a couple of errors there. I mean, the miss of Bisogno, as we mentioned, is completely understandable given how exceptionally challenging it is to find as a word. A little bit fortunate that he even was in that position in the first place as far as Sledgier not coming down, but Darren, to his credit, doing exactly what had to be done in the late stage of the game here to pull out a really tight win on that completely dead board.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Darren kind of saved himself. Had he played Sludgier, a bingo would have come down on the triple lane or to the side of Sludgier, and it would have scored so well. So Ben would have never been in that position. The game would have continued to be tight, the bingos being exchanged back and forth. But I mean, that's an alternate universe that we did not have the pleasure of being part of. So this one, wow, this is the one where OB came down. This is the one where Ben accidentally mistracked. This is the one where Scrabble continues to be a really tough game because of human insights, because of the luck of the tiles, because of just the circumstances. I mean, crazy game.
So our tightest game, our lowest scoring by far that we've had here, but in this case, strategically, very, very interesting in a unique way that we haven't seen today yet. So definitely some notes to take away from this one. In the meantime, tea time has started outside officially. So we're going to get a spot of tea and then return back for our next round. So briefly signing off from Bangkok, Jesse Matthews alongside
Nits Shakti. See you guys.
See you in a few.
in my head, I was put in for 3.
Oh, right. Everyone is wrong. Every win is a good win.
Every win is good, right? Especially the name.
คำพูดมากมายความหมายอยาก
So you played on the floor?
Yes.
I don't like the offset. I don't like how the rats are in the center.
Well, it have to be in some cases. Yeah, for the
Well, they said it's because so it doesn't hit the phone when you spin it. There's no reason the camera couldn't hit the road.
yeah.
Just a bit silly. And I always play all my games on my own rack. So I'm a bit lost.
อ๋อพี่ติดแล้วนี่แหละ อ๋อชอบอ่ะไม่ดู
และก็เท่เลยนี่แหละหลายคนบ่นอยู่แต่ว่าก็ตามนั่นแหละเข้าใจได้อยู่
จ้างมาแล้ว
We're gonna play game 18. 3 more games for today. So those of you with your opponent, you may begin. Good luck.
All right, we are on the air. Can you hear those lovely tiles being rattled on David Eldar's side as he's going to start up this match between, as mentioned, David Eldar of Australia and someone we haven't seen at our table because he's been at the tables above us most of the time. That's Napat Jara Nuratorn. Wow, that's a new one for me. I usually have to tie last names down pat, but I've missed this one. So Australia versus Thailand in this matchup. Jesse Matthews here with
Nits Shakti. Hi guys, so good to see you back. This is round 18. Everybody's getting a little tired, but you know what? These players are going to keep moving on. And now David Eldar with AEGIINH. What's he going to do? He almost had something great to play, like a nice little bingo, but now he's going to do, ooh, Hying. That's pretty nice.
points.
Love to see it.
Following the general theme that Eldar gives us. When in doubt, take the points.
I love it. 28 points for Hying. Really, really fast. I love to see it.
Yeah, and the only other one that's comparable in length is Haying, but I would say A, I think, has a tiny edge over I in this situation, but it's one of those negligible decisions, generally speaking.
Absolutely. Completely agree with you here. Really interesting to show off his knowledge of the sixes, especially if, you know, you've studied what the meaning of some of these 3-letter words, 4-letter words is. You're able to, you know, learn what the 6-letter words could be just by knowing the conjugations, the declensions, and it's very helpful, I think, because a lot of players don't actually study the 6-letter words because they're not very useful. If you're going to play 6 tiles, might as well play 7 and get the bingo, bango, bongo down, don't you think?
I would say so, absolutely. So we've talked about Eldar a fair bit as far as some of his background and credentials, and we've seen him lots of the games that we've had at board 3 today. Let's talk about someone we haven't seen at this board. As mentioned, Napat has actually been at the higher tables, was really at the top of the standings and has maintained his spot near the top for most of this tournament so far. So we just haven't seen him only because he's playing so incredibly well, and obviously still is because he's here. So let's just talk a little bit. He is not just a grandmaster, but an elite grandmaster. Ooh. As far as his position in the Thai ranking system and the WESPA ranking system. His peak rating in WESPA is well over 2100. That puts him definitely at the elite level. As far as notable titles, nothing that immediately stands out, just places well quite frequently as far as the tournaments he goes in, just a steady presence at the top. So we're seeing clearly in his tournament here so far that he is right at the top this whole tournament, showing that consistency.
And look at that, he's already found his best play. Mondi, another 6-letter word that we're going to see come down here. And this would be such a great play, making MIANUG score really well, 29 points, keep that A. Same thing as Deldar. I feel a little bit of symmetry going on, a little bit of mind melt.
Certainly bingo E multiple on Eldar's side, and we're assuming that one will likely come down on the next turn, but we're just going to have to wait for sure.
Mondi, lovely, beautiful play. Another one could have been yuan, which is a currency, I believe, that would have scored 20 points, keeping DAM. But Mondi is such a great play. I don't see why you don't do that. Really, really precise play by both of these players so far. Love to see it.
Yeah, so definitely going to be a few choices as far as bingos are concerned. Kiais, I'm not sure how I pronounce that, is one of them. Squilla, of course, is the 7 that's in there. There's multiple choices here. So playing for 82 points in this particular case.
I think that's great. I mean, I'm actually kind of surprised to see David give up the 10 points that would have come with Squilla. Yes, you put an S out in space, right? You make it easy for your opponent to hit the S, but consider where it would have played, making AMI, right? So you really, like, the S usually comes at the end of words, not like in the beginning, not really at the front. So I'm really surprised to see him give up those 10 points because he's so fond of just scoring.
Yeah, he loves to score. And then normally, you know, even though the S is at the end of words, like you're saying, you're giving back lots of points on average when you place the S in that triple word lane. Having said that, when you look at the placement of this word that he has chosen, you're also giving back a fairly high amount of points on average when you play mostly anything overlapping his bingo play here using the double word score. So you're taking 10 less points, you're giving back really the same amount of points on average. as far as what your opponent is likely to come back with. So yeah, it is surprising indeed to see the forfeiture of 10 points in this case. As it stands, Napat has bingos in response here. Agamites comes to mind as just one of the options, but there's more than one option here.
Yeah, A-gametes and H-mates are both possible. They're both going to score 72 points. There's also plays through the L. And I think another reason why David may have not seen Squilla is because MI was not on the board. So look at how immediately he played his word, right? Like he was waiting for his opponent to play so he could put his bingo down, Quillas, as soon as possible. Now, he didn't realize that AMI was available, I think. And that's why maybe he went for that. I think he just hadn't calculated how many points it was because the Q being tripled, on that triple letter word just scored so much. I don't think he even realized. On to Nabat now, who's going to decide between A-gametes and H-mates. Meltage is also possible, but I don't think that's as great of a play. So it seems like he's going to go down with H-mates. That's perfectly fine, I think.
H-mates is, going to score basically maximally here. No complaints about that position, really.
Good for him. Let's keep this rolling. I like to see these players just bingo bango all over the place. And also the symmetry has continued. 6 tile, 6 tile, 7 tile, 7 tile. Now, what is David Eldart to do?
When in doubt, take the points. We know that is his philosophy as far as how he plays. So, I mean, obviously one of the most high-scoring plays you can do for getting balance is going to involve the M with something like moved or M-moved. But more ideally, with the V and the W together, if you can uncouple that and remove that from the rack, anything with vow or a vow would be highly considerable in this situation. So when we look at this board, there actually is at least one spot for a vow, and it goes right down from the Y in Mondi. And it's pretty tough to pass up on that given how much it scores and just how well your rack is balanced and left over after you play it.
Absolutely. I feel like his board vision is on point here. A vow coming down for 69 points. Really, really, really nice. Putting that W out in space, not very scary at all. That's exactly what you want to do. You want to get your points. You want to keep moving through the rack. You don't want that V and the W together at all if you can help it. CED, great leave. Love to see it.
Yeah, great leave. Just clarifying, 39 points. 69 would be scary.
Oh, I did that.
You did, but it's all good. 39 is still an excellent play.
Clearly, I've been speaking for way too long.
It would be amazing if it scored that much. Yeah, 39 is still an excellent play. I think it is still the best play when I look at all the options that are there. 39, I can't even talk. 39, that's a great number. 39.
Poisoned you.
39. 39 points for that one. Also, a note from our producer in the background as a point of trivia for those who have not seen results in the tournament. There was an 800 game from one of our players in Division 1 in this case. Daniel Srichaula, I believe is how you say his name, from Thailand, had a score of 804 playing against Fadlan Satria from Indonesia. I would be very interested to see what happened in that game. I wonder if it had reached the annotated boards. I'm not sure. We'll have to have a look and see if we can find any details about what went down in that game. I would imagine there had to be at least one triple-triple. But I'd be very curious to see what went down. It's usually in games that are so extremely high scoring, we'd expect not just a triple-triple, but something with a massive tile like a Q or an X or a Z that went down on the board. So we'll see if we can get information about some of what happened there. Because, as a Scrabble player, we just appreciate things like that are so improbable when they come up. So we'll see if we can find details and let you know about some of what happened in that game. But 800 plus game has been recorded as an official result here in Bangkok.
Wow, that's incredible. And in that time, Dapat has been going through his rack. He's looking at one spot in particular, row 4 on top of Quill Eyes. He wants to put either the P or the K on top of the I, but there's actually a sneakily really good spot on this board for that J of his. The K being a little bit more flexible than the J, he can actually play POLJE to the side of A-gametes. He can make PEOS, and that J would go on that triple letter score. And wouldn't you know, it would get 36 points. I think that's a much better play than something like Polk. Well, not not much better, but certainly, you know, slightly better than something like Polk that he's now considering on row 4. But honestly, at this point, I'm just nitpicking because that is my name.
Nitpicking.
Yeah, exactly.
We got to make that a verb. Nitpicking.
Yes, I am. You know what? I'm on the dictionary committee. I'm going to work on it now.
All right. Well, in the meantime, Polk is coming down, 40 points in this case, so very nicely scoring. And yeah, the other option was Poirier. I believe that is that's Eastern Europe, I believe, for the etymology as far as the origin of that word. I can't tell you a definition, given those are not any of my mother tongues. I don't have a strength in defining or anything, but I believe it is an Eastern European word. I'll have to get back to you about what that means because I don't know. We'll look it up. But Poirier, I'm almost certain is how you pronounce it.
Fancy. For David Eldar now, he's gotten more consonants than he knows what to do with, or he does know exactly what to do with them. He's already looking at DECK, deck, for 33 points. That keeps DHNS. But there's a sneakily better play here that scores a lot more that actually starts from the K. It's a 5-letter word, KENCH, Kench. And that would be 42 points. Now, nobody wants to keep 2 Ds and an S back, but it's 42 points. And I think that really adds up. And for someone like Deldar, who really likes going straight for the points, I think Kench is a slightly better play. Well, actually, a moderately better play than deck.
I think what is possible with deck is if you're getting in the realm of setups and you know words as strongly as Eldar does, he's actually just an A off of deckhand as an extension for the next turn. So Kench, yes, it does score a little bit more. It does keep 2 Ds in the process of doing that. But Eldar, with the human factor, has the ability to draw into deckhands in a best case scenario. He has not. In fact, he has a very bad scenario with what he's drawn. But he had the chance to pull deckhands based on playing deck. So I think that's likely one of the justifiable reasons. I would assume he saw that. Just my thoughts.
That makes a lot of sense. And that's really great play finding by both you and by David Eldar here, to have the foresight and the knowledge to really shoot for deckhands. Really, really lovely. Unfortunately, in this case, he has drawn into consonants. He couldn't have predicted it. That is just sometimes how the tiles come out. But on to Napath here, who's still stuck with that J. He's still stuck with that V. And now he has to figure out his way out of it. And there's not a lot of great options. I think there's just one that I can really think of that's scoring above like mid-20s.
Yeah, it's quite unusual. It would not be the when we think about languages as far as morphology, you know, in terms of how you expect words to be constructed, this doesn't really follow the morphological rules of English necessarily. So it's one of those ones we just have to know and see it.
Yeah, this is a really cool word. It puts a P right after an M. If you guys know this word, it's a really cool one, and it scores 36 points on this board, where scoring is getting slightly tougher. We see instead Jarp coming down, and that's taking away one of the vowels that could have been useful for David, who's also struggling with a vowel-less rack.
Jarp, I can see as far as of all the plays that score fewer, it is probably the most synergistic in keeping ERT with a V, yes, but it keeps ERT. So I can see the line of thought that would lead him to do that and keep those letters. I think if you see Mpret, you probably play it almost immediately, just given what it does. But Jarp is completely justifiable and understandable, given what you can rationalize as his logic ultimately for choosing.
Right. And David Eldar not giving us a second to breathe. He's gone ahead and he's played Roth. Really lovely find here. He had no vowels to play, so he just had to play through one on the board. Roth scoring 27 points for him. Really nice. And he's kept DNS, which again, very synergistic. On to Napath back again. I hope he's not going to be under time pressure. He's moving so fast. David Eldar is only down to 21 minutes on his clock, while Napath has gone past that. Really crazy. Oh, and he's found his best play. Look at that. Lovely. Great recognition. Look at where that W lands on this board, right? If you want to score something really, really well. You're looking at the H of Roth, you're looking to play something underneath that, or you're looking to the W and you're looking to end a word that lets you make something WO, WE, something like that. And here, revote is going to come down for 35 points. That's perfect. That's really, really, really well done.
No issues with that one for sure. That seems pretty straightforward to me. And we have Eldar, who's got a decently balanced track here, and an X that gives him some fairly easy scoring opportunities. The question is, which one is he going to see as the most preferential that helps his longer term cause, not just his immediate cause of scoring points?
Yeah, I mean, we've run into this issue of two S's again and again in the past. Are you supposed to play one of your S's when it only increases your score by 2 points? What does it do when your opponent now realizes that you have an S? What is the value of an S on a board that does not have any hooks for an S to go? What is the value of the S when you can't pluralize any of these words? So look at the D on the board of deck. Look at the R of the word of revote, the E of revote. Those are the tiles that you're looking to end your bingos with. Where does your S go on this board?
Basically, JARP is the major spot. So it's do you justify playing off the S here for a couple more points? It's also worth noting that the bag is vowel heavy, slightly, not overly vowel heavy, but it is more in favor of vowels. So something to consider with whatever is played here is the possibility of drawing multiple vowels. So that would slightly favor keeping an S, but then it's duplicate S's, and even as good as the S's are, it's duplicate. So he's got axons lined up. He is weighing the merits of playing it off just because a second S is not really highly useful to him in general on this board. Having one is sufficient to hook off of JARP. There's nowhere else to use it. So he's just weighing the options here and probably considering the nature of what's in the bag. When you look from his point of view, it's a lot of E's, a lot of I's, and then some A's, O's, and U's, but it's just like there's like an exceptional number of vowels here. So
yeah. Oh, and look at that. He's gone ahead. He's played axons. He does not care about giving this information back to his opponent. And I really like this. I think you should take the 2 points. I don't think you need to worry about hanging on to two S's. JARPs is going to stay open unless your opponent draws the last S or the last blank. And likely, there's a strong likelihood that the bingos are going to the D of deck, to the R of revote, to the E of deck, or the E of revote anyway.
And then when you're looking from Napat's side, just given the vowel-y nature of his rack, Fugio and O stands out to me right away as one of the best. If it's not the best, that's got to be one of the best options to consider here, just given how clunky everything is, given how vowel heavy. Well, from his point of view, it's not as heavy given he has a bunch, but given what he can draw, including all the vowels, Fugio, I'm not seeing much else yet, a little longer, but not much else yet that I would play besides that.
I completely agree with you here. Maybe something like Ugia, which is another spelling of Uguya, might be okay, but Fugio seems clearly the best play here. He's already recognized at Napat has because he's a fantastic player, just as Jesse is here. I'm very blessed to be around these folks. And I think Fugio is, I feel like Napat's going to give it just a few more seconds of thought and then put it down because it's just a really great play. Oh, I think he's playing to...
So I think he's playing it to the O, interestingly. Interesting. So I think I understand. I think I understand what he's doing here as far as what this does for the board. Because when you play Fugio and O, so when you're playing it across and making OWE, you're effectively taking out the entire bottom left quadrant. And your opponent has just told you that they have an S, given that they've played axons. So Fugio doesn't leave anything ending in an S, because SU is not a word. So when you look at this play here, he's giving himself, not a great leave, but he's giving himself another spot. He's assuming that his opponent has S, and maybe he's assuming SE, or perhaps, SE probably, given how many letters from the bag, something like that. So he's assuming that his opponent's leave is S, something good. So Fugio, you're blocking a spot in the bottom left, and it gives your opponent advantage in terms of hooking JARP with something in an S when you have nothing that goes there. You have nothing really that goes to the D, E, and deck. So you're kind of handing away control of part of the board maybe you're giving yourself more chances by playing Fugio. I still don't think I would, but I'm just thinking about some of the human factors by playing Fugio. I think playing one more vowel is pretty important here. And as we're seeing with his pull, I think it would have been a bad rack regardless, but it's gotten even worse by having one more vowel on there.
That's a really rough draw for Napa. That's just really unfortunate. And David Eldar now has a fantastic possibility here. I hope he's going to see it. He probably will, because it's an animal, I believe, this word. And it has yet another weird collection of consonants that you wouldn't expect to see in the English language. Instead of MP, this time it starts with DS, and it plays on this board with many overlaps with let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 overlaps, and scores 42 points. Now that's a really great play, especially for a rack that doesn't have an E, that doesn't have an R, that's, you know, not a bingo. Really, really, really well. I mean, I think that this play would be the one to go with.
Yeah, there's not really a whole lot else that is comparable in score. There are some options that are comparable as far as what's left over, but they just don't score nearly as much. Desobo in this case, or Zobo, I guess, because I believe this is a variant spelling of Zobu and Zobo and all that. I believe that's what it is. That's the one to play. And look at that. He is playing alongside, oh, interesting. I think he might just be playing oboe.
Interesting.
You know what? It still scores well.
Yeah.
Still scores well. Now, what's interesting here is when you play oboe or Zobo, whatever one that you play there, you are taking up the spot for your S on jar, regardless of which one that you play here. So we look at the board. We talked earlier about, is there anywhere else, you know, that my S is useful on this board? It isn't really so useful as far as 7-letter words ending in S on Fugio, but there's something to be said for maybe playing down to the R in revote or the E in revote or anything at the top right with the D and E in deck. So I can see holding back that S, you know, with possible combinations where there's lots of vowels. And sure enough, there's a couple of quick plays in sequence here.
Wow, an exchange of 7 tiles by Napat, and very, very quickly bingo coming down for Deldar here. He's gone ahead and he's played to the D with sturdied.
He's switching it up, yes.
Oh, nice. And he's gotten himself 86 points. He was about to play dustier or maybe studier, but then he saw sturdied and immediately went for it. This is many more points, so good for him getting 8 more points for this play. Really, really, really nice. Really nicely spotted.
So there's a few reasons I like this. Your opponent has just changed 7. You know, the only thing that you know here is they don't have the blank.
Right.
You know, when they made that exchange. That's a pull of 7 brand new tiles, which includes vowels. Eldar can probably assume that a bunch of vowels were changed, if not all. So you're looking and thinking, what is my opponent going to pull? There's a chance that they're going to pull a blank and something else. And probably includes E's as what they can pull, because you would think they'd probably keep 1 E if they changed something involving E's. So that didn't happen. So you're assuming blank, you know, is in the bag, but nothing else. So taking sturdied is the easy place, you know, the easiest at least, because there's still the R in revote. There's still the E in revote. I think sturdied takes away the most likely place to score a lot of points when you look at what's on the board. There's not much that goes beneath the S easily, except stuff ending in, say, T or TE, ATE, what have you. I think it scores the most. And more often than not, if your opponent has something really nice that is a bingo, it's probably just really low scoring next to Fugio. So I think Sturdy just does a fantastic job of controlling these commanding lead that he now has. He's up by 150. And Eldar, just given the way this day has been for him, he's playing pretty well.
Yeah.
You know, he holds himself to a high standard. So we talked about this at lunch. You know, he's not happy with the way that he's playing,
right,
and feels that he has to do a lot to get back into this tournament. And part of what he has to do, not just from his point of view, but even if we're thinking about objectively, is win big.
Right.
You know, not just win, but win big.
Right.
So Sturdied gives himself one of the greatest chances of winning big. It just leaves more often than not a 7-letter word off of Fugio, assuming that the ER in revote is obstructed in the near future. So I think it's quite instructional that he went for what gives him the greatest chance of having a big win.
And Napat now going down with Lauren for 17 points. Because, you know, when you don't have a bingo and you have a lot of 1-point tiles, I really do suggest looking on the board for a lot of overlaps, because that's how you're going to get the most points out of your 1-point tiles. So a really great place that existed was to the side of Mondi, making lug, ENAD, and RYA, Rhea. So LEAR there would have been really nice. It would have scored 23 points, which is 5 more points, keeping NRT. There's a lot of vowels left in the bag, so you wouldn't be keeping a vowel at that point. I feel like that would have been a pretty nice play as well.
Now, if you're Eldar and you're thinking about how do I get even more command and control over this board, you are looking at a play like Azine or Azione and using the F in Fugio, or Fugio, I believe it is, as the old Spanish coin. That really just kills any sort of sevens that end in, say, an E or an I or an O, and forces really just a 7 involving the S and sturdied, if that exists, and any 8 that goes to the R or the E and revoked. So it's a considerable option here, just because there's nothing with the Z that reaches all the way up the triple letter score from the E and revote. There's nothing that really scores enough to use the R in revote with the Z, and there's no 2-letter play that gets Z, E, and something else on the bottom left. So I think Azine or Azione, either one, it accomplishes the same thing. It scores well, controls part of the board, but also he's going for, well, points. He's playing Azine to the right of Larn instead and just saying like, hey, go for it.
And I gotta say, the play of Azine shows one more reason why maybe Larn, maybe not the best play here, because it's just giving this triple back to your opponent that's so easy to use, right? Like they're so easily able to overlap these tiles, especially since there's so many vowels out. And I really think that, you know, for Nabath, I think he just wanted to get a play down. I think he just wanted to be done with that rack, kind of frustrated with the exchange 7 and then frustrated perhaps with the 1-point tile, so I can understand. But I feel like maybe moving a little bit more carefully here would have been better, just so that he didn't get hit back on the triple so easily. Now, however, he's got himself more 1-point tiles, nothing that's going to score. Well, actually, he doesn't have a bingo here to play, but he has a really, really nice play that starts with a Q. Now, if you look at the side of Mondi, I think he's seen it. I think he's seen it. Look at that. That's beautiful vision. Beautiful board vision. Look at that. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, nice play there. He's going to get a fair number of points while blowing up his rack. He's still getting a fair number of points. It's given, I think when you do this, you realize, quite frankly, realistically, you're not winning this game. So you're just looking to score at this point in time, and just kind of hang in there and just wait for the next round. So Cat, it does score lots of points.
Ooh, and it is being challenged. Interesting. I didn't have that on my bingo card, but you know, if you're not sure of a word, you should just challenge it. It is a 5-point penalty, but it's so few points that it's really not worth not challenging something that you're not 100% sure of. Deldar now sits at 415 to Nupat's 267, and he has 2 E's, an I, a Y, and an O. Many, many, many vowels here. A lot of vowels to struggle with. 3 tiles in the bag and a blank still unseen. Your opponent has just played 5 tiles. They've gone fishing for the blank. They might have drawn it. What are you going to do? You have to block any available spot on this board where you might get hit really hard, right? So possibly you see that R of revote, you see the E of revote, you know that's where the high scoring bingos are going, especially to the R of revote. You've got to play there, right?
And interestingly, the blank is still in the bag after Napat's full.
Oh my God. The tile gods giveth and the tile gods taketh away.
Taketh, and taketh even more in this particular case. Yeah, if you're Eldar, 3 in the bag. two-tile play most likely needs to come down here. It's a question of which two-tile play you're going to do. I think it's pretty, to be honest, I think it's pretty straightforward. I think you just play Oi and Yi and Or, just taking out the most obvious spot to play what, from Eldar's point of view, is likely a blank on your opponent's rack. He doesn't know it's not there. But Oi just seems the most likely as far as I'm taking out the highest scoring spot. I'm giving myself the greatest chance of having a high win with lots of spread to add. I think Oi is just pretty straightforward.
I agree. I really like Oi here. So we see the clock has started for Deldar. He's looking at the board, looking at his tiles. He might just be tracking to make sure he has everything correct. He's doing his paperwork, possibly just wanting to calculate and make sure that there's nothing on this board that's going to hurt him too much. He is currently up by a lot. It would take his opponent 2 bingos at least to catch up. And that's just to catch up, I say. So I think getting rid of the easiest spot with revote, as you mentioned, like OY seems so obvious. I think that's really going to have to be the play. OY already off to the side on his rack. I'm sure we're going to see it come down soon.
Before the play of something like Obey and FY seemed like a very likely play for him. But now, yeah, I think it's really just Oi. I can't think of anything else that's justifiable. I suppose if I think about any other spot, I mean, maybe you play, I don't know, Yen and E and FE if you're trying to take out sevens, but I think I'm still just, I'm playing OY, just taking out the most likely of situations here, and just allowing for a lower scoring bingo. I mean, either way, you're not going to know for sure what your opponent has, but if they're going to bingo, it's far fewer points playing off the F and Fukyo than it is playing off the RE and Revote. So yeah, I'm still on team Oi.
Yeah. Oh, and he's looking at OYE now. Now YE yet again. So we are going to see him shuffle through his options before he settles on one, considering the merits and demerits of each. This is what makes these players so good. You know, you feel like there's an obvious option, but there doesn't really seem to be when you're an expert sitting there with the clock ticking down and you're just making sure that you haven't missed anything.
He's leaning towards Yi, so that would be Yen and E and FE, if that is what he ends up playing. He was briefly keeping those two tiles in his hand and wiggling them and looking back, and now he's put them back down. It looks like he's currently favoring taking out the sevens, because it is really what you're deciding here is if you don't take out the eights from the R and the E reveal, you're taking out the sevens, going off of the F and Fukyo, because there's nothing really that makes sense to block anything at the top involving sturdied. So yeah, it's really a choice between two spots.
Yeah.
He's got Oi lined up in his rack again now. So yeah, he's confirming that he's deciding between the probability of which spot is more likely, which is quite hard to do given your opponent's just played cat, and that's 5 tiles.
Absolutely. I guess I'm just really scared of stuff coming down to the R or the E. So
he ultimately has decided the same, that it's more likely and scores more and is a little bit more detrimental to his cause of trying to build his spread. So he's put down Oi ultimately. And yeah, that's definitely where we were at as far as the preference. And now in the putt, there's a whole lot of nothing and more nothing to do here as far as there's nothing that's going to help him win. So points. And really, it's just like, okay, where are the points? What can I do? And where Eldar was thinking of playing Yi, I think something like Dado. I think that's what I'm going with in that spot there. And, you know, you can't really worry about what your opponent has at this point in time. What are you going to really do? There's technically still 2 spots. There's the S and sturdy, as unlikely as it may be, and the F in Hyuhyo, I think Dado accomplishes enough in the sense that it takes out any of the sevens that play from that F, and you just got to do that. Hope nothing's on the top.
Absolutely. Is there any merit to playing off just one tile and hoping for a bingo, or do you think that you just have to go for the points here?
I think you have to have conceded at this point that you are not going to win this game. Playing off one tile, your opponent has perfect knowledge what you have on your rack and can do something accordingly. We have seen, of course, that in a very high level situation, Eldar is not infallible, but in a situation where he has perfect knowledge after his opponent's play, I can't see him missing and not blocking anything once all 7 letters are known with nothing in the bag. So yeah, I can't really see any situation where playing one makes any sort of sense here or is helpful at this sort of level. So I'm thinking Dado or anything really of a similar nature that scores, but I think it's just Dado.
I agree. I like that. I wonder if there's something to be said about instead of playing Dado, maybe playing a lot of tiles, you draw only one tile, maybe you get to go out, because I don't know where EII really leaves you with Dado. Dado's so many points though that I think at that point it just really doesn't matter. Maybe you're a little worried about your opponent having a bingo, maybe they could have something, so possibly you want to play Dado to block most obvious place to the side of the F. That's where a lot of the sevens are going. That could be possible too. Thinking carefully here, he has to figure out what his best move is that also gets him the most amount of points and also doesn't give too much back. It's possible that his opponent could bingo. It's possible that David can bingo if there's, if he has something like fiance or fiance, he could do that if he gets to play to EF. And that's the only place where that E would go.
He's got T. He had T lined up in his rack briefly, perhaps thinking about Trug and Een and Fa. Yeah, I'm okay. He's rearranged it since then, but I definitely wasn't a fan of T as a consideration, just given how dreadful the lead would be. But you can see the brief line of thought there. Got T lined back up on his rack again, considering it in that same spot.
Interesting. I mean, I can understand the reasoning here. DIIO feels a little less scary, I think, as opposed to EII. The D might give you a little bit more flexibility on this board, needing a consonant to do anything really fun. And T is gonna go down. He's gonna try and block any possible bingos.
It accomplishes what Dado would accomplish, just the lead a little bit tougher. not quite as many options available for him in the end game here in terms of things that could be done.
On to David, who knows exactly what his opponent has and has also drawn into that blank. He has no bingo that will play here, but he will be able to score somewhat decently depending on what he decides to do. He knows his opponent can't go out in one. So maybe he wants to set himself up somewhere.
He has the flexibility, just given he's got the blank on his rack, to create any number of possibilities in terms of setup plays. Nothing really obvious stands out here as far as something that can be done. Get some tiles.
This is the 8th game of the day. They did play 10 games yesterday, and there's still 2 more games today. So I do believe that David, might decide not to play this end game out to its perfection. There are some players who enjoy it as a puzzle, who try to play the most perfect end game as possible. But David, with such a comfortable lead here, might just want to phone it in and move on to the next game, save some time, get some coffee. But then again, there's a reason why these folks are grandmasters. There's a reason why they're the best of the best, and it's because they fight until the end, even when they've already won. So maybe he's going to find his best play here of beignet, which is another spelling of the New Orleans beignet, Beigne, that would play through the G of Fuyo, making EWE and BOR and EYEI.
Nice spot.
It's really lovely. It's 35 points. It's the highest scoring play that he has, I believe, keeping C blank.
Yeah, and you can certainly do lots of things with that the next turn. There's no doubt you're going out right after in a number of spots.
But it could be that he's seeing something else. Maybe he's looking at Coine in that same space, COIGNE, or Kanji Jinx. That would be 32 points, but still pretty good.
It's the highest scoring on this particular turn. I think after 2 turns, it may score slightly less than some of the other options available based on an early look at endgame analysis with the computer. But on this turn, anything like Coin or Kanji are going to score the most possible. 32 points for either of those. Beignet, that's 32. Or 35, pardon me. There's one placement that's higher, 35 for beignet.
David really thinking through this. He's got 5 minutes left on his clock. Ooh, and he's seen beignet. There we go. Really lovely.
He's written it down. So this is instructional. We talked about this. When you see plays, write them down and still look for some more. He's literally just done that. So, okay, kids and kids at heart, look at that. Our world number 2 at the moment has basically just applied some of that advice. You can see even at the top level, they write plays down, they show their very human sides, they don't forget it, and they move on to find even more if it's possible.
Absolutely. Really, insightful and very useful as advice for you. I hope you guys are enjoying, watching these players fight it out on table 3 here. And if you are going to come into competitive Scrabble, I hope you'll take some of these tips and tricks away. So just, as Jesse mentioned, writing down the possible moves, really being careful and considerate with your choices when you see a possible play, maybe there's a better one. And really, trying your best, I believe.
You either win or you learn.
I love that. I love that. I'm taking that with me.
He's taken his time and staring at it in this particular case. No more shuffling of letters since he's seen Beignet and written it down. Napat has got Foyd or Fouad, however you want to say it, lined up on his rack. I'm just looking on the board to see where that would go.
I wonder if he might end up playing Fido instead, because I also don't see the spot for Foyd.
Down to a little under 3 minutes now on both sides.
I'm interested in what David might be thinking about here. He's certainly spent quite a lot of time on this move, and he spotted his best one. Obviously, he can't know that it's his best one, but it seems to be the highest scoring one.
I wonder if he's looking for a nickeling and diming sort of end game, just given the nature of the letters left on the Napat's rack. It's not immediately clear where he's going to do much of any scoring. You have something like Fido, and so, I mean, if you're just looking at something that doesn't score but allows you to go up two, there's not a lot that scores well, you know, if you're Napat. So maybe Eldar is looking at options that allow him to nickel and dime, or a play after he makes it that forces his opponent to take something as little as Fido and score less. I'll give him something back. But ultimately, he's gone for Beignet. Just it does score so much. I'd say, well done. That's the right one to do.
Absolutely. Really well done on his part. A great board vision, too, to have spotted that. That was a tough spot. And on to Nabat, who has to find a good spot for himself. I wonder where he was looking for Foyd, but Fido would play. I think Diff is a much better version, and there we go. I think he's played Diff, yes, I believe 18 points, very, very quickly. Nicely done.
And now just any number of plays that involve a C and a blank from Eldar's side. So it's, well, poison's not the right word. I would say pick your poison, but pick your preference, we'll say in this case.
Absolutely. Ooh, nice, nice find of back.
All right, we'll go to the overhead mic and listen for any insight from these players.
Good.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's okay.
Codifier? It's good. Codifier?
Codifier?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it was unseen, natural, and blank. So.
Natural and blank. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's a lot of, can be a lot of danger. So, and then I can't get a bingo.
This one I have IIOD on my mind. I don't know what to do. So that's a way if I can fish off one time and maybe draw.
That's good, right? So.
I'm not 100%.
Oh no! No, it's gonna be good. No.
Yes, it is. It is.
What were you saying? You go with this?
Yep. ไม่ได้สู้เลยไอ้เหี้ยเกมเนี้ยไม่ใช่ว่าเป็นเดลต้าสเลเยอร์หรอยับ He is Oh, and you say this in front of him, man. What the hell, bro?
Oh no!
Saying this in front of
That's
him.
fucked
Oh my
up.
god. I never came up with that name, no, you bro, you know.
Can't slay without a blank. True fact.
นี่ของเขาเหรอของเขาหมดเลยกูได้อันนี้คำเดียวที่เหลือเขาหมดเลย Nice find เหลือเขาหมดเลยได้เช็คดูทีอะไรพี่เดือนไหนจังหวะที่ไอ้อัดเกลีย
ถ้าทิ้งยูทีตรงนี้ก่อนมันยังมีที่เปิดสองข้าง
ไม่มึงพี่แล้วดูผมหยิบดิมันก็ไม่วิ่งอยู่ดีอะดู
โอ
ผม
กา
ห
ส
ยิบ
มั
ดิ
นมีโอกาสขึ้นไงแต่พอเล่นปุ๊บอย่างนี้ปิด
All right, so that's a tiny bit of insight there. We didn't get as much as we'd hoped for as far as a little bit of discussion on key moves in the game. There was a brief question of the validity of revote, it sounds like, with not 100% certainty. But other than that, they were having a good laugh about something, and an expletive was in there, fudged up, we'll just say that, as far as a play that was made. But it wasn't clear exactly what play they were referring to. So they both were having a pretty good laugh about the game. Eldar with a kind of an apologetic shrug and a sorry, just given the nature of the score. It's a pretty lopsided game here. Nearly 200-point deficit as far as the difference in this game. That's definitely something that Eldar was looking for, to get himself right back in the thick of it here. And for Napat, who's been at the top for the last 2 days, rather unfortunate, as it's not just a loss, but a pretty heavy loss. So not the best for him. As far as any sort of turning points, I mean, it wasn't really a turning point because it was after a few turns, pretty hard to recover for Napat. Eldar just a force of nature in this one.
I agree. I mean, quite a lot of great plays coming down from David Eldar, quite a lot of vowels to deal with by Napat, and there's only so much that you can do at that point, right? Like, he was struggling, he was exchanging, he was playing through, and really, I feel like this became Deldar's game before you even knew it.
Yeah, and we actually have a note from our producer that there is a visual available of the 800-plus point game. So why don't we just put it on the screen for a second at his request and look at it together? And we'll see. Okay, the board was partially instructed. Okay, so Porridge, I would guess, and Shrieker, I'm assuming those are both triples that must have come down. Let's look at the scorecard here. So Daniel's side. Okay, so Shrieker, is that a triple out then in that case? Wow. Okay. And then Porridge, yeah, so it looks like, based on the scores, 2 triples. Porridge happened roughly mid-game, it looks like, and Shrieker as a triple to go out in this case. Wow. And just over 800 with the leftover tiles based on what's in the bag. Because, yeah, plus, yeah, quite a number of tiles at the bottom. So I can't see exactly what the leftover, PNVD, oh goodness. Yeah, that is junk at the top of the board. Okay, yeah, so a triple to go out, and then a bunch of of high counting tiles with it. So 2 triples, including 1 to go out. Carotene is that a double? Yeah, double up. Wow, so double and 2 triples. Yeah, that sounds like the kind of thing that would be required for an 800-plus point game. Wow, we're gonna have to go and buy his opponent a drink. But well done indeed. So Porridge, Shrieker, Carotene, you gotta be feeling pretty good. And Fenate, oh, even that was Daniel's play. Wow. Rulings, an early play by Fadlan. Yeah, that's really unfortunate for Fadlan after first couple of turns, but well done to his opponent, Daniel. So 800 plus, that's quite impressive. 804 to 252 in total for this game. So there you go. That's how an 800 plus game happens here in Bangkok. So having said that, we will get back to the action on table 3 here very shortly. Taking a quick break before we come back. Signing off is Jesse Matthews alongside
Nits Shakti. See you guys.
We'll be right back.
you'll be playing round 19.
เดี๋ยวไลฟ์แต่ว่าเราจะขาดคะแนนมันไม่มีเสียงใหม่แล้วนี่หว่าภาษาอังกฤษ
6:45 p.m.
จบเกมพูดว่าอะไร
Good luck,
ตำนาน
everyone.
เพราะว่าเดี๋ยวเขาเปิดใหม่ตัดเข้าไปพูดไทยนาฬิกาด้วยนะต้องพูดไทยเรียบร้อยแล้วพี่เริ่มก่อนมาด้วยใช่พี่นั่งนี่พี่เริ่มก่อนนี่เขาไลฟ์ออกนี่นะแล้วคนไทยจะฆ่ากันเองทำไมตอนนี้ให้วินทั้งคู่เลยได้ปะได้วินคนละ100เลยเมื่อกี้บอกอ้าวไอ้เจ๋งไอ้เหี้ยยังไปเจอนู่นอีกเหรอมาดูข้างๆสบายเมื่อกี้เกมตอนในเจลเจอพี่หมอในเจลแรกๆอะแบบ G R R L L T โนติยาเหรอไม่เจอพี่หมอเขาไม่รู้กูดูแค่นั้นแล้วกูก็เดินออกมาเสร็จปุ๊บหลังจากนั้นก็เลยไปถามพอเขาแข่งจบเดินไปถามพี่วินว่าพี่วินนั่งข้างๆโต๊ะข้างๆเป็นไงบ้างพี่วินบอกว่าในเจลแม่งห่วยแค่เธอแรกเท่านั้นหลังจากนั้นพี่หมอยาพี่บอกเบบิเตเยอร์เพราะว่าถึงยังไม่เคยแพ้เฮ้ยแพ้รอบนึงแล้วตอนออสเตรเลียแพ้เลยเนาะนี่ฮาวเราคือท้ายเกมนะท้ายเกมใช่ไหมได้I'm sorry we are going to speak Thai so yeah ตัวนี้ใครเป็นคนพากย์
All right, we are back at the 2026 Causeway Challenge here in Bangkok, Thailand. Jesse Matthews is here with you alongside the one and only
Nets Shakti.
Excellent. We are here with an all-time matchup. We've had a few all-something matchups. We've had all Australia, and now we have all Thailand. Given we're in Thailand, the probability of it is somewhat higher, but we finally have an all-time matchup featuring Napat from the last round and a Thai we have not seen on this board. I was about to say a Chai. That's because the other Thai player, his name starts with Chai, Chayota. We've talked a bit about Napat in the last game as far as credentials. Chayota is just a fixture in the scene here. Competes really well. Peak rating previously was around 1932. Was playing in the Youth Cup for Westba in 2023. So that means a very young player here. Still has lots of time to go, lots of promise. So we're expecting a pretty high quality match here. Yeah, brand new on the stream for us. Also, for those of you watching, we have a special guest who's joining us very briefly, who'll be hovering around, lending her beautiful voice, someone I've got to know over the years in Vancouver, where she used to live. I have the one and only DL Saldana, who is in the booth with us briefly. Say hi, DL.
Hi.
Hi. So we're all off camera here looking at the stream between these two very skilled players. And I'm going to step back a little bit here and just start looking at things. And we'll look into Woogles and at these lovely possibilities. So Ponor coming down early on. What do we make of that, Nitz?
Really interesting. I feel like he could have just played very, very short here, making life very difficult for his opponent. He could have played something like TWN, Hone, keeping MAOR. Now it scores less than Pawn Or does, but it keeps the board really tight, which I honestly really prefer at the start of the game. And not to mention, this would have been the perfect rack to start second with, because look at what Chayata has got. He's got Ination, and that would have given back manpower immediately. Now that would have been a great start.
Instead, taking the points here, and we're just waiting to see what those new 6 letters are that are coming up. I believe it's a Verti play, if I'm not mistaken. Jets. Looks like Jets. I'm looking at Chayotha's name again. Nits. I think Pawn Or was played vertically instead of horizontally.
Yes, it
we have another
was.
Verti.
We definitely do.
DL, we had a situation earlier where we decided we weren't sure if it was Vertis or lefties. So someone had a rack of lefties. We weren't sure if Vertis or lefties were more misunderstood. What is your opinion, DL? Do you think lefties or Vertis are more misunderstood?
I think we're all a kind of crazy bunch, so
we are.
It's good to be a little bit misunderstood sometimes.
Here we all are a little bit misunderstood, and hence that's why we play Scrabble. So E-Nation has come down in quick response alongside Pawn Or. Hard to argue with taking points here. Now we got some clunk. We got a whole lot of clunk on the pot side here.
Absolutely.
While Nitz is getting us caught up here with all different choices. DL, what do your spidey senses tell you? How are you feeling about this pretty junky rack?
Ugly.
Yeah,
I'm not sure I remember how to play, but I'd probably exchange.
Okay, so we have exchange as a possible option here looking through,
no,
but
definitely not.
there's half.
I was looking at the
for
wrong
example.
Yes, I was looking at the wrong. Sorry.
Well, that's all good. So we have half as one possibility coming down that scores well enough and justifies keeping a questionable leave.
A relatively better one might have been Myth.
Myth is even better, yeah.
That's nice.
Especially because Fav is a play that works on its own as a 3, and then Fava and Fave, there's lots of things you can do with it. So yeah, Myth, there's a lot to be said for it.
You also keep a vowel. You also end up scoring 4 more points. So I'd say a slight mistake here by Napat, maybe playing a little quickly here, possibly just trying to keep the game going and wanting to focus on the more difficult moves.
Yeah, it's tough in this position, like as much as NY is an integral part of the game here, it's hard not to immediately look at the more traditional vowels, like A, and make a play that is involving an A and then a high counting tile like an H. It's hard to go away from that immediate instinct.
I agree. Anytime you have a word, you usually consider that it's going to have a vowel. If you have a lot of consonants, especially, you think you're going to have to play with a vowel. Moving on to Chayota, though, who's got a preponderance of these vowels, he's going to have to work through them. There is a great play from the F. It's going to be a singular form of a relatively high probable 7-letter word that he would have studied, but he could also do something shorter, like just getting rid of OU or maybe even UDO.
Yeah, so the plays in question. So Udo, definitely one. OU, another one. Foudry or Faudry, I'm not sure how to say that one in particular. Yeah, there's different lines of thought here. Like the highest scoring play is Faudry for sure, going off of the F and Haft, and I would say that's it's a turnover play in nature as far as it balances to some degree. You're giving yourself more chances to pull. So yeah, there's a few points in favor of that that make it a good play. It looks like instead there's another play entirely that's coming, Voodoo, and it's curious.
I mean, if I wanted to play the 2 U's off, I probably would do so with like Unao. There is the NA on the board of Enation and the A of Haft. I feel like that's slightly better, keeping DEIOR, scoring less, but also just like not putting that stuff out in space. I want to keep one more consonant possibly.
So now if you're looking over at Napat's side, you're looking to see if anything's been created from this particular space. And anything with an M like Meave, for example, is down there. Probably not the best play, but I'm just looking immediately at things that are available there afterwards.
And it seems like Napat has seen Limey, right? Like he appears to have found a 31-point play. Really, really nice. It's going to play right to the side of Pawn Or. He's going to be able to end up playing OHM, NAE, and FY, Limey. that's a really nice find because you know, not always a word that you see as a hook ends up being like a really high scoring play. I really like it.
Yeah, it's a great play, showing some fantastic vision. 31 points is nothing to sniff at.
Absolutely, especially as, you know, this is the 9th game of the day. Players are battling fatigue, you know, they are battling their ability to see the best words on the board. So for them, you know, to continue scoring, to keep up the pressure, to find consistently their best plays is really, I mean, nothing to be sneezed at. It's, I mean, I gotta say, I have a lot of respect for them.
So with Limey down here, when we're looking at the scores, it's basically just one turn off, given the 30 to 35 point average we expect at minimum. So if you're Chayota, you're looking to keep up, and you have a Z, which gives you a chance of not only getting that average, but higher than average in many cases, if you can find the right spot. On this board, I'm not sure there is, though, unfortunately. I think there's an easy way to get that 30.
Right.
But I think the only thing you take time with here is whether you're missing anything obvious or seeable that gets you even more than that average of 30, because there are plays that are fairly immediately apparent for players that are playing at this level. There's plays like Plots that score 32. There are plays that balance really well, like Zol, for example, is just one that plays alongside E-Nation with Zen and Ono and Lar. And that one is extremely well balanced as far as what it leaves with TIRE. So yeah, I can see different arguments, because if you play Zol, you keep right, and that allows you to play with the P in Pono or the U in Wudu if that stays open, or even the T at the bottom if you happen to pull an 8-letter word. But Plots just scores a little bit more.
Right. All right. Outlier coming down for 28 points instead. I really don't understand why this play would have been made. It's Zol being a really good play to the side of Nation. I think, I mean, that's definitely a great place for 30 points. Plots also 32. It may have been the case that he didn't see Plots, but Outlier and Zol, I feel like between those two options, Zol clearly wins out. So a bit surprised to see Outlier here. I'd consider that a bit of a strategy consideration, I think.
Yeah, I categorize that as a strategy related. I'll call it oversight. Definitely not my preference there. I think with the Z, you can argue that you're giving yourself a chance to play it for a lot of points coming down alongside the O and Outlier if you do the double letter and double words for combo, but I don't think that's justified, in my opinion. In this case, it's not justified. There's a fairly quick play that we've seen in response from Napat, just given the rack that he had. Evo with EQ left over. I think, yeah, for enough points here, it's worth playing.
I agree. I mean, he's consistently shown his ability to find overlapping plays, and he's finding them really quickly and accurately. Really well done. 31 points for Evo, or Evoe, however one pronounces that. And now Waz coming down for Chayota very quickly. 52 points, keeping CELS. Lovely. That's exactly what needs to be played here. I think there's no better play.
So it works out in this case, getting to play the Z afterwards for a fairly large score after Outlier. Evo is, well, it worked out perfectly as far as making his play look really good. Even seeing this happen, I'm still not sure I like Outlier, but it worked out well for him. So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the tiles give it, sometimes the tiles take it away. You never know what's going to happen at the board. QI and LIE, really lovely fit. I mean, yet again, Nabat here with the beautiful board vision. I mean, I cannot emphasize enough how well he is doing this. I mean, it's so much easier to play like OI and QI, but for him to have gone ahead and found LIE and QI, that's critical. I love it. That's beautiful.
Great board vision, great placement. And Nabat, we'll go back to him later, but definitely some nice options, you know, some great scoring potential coming up for him on the next turn. In the meantime, over to Chayota.
Oh, right. Oh my gosh, so close to a bingo, but this board just will not allow it. What are you to do? And is this the kind of moment where you try and fish off just one tile when you realize there's nothing you can do to bingo? I don't know. I mean, if you fish off just 1 or 2 tiles, you're really not scoring as much. So would you go ahead and do more?
Yeah, I think it's really the decision is between the fish or score somewhat blowing up your rack here. And it's a tough call. I think if you fish, it's quite clearly an L that you have to play off because of how well the remaining letters blend together. But if you don't necessarily fish and instead blow up your rack to some degree, what's the best thing you can do? I think you either play something like Lilac from Outlier as one choice if you blow up the rack. Alternatively, you play alongside Was, something like Ciel to go further up. Either one leaves something that's decently nice, for a future turn. So yeah, I think those are the 2 points of consideration. If you do blow up the rack to some degree, without me having seen the rest, but I think if you fish, there's a couple to consider. I think of, well, Ear, that's a spot where you could play a 7 right now, but you can, in a way, fish and also set yourself up in the process. There is Leer that allows you to hook with Clear on the next turn at something else. So it's a fish and a setup in a way.
Nice.
So there is that. There are probably other fishes, but that one stands out to me as something that works in your favor. There are bees, mind you, that someone else could have, but Leer is a nice little setup with a letter that you already have that hooks it if it works out in your favor.
I love that. I love all of the options that you've already mentioned. I think the play of Lear, 4 points, hard to stomach, but still setting up that C feels so nice. There's a lot of words that have a C in them. A C is very friendly to bingos, and that leave of ACEILS is very, very, very conducive to bingoing. See, I see you bingo maybe like 70% of the time after something like LEAR. But I also like your option of CIEL, seal, to the side of Was, 27 points now. And isn't that nice? But here he's going to go ahead with Claw instead. So Claw will be 18 points, keeps EILS. That is also a bingo-friendly leave, but I feel like you could score more if you were going to play more tiles anyway. And if you were going to play fewer tiles, then you might as well, keep a very, very, very bingo-prone rack. So I feel like this is a bit middling, and I kind of would have liked to see something that just goes all in on either side. He has drawn a Visible, though, so he has kind of lucked out here.
Middling, and if you go with what the kids say nowadays, it was kind of a mid play.
Ooh, okay.
But it worked out for him in this case, with what he drew, like you said. But as far as the options go, maybe a bit mid, as the kids like to say.
Maybe I shouldn't say mid because it's not that big of a mistake, really. It's just, all it's doing is affecting your bingo percentage. So, far be it for me to criticize these players who are, 10,000 times better than I am. So I do want to point out that this is still a good play. It's not as if, he's made a massive mistake. It is still very, very close to something like just playing the L, just playing the CIEL. Some of it could be noise, some of it, so I do want to highlight that, still really great players on show here, not as if we're seeing massive egregious mistakes ever.
Looks like Doxy was lined up as a play option, which does take out the principal spot for Risible.
Oh, sad. Oh man, Mixo also could have gone making mono. That would have scored more by keeping DDE. I completely understand wanting to play Doxy, maybe not seeing Mixo. Mixo would have been 10 more points, but Doxy definitely defensible. Definitely defensible.
I think with Doxy, one thing you think about is you keep EDM, and the M hooks onto the Y in Doxy you just played to play something down on the next turn. So that might be one point of consideration. The M also is usable on the A and Was, the A and Claw to play something the next turn. So the M is pretty flexible as far as what you can do with it the next turn. Having said that, the D also plays in that spot that's there. So yeah, I think Mixo just slightly better, but both very defensible plays, that have a lot of merit to them.
And Burrow coming down basically immediately, taking up that spot with the Y that you just brought up. I think that's a really, really good play. You have to keep scoring, and you can't get too hung up on the fact that you might bingo eventually. You just have to get the points and keep moving. The person who wins the game is the one who gets the most points at the end of the day.
Points, 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 points. We love the points.
We do love the points. And a relatively easy play coming up for Nabat. He's already spotted it. There's the A of Claw that's going to give back the play that Nabat is just about to make. He's about to spread some jam on this board, and he's going to get 32 points for it.
Jam.
Jam.
What is your favorite jam?
Strawberry.
Strawberry. That was
Okay.
instant. I am impressed. Strawberry jam is pretty good.
I know myself very, very well.
That was instant. So then, controversial question for you as well.
Ooh.
Not even just jam. Let's talk about fruits. Are
Okay.
you team strawberry or team blueberry?
Uh,
Or are you both?
Blueberry for health and strawberry for enjoyment.
Okay, there
Blueberries,
you go.
yeah, I mean, I feel like it's more hit or miss with blueberries, but they're very good for you. Also, what is your favorite jam?
My favorite jam. I actually do like me a solid ice wine peach jam. I don't know if you know about ice wine. It's this lovely, lovely concoction that's made in Canada. It's basically it's a dessert wine, essentially. And there are jams that are made in parts of Canada that infuse a bit of the strong stuff along with the fruits. Yes, so there's ice wine, red peppery peach jam. It's all a really interesting combination. So as far as a jam, it's this.
I was gonna say, yeah, like my least favorite jam is one where I have a lot of vowels. I go from almost bingoing to dealing with
Junk.
Yikes, yeah. Just
a bunch of
this.
junk.
Really just like the worst position to be in here, but also relatively, it's possible to score relatively well here. You do have to burn your S though, and I believe that Chayota has already seen his option SEIS, making QIS. He's already seen that. He could also do SAIS if he wanted. Keeping two I's, really not anything better than that, apart from an obscure 5-letter word.
And it's funny because of the relative nature of how some of us grew up playing Scrabble or other games. So I grew up playing Literati, which is an online variant of Scrabble, where they had completely random distributions.
Right.
So instead of the 4 that we're used to in Scrabble, there were sometimes games with 7, 8 S's, all that, where it wasn't as important to hold on to them if you had multiples. So words like isse, in this case, ISSEI, came up way more often, in Literati. And it's a word that I actually spotted right away because we grew up playing it so often when we had way too many S's on our rack. So it's, in Scrabble, obscure indeed, because it comes up so rarely. But for us, in these games that had tons of S's all the time, it came up all the time.
Wow, look! I mean, that's incredible. I had no idea.
Yeah, distribution plays a role as far as how often or not often words come up. So yeah, Isse in Scrabble certainly is quite rare to come up. I think that's the standout candidate here in this situation, but I can't blame him for not seeing it in a standard Scrabble game with a standard 4 S's. Isse is so unlikely to come up.
Yeah. I mean, also just like look at this board, right? Like when you're deciding what to play, SEIS has really just like knocked off the top quadrant of the board. It's created like this right angle at Voodoo's and says you're not going to be able to extend that outwards. You're not going to really be able to do much there unless maybe a play making something with the D of Voodoo's goes up there and you open up that spot. Or maybe something starts with LI all the way to the triple. That's when you are able to open up some of that space. And now for Nabat, he might have to play something to the bottom left quadrant of the board. If you look at how many E's he has, and if you look at the G's, he's duplicated. So maybe something like GEE. And all of these, these right angles are just creating a very blocked off, closed board. And what that will leave one with is the C of the claw to bingo through. And it will allow for essentially, yeah, I guess that's about it. Like the C of of claw is probably the only thing that will allow a bingo after that.
Yeah, this board's looking pretty ugly pretty quick.
And I have to say that, as we value our tiles, what we like about REIST and O, what we like about them is our capacity to bingo with them, our capacity to play a 7-letter or 8-letter word that uses all 7 tiles of our rack, so we get the extra 50 points. But the value of these tiles is quite relative to the position on the board, right? Like the board geometry decides so much of what's valuable. So look at this, look at this pool, 35 tiles that are unseen to Nabat, who seems to have Chayota on hold. Chayota has not drawn new tiles. He has the capacity to courtesy draw, which means that he has a capacity to get tiles out of the bag that he can look at, he can still consider until Napa decides to challenge or not. And it would allow, oh, there we go. We're going to see a challenge.
We'll see if we can find out what is being challenged.
That was a very, very, very quick challenge. And we're going to find that Napat is giving his opponent a nickel, as we say colloquially.
Well, it's nice to get an extra 5 points.
And I believe Lig is going to come down. Lig is going to come down. And what that does is open up some space on the right half of the board. Now, this board is slightly, and it's going to get back a bingo immediately.
Wow.
Yikes. He's not going to like that. Napa is going to be a little unhappy to see this coming down very, very quickly. Patronized and Pianist, the two bingos here, and very few, if any, bingos ending in a P. Very unlucky for Napa to have fallen into this situation. Maybe GEE, a better version of this. Yikes. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate twist for Napat, certainly. Now down by a fair bit on a tight board.
You never want to see that. But yeah, I mean, if you can draw some relatively high scoring tiles, or if you can get a bingo from the G, maybe you're doing okay. Okay.
Nice letters, certainly.
Nice. And he's very, very close to seeing his bingo. I think he's already seen it, but just hasn't placed his tiles in the right order. And another bingo on Chayota's rack, which I do not believe will play. Unless I'm mistaken. Okay, I'm not mistaken.
That's good.
Yeah,
we like it when there's no mistakes.
All right, perfect, nice. Disgrade coming down very, very quickly. Love to see this. 74 points. This game is even yet again. Chayota now behind.
Nice vision on Napat's part. Getting right back into it, after getting a little, well, not on tilt, I certainly a little bit disgruntled, with Pianiste, but Disgrade coming down quickly with nice vision.
I mean, look at that. Like, look at just the whirlwind, like just the whiplash we just went through, Surely, like, this is a closed board. Surely this is now an open board. Surely Toyota's going to win. Surely now Napat is going to win. And it is closed back down yet again. I mean, yeah, you can play to the triple that's to the bottom right now, but I guess what do you even play? Knave? You keep URT? I don't know.
If you're looking for plays where you're not necessarily saving your rack and grooming it, the longest play is Venturi. I'm not sure I would do it, but it's the longest play.
Nice.
It scores 24 points. So that's in the category of, okay, I'm blowing up my rack. If you're not, and you're just trying to groom it to some degree, but score Eruv off the side of Disgrade, it keeps a decent balance of ANT and scores and takes out the most immediate hotspot. So it kind of depends on your school of thought. Keeping in mind that both of these players have random racks, from each other's point of view. And for each of them, there's two blanks, So when you are Chayota, you have just bingoed, you have a bingo on your rack, but you don't have a blank with it. You're thinking that now that your opponent has bingoed with no blank, that they also probably have a high chance of having one. So both of them are probably thinking that the other has a pretty high chance of having a bingo on their rack. And I think besides that, you consider what else is in the pool. If it's not going to be a bingo, then what else is in the pool that I have to consider that's dangerous? After Disgrade, the F is the most dangerous as far as what's going to go in that spot on the bottom right. Anything involving the F reaching down, it scores a fair bit. And since their scores are close, it's something to consider as a point to ensure that, hey, if I can control this, I probably should. when making consider. So Eruv is lined up on Chayota's rack. I think it's pretty hard not to play this when you think about all the possibilities. I mean, for pure balance, something like Vatu, wherever it would go down, would be great. But yeah, Eruv, I just have a really hard time turning it down.
Ooh, Vatu to the side of Burl, making ABY, TI, and UR. That's interesting. I like it, but you know, your suggestion of Eruv, which Chayota has on his rack, I think that's very, very strong. One fewer point than Vatu, but the thing is, you take away the easiest scoring spot for your opponent. And you know what? There's only one A unseen, which goes to the side of the BY. So might as well, you know, like make it really difficult for your opponent. Maybe they won't even have BA for ABY.
Yeah, I think the more I look at it, I'm not in favor of blasting through letters with Venturi, and I do like protecting. I mean, it's not really much of a lead given he'll only be a little bit ahead of Western. I think it's more protecting worst case scenarios where your opponent has junk and scores with it. I think that's really what you're trying to do. Eruv scores, it protects in case of opponent having a bad rack that scores. So yeah, there we go. Eruv is coming down.
Nice.
Well done.
Really, really, really nicely spotted. I like this.
Seeing some solid play.
Absolutely. I'm just completely taken away with just how beautifully they're playing.
There's a fun 8 with Napat's rack that doesn't play, but it involves a second U.
Ooh.
Fun little anagramming puzzle for all of you. Throw in a second U or an O. And then you might see the word that's on this rack here. Doesn't play, but it's a fun little puzzle.
I'll have to think about that while I make fun of the choice of Fub. I kid. Sorry, I believe the play was Fab instead of Fub. I would have liked to see Burfi go down to the I of pianiste because, you know, Burfi would get rid of the B and the F and a U, but Fab here, you know, also scoring perfectly well, 32 points. It's hard to turn that down. I mean, you're looking at this board, you're not really expecting bingos, except like now you're setting up a 7th lane, right? I mean, I guess Burfi would have done that too, but it's harder to hit that. So I don't know. And he's drawn a blank. So really, really nice.
He's going to be feeling pretty good, even with how awkward his rack is. He's going to be feeling pretty good in a game where the scores are level, more or less, and having both blanks plus scoring tiles at the end of the game. So,
yeah.
Especially because that scoring tile is a K. It works very well with the C in Claw. Yeah, you got to feel really, really good about this, you know, because the P and the I and pianiste, if anyone's going to use those for an obscure bingo, it's going to be him with both the blanks. So he's got to feel pretty good about how in control, relatively speaking, from here on that he will be.
Yeah, I mean, kudos to Napat for staying in control of this game, finding this grade pretty much immediately, putting it down as confident as he was. And, you know, Chayota also still hanging on. He's not letting this game run away. He's looking at the tiles, trying to find the best thing to do. There's 2 blanks unseen, and there's 4 tiles in the bag. Is it the case that his opponent has those blanks? Is it the case that the only way you can win this game is by drawing those blanks? Do you have to play a crap ton of tiles to go fishing? Do you have to play 4 tiles, 5 tiles? I feel like maybe 4 tiles so that you can draw the 2 blanks that you don't know are on your opponent's rack. Can you really fish here? I don't think so. I feel like you have to score somehow.
The question is, what kind of score? I'm just looking and I'm not seeing a ton. I see what are dreadful options for the most part. I don't see much of anything that's reasonable that scores with the C without emptying the bag. Ankle. It's an unusual spelling, ankle with a C as opposed to a K. But that empties the bag and it leaves all consonants. There are lots of vowels in the bag along with the blanks, but you're emptying the bag, giving your opponent perfect knowledge. And in the process, you don't have any of the blanks yet. You're assuming that your opponent seems pretty likely to have one, because when you play Fab, you think about, why would I play Fab unless I have a blank in this case? Why would I create a place to play an easy 7? And I think it's pretty likely at this point that your opponent has at least one when you're thinking from Jayalta's point of view. So playing 4, it's not all that reasonable, and you got to think about what do you do instead to try and win this. But on the other hand, if there is no way without emptying the bag, then you kind of cross your fingers and hope. But yeah, this is a tough one. You know, it's really, really tough to see what to do that's reasonable. Maybe C and can. I don't know. Like, I'm starting to reach for unusual plays here.
What if, what if you force your opponent to, okay, so what if you play something like Laten, Leighton? That's only 11 points, but then you're forcing your opponent to play to the side of the F of Fab, maybe playing to the side of Leighton, and then you get the triple back, right? Like, maybe that's one of the ways that you can go. I feel like Sentai, Centai, also an option, but what that does is it locks the triple, the top triple away, right? You can't access it, your opponent can't access it, but you also can't access it. And one of the reasons why you're playing so many tiles is because you want those blanks. You want to be able to do something with them. Maybe you also want the K, you know? Perhaps the idea here is to go for a high scoring play, because I mean, you either have to have a bingo that ends in an I, goes through the C, or makes something IF or EF. Tough. Really, 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 really tough. I can't even, yeah.
I think the rationale behind something like Sentai that you suggested would be that you keep TN. You know, Sentai scores a reasonable amount. You expect to get a bunch of vowels, and you're keeping 2 consonants. And in a really long shot scenario, maybe there's 2 outs, you know, that are unblockable that you pull with a bunch of vowels, and your opponent has no bingo somehow. So perhaps there's a long shot win that involves all those things happening. That might work out for you. I think it's challenging, but it's one school of thought where maybe they somehow don't have a bingo out, you know, after you play Sentai, as unlikely as it is.
Yeah, I feel like maybe with Sentai, you're kind of forced to, maybe your opponent's playing on column B, like through the C or whatever, and that way, whatever you draw, you get to play it to the triple, maybe you get to play it to the side of disgrade, maybe you're able to get some easy overlaps there. It'd be nice if you could get a K down there, maybe get some points for that. But I feel like there's no obvious answer here. I feel like this is such a terrible position to be in. You know, like, you're looking at the pool, it's kind of gross. There's 2 blanks. How many tiles are you supposed to play? Are you supposed to fish? Like, what do you fish for? Where do you fish to? This board is just so, it's freaky. It's a freaky board.
Mm.
It's not fully closed, and it's not fully open.
And the more I look, we have the gift of the machine analysis that can work with us as well. But the more I look as just a human, when I think about things that don't empty the bag, that make it, in my mind, a bit easier to permute, you know, with just intuition, I like something like can or cat. I think probably can a little bit more alongside EE and disgrade, just because it leaves the C alone in claw. It leaves the 7s alone as a possibility using Fab. It keeps an E to hook at the end. You're likely to draw vowels, and your opponent, unless they have a bingo, they're going to have a hard time figuring out what to do, because whatever they do, they're forced to empty the bag. If they don't have a bingo and they have a blank, then yeah, it's definitely interesting to figure out what they would do.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I wonder what can come of that play. I like the idea that you're suggesting here. You're still scoring decently well. It's very hard to score on this board right now. Very few places where you can get a decent score. I feel like, oh,
so Tana. So what this does as a play is it creates another line. It is leaving 1 in the bag, which is great, you know, because that is something that a 3 tile play needs to do. But it creates another line in the process. And remember, the scores are basically level. So it allows for a hypothetical world where 1 bingo comes down and another one comes down to go out.
Right.
So it makes things very interesting, where there's 2 spots now for 7s.
Mm-hmm.
And as it is,
I feel like this has made things a little easier for his opponent to bingo, but
however, Ecotone is sitting on his rack.
yeah.
And there are 2 spots, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, for Ecotone to go down as an out.
You're right. You're absolutely right. He's just gone ahead and controlled his destiny. I was gonna say, it seemed like it'd be really easy for his opponent to bingo 2 or on top of Tana now, but you're right. Chayota has done a really great job of creating a spot for himself that will be easier to hit if he's unable to get to the side of EF or unable to start with a C.
So this is really, really interesting. So Ecotone's a beautiful pull in 2 spots, and now it's essential for there to be a bingo in this rack because, this is actually really, really challenging, because passing, would be something you might think about depending on what you have as a rack.
Yeah.
If you have a bingo on this board, you consider passing in this case. But if you don't have one, you can't fish necessarily. I mean, you could, but your opponent's going to have perfect knowledge. But then if you fish, maybe you have a bingo in 2 spots.
Right.
You're not. But the trouble is now with Tana, if you're looking at the pool, when we look at the bag from Napat's point of view, you see this one's really, really clear to me. You see the one obvious bingo of this. This is an 8 Thailand game, right? So you permute through all the possibilities. And look, Ecotone is the standout option immediately.
Absolutely.
And you can see when you find that it's unblockable.
Right.
So there's immense pressure here where it's like, if there's no bingo, then maybe you do consider passing, if you're a human in this case.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I mean, that's something else. I feel like I've only ever seen Nigel Richards pass in a game like this. I don't think I've ever seen a game in which other players have ever passed. When has that ever been the correct option?
It's pretty rare, I think in this case, it's only correct if you have a bingo in this case, depending on what's in the bag.
Right.
But Napat doesn't
not,
in this case. And yeah, it's oh goodness, it's really, really tough. So you see Ecotone, if you fish and they have it, you lose. But then if you fish and you hit it, you win. So in this case, perhaps there's a fish, because when you look and you see Ecotone, it's like, it doesn't really matter what I score. I can't block both spots. So it's not really relevant as far as scoring a bunch versus scoring a little. And this is a really challenging spot, so I can't see anything that's reasonable but fishing if there's no bingo.
Right.
Because there's nothing relevant as far as being blocky versus scoring. If you don't have a bingo, you got to play for one. Just because you assume if my opponent doesn't have Ecotone, then I should be able to pull this out.
Wow. I mean, can't believe it's coming down to the last play like this, or second last play. Very, very intense game going on here. Only 2 minutes on Chayota's clock and 8 minutes or almost 9 minutes for Napat. I believe he has to take all his time here. He has to look for that bingo that isn't going to be there, but he has to do it.
Yeah, this is the time to use all of the time.
Exactly. And this is why it's such a good idea that he played so quickly in earlier turns. He needed that time now. This is where it's imperative.
And then I'll emphasize again, we have machine analysis that allows us to look at this perfectly. You had asked, when is it ever the right decision to pass? And I would say, like I did before, it's pretty rare. If you do pass in this situation, forgetting what we know about the fact that he has no bingos in his rack, if you do pass, Chayota has to start thinking about possibilities where he's like, okay, if I bingo, is my opponent making me play because he has the lead and waiting to bingo out as well? There starts to get to be mind games in this case if you play the pass, because the more I think about it, the more I don't see any sort of move aside from a one-tile fish that even on paper has a chance of winning.
Right.
So it actually allows for a fair bit of mind games. If you go for a pass here, your opponent has to think about, man, do they actually have a bingo where they're making me play because I'm behind and then just bingoing after me? There's lots to consider. Chayotha has to think about if he passes, there is a possibility that GK is that both are on Napat's rack, but maybe they're not. Maybe one of them's in the bag. Because in this case, we know that an E is in the bag, but Chayotha could make a fairly reasonable assumption that E is on the rack, and along with a G or a K, where one of those two is in the bag. And then it becomes very interesting to figure out what to do after a pass.
Oy, oy, oy.
And then with only 2 minutes, Chayotha might not have enough time to figure out what to do when permuting all the possible combinations that exist. I think if you look quickly, you see courage. Courages would be playable if the K is in the bag. So you think, okay, there's at least one, so passing doesn't make sense if you have that. So then you look and think, okay, if the G is in the bag instead, what is there instead if the E is on the rack with that K? So you look for any possible combinations there, and actually uncorked is there as a possibility.
Yeah.
So if you have enough time to work through all of the plays that work when your opponent has both blanks, then the other possibility is, okay, what if one of the blanks is in the bag? Which, yeah, there's lots to work through, and just a lot of what ifs and back and forth. But yeah, just if you pass, it does create a lot of, you have to have that mental fortitude to just be even keeled and work through why would someone pass. And if you do, then you do eventually with heuristics get down to a rack exactly like Napat's, which is 2 blanks, but G and the K in there somewhere.
Right.
But that takes a fair bit of time and maybe wouldn't be possible with the 2 minutes.
You're also, if you pass, you're also forcing Chayotha possibly over time. He only has like 2 minutes left. He has to do all these calculations with just hardly any time at all. And I feel like that's perfectly defensible. So Ecotone is going to go down after Gook coming down. I don't blame Napat at all for this play. Sometimes you just got to do it.
Yeah, and I wouldn't even say that this is a mistake necessarily, because with analysis, as far as machine analysis, it's not going to like something like a pass, but on a very human level, just thinking about what it does to create absolute chaos,
right?
In terms of figuring out what to do, a pass, I think, is very worthy of entering the conversation here to figure out what to do.
Absolutely.
As it stands, with making the play here, pulling the E out of the bag, that will confirm Napat's deepest fear here, that Ecotone is coming down as an outplay, and Chayotha will steal this game at the end after a play of Hana, which is our turning point of this game.
That is just, mind-blowing. How could this have even... these games at the Premier Division are so crazy. You think you have control of the board, but you really don't. The game just went back and forth. Could have been anyone's. And now, with Chayotha putting Tana out there so that he could have an actual play, he's going to play Ecotone for 65 points, and that will be it. The game is his.
Very well done to create that possibility for himself and pull what he needed to get unblockable in 2 spots. We'll go to the overhead mic just in case. Both players are tie, so the conversation may just be in tie, but we'll give it a try and see if we can hear anything.
Keep เขามีบิงไหม
ถ้าไม่ใช่เคเขาน่าจะได้แรงที่ผม
ไม่มี
แบบแรงที่ผมคือกูรูโอเค
โคตรสวยอะคือแบบหยิบไม่ใช่เคไม่ใช่เคก็คือใช่
ลงแทนมานี่ใครไปเปิดสงครามทำอะไรไม่ได้
สวยตอนแรกถ้าลงแอนตินี่แพ้ไปคือแบบเกือบจำว่าจีลงแอนติ
ดีไม่ลงแอนติ
น่าจะโดนเคลากไปตายน่าจะชนะกัน
ชนะเพื่อนเนี่ยหาหลอกไปได้
มันมีกิฟเซ่ใช่ไหม ISCI ไม่ชุบแบบลง SCIS ไม่รู้แล้วคิดออกขึ้นมาแล้วแบบไม่น่าจะทำอะไรเสียหายนะ เมื่อกี้พาชนะไหมชนะยังไงไอ้เหี้ยพาโดนบิงก็แพ้อยู่ดีเพราะมันบิงไม่ได้ถ้าพาเมื่อกี้ที่แรงสุดท้ายมึงเชื่อไหมเว้ยเนี่ยแต่ถ้าตอนที่อยู่ตรงเนี้ยเป็น FRAB แทนน่าจะชนะมันหมดถุงแล้วยังไงก็ต้องเก็บ R อยู่แล้วมันก็เลยคือมันลุ้นอะที่ถือแบงค์ตัวนึงแล้วอะ
All right, so we've gotten a little bit of a charades as far as what's going on with the board in terms of postmortem discussion. We did have someone who is joining us on our YouTube streaming who happens to speak Thai that gave us a little bit of translation as far as the back and forth at the end of the game. So appreciate you weighing in. What we've been told is that Napat was quite complimentary of Chayota's play of Tana, and yeah, we can't help but agree that was it was a very pretty play, is specifically what we were told was said by Napat. Pretty play. And there was some discussion if playing anti off of the I Am Pianiste might have been slightly better, just as far as scoring was concerned. Definitely something we could look into as far as analysis. I think both accomplish really what you're looking to do as far as creating a second lane with opportunity for you to score. I think with anti, you leave possibilities where you score a lot with the K and or the G in a way that Tana doesn't necessarily give back. So that would be my immediate thoughts on that personally. I like what Tana does.
I agree.
There was a brief discussion as well, apparently, about passing. Napat's personal belief is that it wasn't necessarily the better thing to do. And I can see with the static evaluation without the human factor that, yeah, we know that there was no win with passing.
Right.
But there's the human element, in that case. Both players as good as they are, we know it's not common for passing to come up, and it creates all sorts of questions. So anyway, that's thank you to one of our viewers for providing that translation for us. And yeah, I think it really swings on Tana here as far as the turning point in this otherwise, no, not otherwise, this definitely highly contested game. With this back and forth, we had pianiste and then disgrade, and just a whole bunch of back and forth where, it was not decided until the end, with that really interesting turn of events.
And I have to say, Toyota just really blew me away. Really beautiful play there. Tana, of course, the play of the game, I think. And, Nabat out there just trying his best in that the end game, saving himself enough time to go through all of the possibilities. Of course, we know that it was unlikely for him to have had a win. The ecotone play was unblockable. It was one of the bingos that was, most likely to be on Toyota's rack. So really well played by Napat and really great board vision by him consistently with his parallel plays. I think both players have just shown us exactly why this is the Premier Division. They've just both done such a great job. Lovely.
And it just goes to show, like normally you would think someone holding both blanks, you would think in the vast majority of situations, they're going to win in a tight end game like that, but it's just something to be said for just how beautifully you play. And you go with strictly the odds in this case with making a brave play like Tana and crossing your fingers. Just well done. Yeah. Really, really well done.
I have to say, it's not often you see two blanks unplayed at the end of a game too. Both blanks. I mean, that's just a crazy game. I don't think that there's that many games out there like this one. So a real special treat for all of us. And one more game left for today. I hope you guys have your wits about you. We sure do. And I hope you're holding on to your socks because we're going to blow them off next game.
We certainly hope so. Keep your wits about you. I'm keeping my nits about me. So we're just going to sign off for a minute here and then return for the final game of the day. Jesse Matthews signing off for a moment alongside
Nits Shakti. See you guys.
We'll be right back.
ไม่ถ้าสมมติว่าเล่นฝั่งแล้วบาลานซ์ธรรมดา
ปรับตรงไหนวะไม่แล้วแบบอันตีเหลืออีกแดงใช่ปะเขาอาจจะมีแดงก็ได้ตามอยู่10 กว่าแต้มอ่ะ
ตาม10 กว่าแต้มแต่ฝั่งก็แซงนะ
แต่เราไม่ต้องเก็บงานก็ได้ปะ
ใช่ก็ใช่แต่ว่าเป็นถึงว่าแบบก็ไหนๆเราเล่นฝั่งก็ยังมี
เพราะว่าแบงค์
เออยู่ไงอบายก็ปล่อยทิ้งไว้
แบ
ก็
งค์
ได้
มันอันตีหรือเปล่า
ทางโมสุด
ใช่
ทางโมสุดแบบเขาไม่มีแบงค์
ก็
เรา
มี
ก็
สอ
ได้
ง
ส
เรา
ตาร์ทยิงแบงค์
ไม่รู้อ่ะ
ก็อาจ
ผมอาจจะบาลานซ์อ่ะ
แต่แบบบาลานซ์กว่า
ตัวหยิบไม่กิน
ไม่โมสุดมันคือ
โคตรเหี้ยคือลงไปแล้วหยิบแบงค์ไว้อีกตัวแล้วแต่เป็นอีก2 ตัวไม่เป็นคีย์
โอ้แต่แฟบมันแต้มเยอะมากเลยนี่หว่าแฟบมัน30
ใช่ไงมันใส่ไฟเยอะไปอ่ะไม่รู้ว่าเพราะมันอาจจะไม่ได้วัดกันที่บิงโกก็ได้
อาจจะวัดที่ใครทำแต้มแต่ว่าไม่พอแบบพอส่งแบงค์อันซีนพอแบงค์คือแบงค์อันซีนไม่ยากอะไรไม่ไร
เก็บแบบ
คนเปิดสตรีมแล้วเปิดคอมเมนต์คนที่ไม่ช่วยแม่งคุยกันว่า
คนภาคบอกอะไรนะ
คนภาคแม่งพูดว่า
คนไทยดู
มันจะมีภาคผู้ชายพูดใช่ไหมคนภาคผู้ชายมันก็ถามผู้หญิงว่าคุณชอบแยมรสชาติอะไรแล้วกูก็นั่งฟังอยู่ก็เลยรู้ว่าคนภาคผู้หญิงไม่ชอบแยมสตรอเบอรี่แล้วกูจะรู้ไปทำเชี่ยอะไร
แล้วตอนโลคานาเขาบอกว่าอะไร
เขาก็บอกว่ามันพอเขาเห็นว่าพี่หยิบอีโคโทรขึ้นมาเขาบอกว่าไอ้ทนายเป็น beautiful face
ไอ้เหี้ยก็ผมไม่ได้คิดก็พอแม่ง
พอมันเข้าอีโคโทรปุ๊บแม่ง beautiful face โยนตัวไปเฉย
ไม่ได้คิดเลยคิดว่าแบบพอหนูเท้าโซ่อุ้ยอีโคโทนเชี่ย
สวดมนต์คือลงแล้วสวดมนต์
ไม่ได้สวดมนต์ไม่ได้คิดว่ามีอีโคโทนไอ้ปล่อยเขามาอุบโอเวอร์ฮิตใหม่ๆคนลงยังไม่รู้เลยไม่เหลือจะเชื่อ
แพะเหี้ย
จริงวะว่าน่าสงสารนะแพ้เมื่อกี้จะไปแล้ว
เจอชนะใช่ไหม
กินดิกู
ก่อนหน้าเลยขอไปลักกี้ใส่แพะ
All right, we are back for round 20?
Oh my gosh.
20? Holy cow, round 20 of the 2026 Causeway Challenge in Bangkok, Thailand. Final game of day 2. Jesse Matthews is here providing live commentary of Table 3 along with
Nits Shakti. Hi guys, glad to see you back. We just had a banger of a game between Nabat and Chayota. Now we're going to give you another one. Andrew Fisher and Madhav Gopal Kamath. It's going to be great. Andrew to go first though for the last round of the day, and he's about to get those tiles on his rack. Okay, all right. I think we're expecting a pretty close game yet again. Well, I guess the tiles will tell.
The tiles will tell the tale.
They
and
really will.
we have talked about both these players on the stream here before, but for those of you who haven't been here before, it's worth rehashing what makes both of these players great for different reasons. So Andrew Fisher, he is an Australian Scrabble player. He's represented England in the past, but he's lived in Australia for quite some time now. He has been the runner-up at the World Scrabble Championship in 2011. He has been a fixture in the scene for a long time. Just an excellent, excellent player. Never count him out. Just so, so good. And then on the other hand, we have Madhav, who is newer, but has lots of success already. He has been the World Youth Scrabble Champion just in the last year. And you can see clearly he's holding his own, and then some, playing fantastically here. So a battle of an older generation and a newer, both excellent Scrabble players, one with years of experience, the other just showing, as long as we've seen him, that he's playing really well.
Really, really well. Andrew coming down with Jagate very, very quickly. Good for him. Jug would have been the next best choice. Jagate, really great. It's 44 points. At that point, CATE is a really nice lead, but Jagate is 44 points. So, you got to take it. Now for Madhav, he's got one too many I's, one too many T's. He's considering Bima, but actually, I think something like MIB might be better.
Yeah, I think MIB, it accomplishes most of the things you want to do as far as scoring well on this rack. Yes, you do have T's duplicated, but you're dealing with the easiest scoring spots on the board. So I would be going for something like MIB, but it looks like he's opted to play longer.
Yeah, I feel like Bit also would have been fine. Ambit is 21 points, which is the same amount of points that BIT Bit would have scored. So a little surprised to see this go down. MAIT slightly better than I think just IT. Also, I feel like Ambit is a little too open. That's just my personal feelings about it. So I don't know.
All right, so for everyone watching, we like to talk about hooks, yes, but there's also multiple extensions that we can talk about in this particular situation, given the way that this game has started. Jugate, it takes multiple extensions in this case, some of which are still possible at this point in time. One of them, as a linguist, is a word that I adore and would score a fair bit here. We'll leave the puzzle here for you, just with the multiple extensions for Jugate. In the meantime, Andrew with a bingo.
Ooh, Cluttery coming down very, very, very quickly. Great board vision by him and great finding. He's played this relatively quickly. He's going to go ahead and be at... Oh, he's taken quite a bit of a lead, has he not? So now for Madhav, he's got more eyes. Oh my gosh, is that 4 eyes? Yikes.
4 eyes, and this is not meant to be an insult. It's just describing his rack in this particular case.
Ay, ay, ay. Nobody likes to see that.
Filii, in this case, unloading 3 of those 4 eyes. And for the pure balance of what it brings to you after, it's pretty hard not to do something like that. Having said that, we have to compare that versus options that score.
Exactly. Would you have played something like Fetid, F-E-T-I-D, through the E, making, leaving I, but scoring 32 points?
Yeah, I think Fetid for the points alone, fairly difficult to turn down. I understand Filii is 21 points and does leave a decent enough lead. Scoring, I do like scoring here, but yeah, keeping the multiple eyes is pretty ugly. So I do wonder. 21 is not that much less than vetted as far as score, and it is balanced pretty well. I haven't looked at the analysis in particular as far as what a computer likes. I'll look over in a minute, but I can see on the human side what makes filii so appealing. I think there's something to be said when you're down by this much already for giving it a fresh go if there's not something that's worth playing.
Ooh.
You know, and I think an exchange is considerable given what's happened with this board already, and it's not closed by any means. You have a chance to pull lots of different things if you exchange in a situation where it's not the most pleasant. So now that we got a chance for me to talk about it without looking at analysis, so what are you thinking? Because I believe you the analysis that's up there. What is the computer like?
Well, it seems as if it really likes exchanging down to a T, or it likes playing T-E-I-I-D. Filii is also perfectly fine. And look at that, Anders just blocked whited through the U of Jugate without even meaning to. Madhav clearly not going to like that. He had really hoped for Bingo to get back in this game, but
Okay. Hello again, everyone. There appears to have been a brief issue with the Wi-Fi/power on site. We are back. Thank you for your patience. Just getting caught up on the last couple of turns. From what we can see, Andrew has continued to build up an exceptional lead in this case over the last few turns. Nature coming down sometime after Gox. Looks like QI came from Nadav on that quieted rack. We're just getting caught up on the rest of the plays. Again, apologies, folks. We'll get as quickly as we can all up to speed so we can provide our analysis for you.
We do know that Andrew was able to come down with Nature, however that is pronounced, and then Madhav had a bingo spited that he probably did not see. Probably just some confusion about if it's valid or not, and he went down with Thig for 33 instead. Perfectly respectable play, and Andrew playing from a rack of AAE FLSY with Faye for a lot of points. Now it's back to Madhav.
Thanks for the brief catch-up session there, providing the Cliff's Notes for everybody.
Ooh, yeah.
Yes, Cliff's Notes, that thing that we used to use before AI came out. You know, I don't know if Cliff's Notes is a thing for the kids anymore, but back in my day, I'm old enough to say I can say back in my day, Cliff's Notes was actually something useful.
I would much rather prefer my students use Cliff Notes than AI, so that's where I stand. But where does Madhav stand with this rack? He is still figuring out what to do. He's thinking up a storm here. He's gonna have to figure out where these tiles play in a manner that's most useful for him. And he's gonna go right above Faye, taking away the spot where EALE would have bailed out Andrew.
So as we look at this board, Andrew is up by 140 points after Hap has gone down. You think, in order for my opponent to come back, what do they have to do? They're going to have to bingo multiple times, and at minimum twice. Realistically, when thinking about here, and the only way that's really going to happen is playing something alongside Cluttery that opens the board up, that then goes unobstructed before a second one comes down. That's a pretty tall order when you think about the structure of this board. So if you're Andrew, is there anything that you can consider that just makes that task more difficult as opposed to exchanging when you look at this board? Because yes, the tiles are not so pretty here, but you are in control of your destiny at this point in time, just given the way that this board looks. So, if you were to play something that just allows you to have points and only points, you might look at something underneath Jugate and Gox, doing something fishy like EE or whatever, but I would never do that in this situation, just given how much of a command I have and how much spread is important, for this game. So I'm not really as much of a fan of that. What I am a fan of is you could play a few more letters, at least one more maybe underneath that particular spot. I wouldn't just play EE necessarily, just because it creates options to score in both directions.
Ooh.
But interestingly, OE is going down there. So perhaps Andrew is going like, all right, well, let's just try and score even more and build up even more of a spread. I can see that. I think I like playing something like Seal a little bit more in that spot, even though it leaves such an ugly leave because of how likely I'm to win the game after that, how much I'm controlling that spot, because it really isn't possible to open up the bottom left quadrant after you play Seal there. And then hooking the L, you're not going to do it to bingo. You might reach down to the triple word score after that. I think I like Seal a bit more, but OE I can understand because it's fishy, of course, and letting you possibly bingo yet again in the right situation.
Absolutely. I really like that. I also see that there's not really a great spot for the S on this board. Also, there's so many S's out. There's still 3 S's unseen, so I would have been fine with Seal as well. Madhav coming down with KO immediately. 36 points for him. A really great play. I think it's good that he didn't spend too much time on that. And back to Andrew again, who is stuck with those 3 E's. His leave is, I'd say like his rack is relatively not too junky. I feel like he can still play through this. Few places on the board where he might be able to do a few things. He does have the word sleeve, leaving an E. That would be 33 points to the side of OE. So he did set up his S, so he does get to play that. But that blows the board completely wide open. And, your opponent's just played off 2 tiles. You're up 130. Do you really want to do that? Or you could, maybe play something like Lev, making Fav. So the F of Faye and LEV, they're very, very, very fishy. Hard to decide what to do because you really do want to keep scoring,
So let's look at the moves that have been made in the last couple of turns, you know, because that to me also informs your decision making in this case. So KO has just gone down. I don't think this necessarily communicates much of anything to Andrew. I think it's a play that scores, you
Good
know,
point.
and your opponent is behind. So the thing they want to do is score. So it doesn't tell you a whole lot about what they actually have. And before KO went down, there was hap. So it's just a lot of, okay, scoring with nicely scoring tiles. It doesn't tell you much about your opponent's rack. Andrew, on the other hand, has just played OE before, so his opponent has played knowing that his tiles should be pretty nice. He doesn't know that Andrew's got V to contend with in his rack to unburden himself from. Sleeve going down, it does score and, like you said, open the board back up. It does allow for lots of possibilities for plays back as much as it scores well. It's a fearless play, just going for score and trusting that you will continue to outrun your opponent regardless. The other argument I could see, instead of playing sleeve, when I think like a human player, is playing leaves to the side of cluttery, where that does score essentially the same thing. It doesn't so obviously open up triple word scores on the bottom lane. However, it does leave an E and an S open at the end to possibly play eights through. So they're eights, they just don't score as many as any of the eights that would go with the E at the end of sleeve. So there's two lines of thought here when I think like a human player. There are probably other considerable plays as well, but I'm personally thinking between these two major types of plays. The interesting thing with sleeve underneath here, which I didn't take too much time to talk about, is it's quite blocky in the best way possible, where goose and axles is still playable underneath, but it's not an easy spot immediately. And the V by nature is blocky because there's no two-letter V words. So you have to play something out and to the right after a play of sleeve to try and continue to open the board up. Sleeve also uses a lot of tiles to get closer to the end, where both blanks are waiting between now and the end. It's a nice, somewhat blocky play, just because, as mentioned, goose and axles, some kind of play goes under there. So I do wonder if maybe sleeve going down from OE, if you're going to be aggressive, is perhaps considerable here, just because of how much is still given back after this placement of sleeve.
Actually, you completely have changed my mind. I really like this position of sleeve. I think it's nice and defensive. I think, you're giving the least back to your opponent. You're really, really, like shooting them in the knee, essentially, because whatever they could have played there, they have to do something like delve now, right? Like delve still scores pretty well, but your opponent's not bingoing as they could have possibly if you'd given them all these floaters to play through, right? Like a sleeve was such a nice play. Delve feels like it was the obvious play because those are the tiles you want to get rid of. They score really well. You're still keeping ERS. I mean, I think I'm really, really impressed with both of their plays here.
And look at this. Andrew gets to capitalize on the goose and axles underlap with ionomes. Man, that's quite something. But, interesting. We have a little twist here. We have a really high probability rack for Madhav with that eye in the triple lane. So are we going to see one here? I see Strainer right away. So there's at least one. Yeah, we're going to see triple next turn.
Oh my gosh. What a turn. Oh, this game, you folks, every time you think you've got it down, no, there's something else.
It's not over yet. There is a triple coming here.
Really nice. Oh, wow. This is just what the doctor ordered for Madhav, who's been trailing in this game and now is going to bingo bango for a crap ton of points.
There you go. Here it comes. Earrings. Okay. Yeah, there's any number of plays here. I think I actually am okay with this because he's behind. So putting an S at the bottom gives him a chance to have some kind of 8 starting with an S. It's giving himself a chance to maybe come back with another bingo if he pulls well. So I'm okay with that.
He went from being down 200 to being down only 100. So this is quite the play. Really, really well done by Madhav. Great play, very quickly found. And on to Andrew, who has yet to show us his tiles.
Andrew's pretty even-keeled here.
Absolutely. It seems like nothing really discombobulates him.
And he's pulled pretty reasonably well. After bingoing here, he's got the Z on his rack, which he should be able to cash in on pretty nicely here to build himself back up to a really big lead. But and it just makes you think, if that triple hadn't been hit, just how much bigger the lead for Andrew would be. It's just going to show how exceptional the play has been in this round. So none of the extensions for Jugate will come up here. No conjugate, no subjugate. None of those lovelies are showing up in this particular game.
But Andrew will be, as you had mentioned, he will be able to score quite well. There's a nice spot for him to put his Z, also get rid of the M on his rack. The M usually a great tile, Z also a great tile. But when you can play Zyme, Z-Y-M-E, through the Y of Fluttery, you are able to get 31 points and, keep moving forward. You're still very, very likely to win this game. I really like this.
Yeah, I think Zyme is the play here, just because it scores well. It makes that E really tough to use unless you hook it with an S or the blank has an S. So yeah, it kind of sort of blocks. It's not really a blocky play in and of itself, but it does make it slightly harder to do anything with that E, and puts focus back on that S on the bottom lane as far as most likely spot for Madhav to bingo. We of course know, looking at his rack, that's not happening. Yeah. But if you're thinking like Andrew, Zyme is pretty good for multiple reasons.
I feel like there's another thing that you could do here. This may not be the best move, just given, the leave, but you could also play it for a lot of points. If you look at the word sleeve, underneath that, you could play something like mazed. That would be, because that would double the D and then double the entire word, you would get 42 points for that. But, I'm not sure if I like the leave of BN. There's so many consonants. There's only like 9 vowels. I see why he's doing this, but look at where the Z is. This play has just made it so much easier for Madhav to get out of this rack, right? He could just play Ozo now. Y-O and O-U-Z-O, a rack that would have otherwise scored him in the 15, 20 range is now going to give him so much more. Madhav looking through his rack now. He's trying to make sure he's got the best. And there we go. It was before we know it. Possibly he could have gone ahead and left that spot alone, or maybe he could have played underneath. Roto would have been 37. That's also possible for him to have played.
I think this is a human play. As far as nice balance, you have the S off of earrings that you've just played that you're thinking about trying to maximize. You're leaving yourself a chance to pull a blank and or an S to hook Uzo for a long shot, but a possible comeback sort of play. So I can see it. I can understand the rationale and the reasoning behind why you would do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well explained. Thank you, Jesse. We appreciate you.
Oh, so sweet.
Lictors now for Madhav, a great draw, an ancient Roman magistrate's attendant. Ask me how I know that.
How do you know that?
Getting a PhD in medieval Italian history. That's how.
That's cool.
But on Andrew Fisher now, he has to deal with the B, the W. He's got duplicate ends now. He still has pretty distinctively high scoring plays. He's going to be able to take advantage of Ozo because it's going to yield some plays back that didn't exist before.
All right, we are back yet again. Thank you for your patience. There is a storm outside in Bangkok, we've been advised. So that's created some connectivity challenges. Apologies for that. We are crossing our fingers that this is just very brief and will pass permanently. So here we are back. Brew has been played as we were discussing, followed quickly by Lictors, as was pointed out. And Andrew has pulled the other blank.
Oh my gosh, and we are actually in the end game now. Andrew having pulled the blank, he doesn't like that Madhav has, crawled up to 407. Madhav, a, great player here. He's found Lictors very quickly, played that down. Andrew now, he's up 72. There's no way for him to lose. He just needs to find his best play. So what is he to do? He sees that Madhav can play W-E-I-D. I believe that is a word that will play under Lictors. Maybe he needs to go ahead and play something there himself. So he knows that possibly there's a 5 or 6 letter word that he could place there. 7 letter words are not going to fit because of that C. And I mean, I guess you could make the blank an H, but I really don't see what could possibly fit there. So apparently, maybe what you're supposed to do is, yeah, I feel like maybe you could just go for the highest scoring play here, right? I feel like basically everything wins.
Everything wins. Yeah, I think he just misses points. The thing that probably annoys Andrew the most with Lictors is spending, of course, would have been the option he'd have played if Lictors hadn't come down, that he's not going to get to bingo this turn. But yeah, you just kind of have to shake that off like, yep, that's Scrabble. I'm still going to win.
Yep.
And something like Pindan is just fine. Petties scores 1 more, but leaves NN, which technically he could navigate through, but I wouldn't do that. I would put myself in that position. I think he just play Pindan pretty quickly, or something like 10 pin. Any number of things that just doesn't leave that clunky NN combo if it's avoidable.
What if you keep Wade from coming down? What if you play something like Pion for 11? Now, this feels a little counterintuitive, right? Like maybe you play something like Pion. Your opponent is now forced to play something like Do, making what? W-H-A-T for 24. And then you can play for 23 points. You can actually maximize your score a little bit. You can go ahead and play that for, so Vance being the, being on the board already, and Amazed being the hook that you make to the T of Lictors. That could possibly be a good play. You get the I back from Madhav, so you win by 84. That's possibly a play that could be worth it here. But you could also, I mean, I feel like, oh, you know what? You also have to stop Dwine. So it appears like Pion might be a good play there, just to stop both of those plays and keep Madhav from going out. 4 tiles, you think he's going to be able to go out very easily, but that's actually not the case on this board.
There we go. Andrew's got all the tiles lined up with the blank off the side for Pindan.
I'm really excited to see what he goes with. Pindan scoring 34 here. I mean, it's hard to disagree with it, you know? You end up, giving Dwine back, but you still win by 82 as opposed to winning by 84, which you would with Pion. But I feel like Pion is one of those plays that, it feels very counterintuitive. Why would you ever play for only 11 points? And you're so far up ahead. It's the last game of the day. I would not begrudge Andrew for, not caring about those 2 points very much right now. Just going ahead and taking those 34 points as they appear right now.
Yeah, it's pretty tough not to. And then permuting, optimal play in the end game to create those 2 extra points. Yeah, I'm probably fine with Pindan, and just like, if I were to see later when analyzing an endgame that I lost 2 points for not playing something like Pion on the first turn, I'd be like, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, all right, I'm not perfect, but 2 points.
Well, if you were Josh Castellano, you could just do an endgame sad for that play.
Yes, there you go. Okay, Pinon. I mean,
Okay.
reasonable. It's basically doing the same thing score-wise. It's using one less tile, importantly the D, so it just gives us a little bit more back as far as score in the end game here. Perhaps not 100% sure of Pindan, and thus playing Pinon instead. And we would expect that Dwayne would come down. He's got it lined up right away. So yes, here comes Dwayne. That will wrap up the game.
Well done.
Nice game, 900 plus game as far as the score here. And yeah, shockingly for the player with a 500 score, it was not Andrew that had the triple. It was Madhav.
Yeah, I mean, goes to tell you like just how well Andrew played. And Madhav here too, you know, consistently finding great plays, getting stuck with not being able to play quite it, playing QI instead, you know, Lictor's coming down very, very quickly, but also Andrew, you know, finding sleeve and putting it in that position. Really lovely. Let's get to the overhead mic though. I don't want to miss what they're saying.
This is my last when I played this. I don't know why. I lined it up and then I was just like, this is not good. It's good.
Where was that going?
When I played Sig. The other day.
You actually had this on the eye. Wow.
Yeah, that would have been 96.
Yes.
I would have still been down 80 after that, but it would have definitely been much better than this. Yeah. I had Shapen through the end when you played Fate. Yeah, you kept blocking my stuff. Yeah, I had Delvodes here when you played this. They're doing a great job of blocking me.
Pindan is good at the end, I think, isn't it? Pindan, I would just want
Pindan and shit.
That's what the screw.
There were no 5s with the D. Petties.
Which?
Is Petties better? No.
No. Because, well,
Which is better?
31. You're going to get 31.
No, Petties. Petties.
Which?
Pedis.
I didn't have it.
Petty. That's blank. 35. Instead of 34. 1 point.
You're right, okay. Yeah, fair enough. We don't have a screw sheet.
All right, so pretty brief in the postmortem discussion there. Just a couple of back and forth about options for Andrew, including Petties was one point brought up just to score a little bit more. Pindan was discussed. But ultimately, yeah, it was fairly brief. And then Madhav mentioned what he kept after playing Fig. There wasn't any discussion about any sort of bonus there. Spite, I believe it was Spited we were talking about, was the option that was there. So he'll be unhappy to see later that that was missed.
I believe he did. I believe he realized that he chickened out of it.
Oh, did he? Okay, I missed that part. There you go. So he's aware that would be a very important point for him. I missed that. Thank you very much. Yeah, and I believe going into this game, based on what we see, Madhav was in 3rd place. And then Andrew was in 13th. So this brings Andrew right back into the top 10. He's been hovering around there the whole time. It's a fantastic run. Both these players have. This keeps them both pretty comfortably in the top 10. Madhav, of course, would have liked to have won and not lost so much spread, but this puts them essentially in the same spot. I think it's, if my math serves me right, around 6th and 7th, give or take, for both of them here. So they're both very much in the running going into day 3 tomorrow, which means that we are at the end of day 2 after 20 games of Scrabble here at the Causeway Challenge. Very impressive. I'm very happy with what we've gotten to observe today. Lots of beautiful Scrabble, lots of tension, some frustration we've even seen today with an end game. Yeah, lots of drama.
Yeah.
And lots of bingos. So before we go for the day, we have some thanking to do as they square up the tiles. Thank you to all of you for watching. We do this for you more than anything else. And if you're not here, there's not really any point. So we thank you for being here. It's much appreciated. Michael, needless to say, Michael Tang. Michael, his vision and the organization making this happen, it's incredible that we have this going on. We feel as commentators spoiled, you know, even though we're not playing, we feel just as spoiled as the players with what we get to enjoy here. Our producers, we have Kumar remotely producing for us. We have the K's producing another board, and Josh Greenway is our executive producer for all the streams. And in and of himself, he's also producing one of the broadcasts here. Will Anderson's doing daily highlights for WESPA, and we'll be discussing some games, hopefully including ours, when recapping today. WESPA, we thank you for what you provided in resources for all of us, including Lukeman, Chris Leip, and Jian Rong. And our tech partners, we have quite a few of them, including Woogles, for live annotation at this event. I think I've covered all the essentials for today. So signing off from day 2 here in Bangkok, Thailand, Jesse Matthews, joined by
Nits Shakti. See you guys tomorrow. Don't go anywhere.
Back. Bye.